The Sixth Demon, Book 2. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Gwendolyn Drewyor. One. Neveah Lane watched the creature that had taken over Alice Ramirez with narrowed eyes. She was aware that, for most people, taunting a being who'd recently killed 5 armed men with magic wouldn't be the height of good sense, especially while trapped alone in a hotel room with it. As a part-time investigative reporter and full-time angel, Neveah wasn't most people. She had a plan, even if it was an improvised one. She was also mildly curious to discover whether Mab, the treacherous Fey queen who'd escaped hell by hijacking a human body, had been aware of what was happening around her during the period when she'd been weakened by casting that deadly magical blast. After Mab's control slipped, Alice had seen Neveah call a flaming blade from the ether and use it to hack off a demon's leg so they could escape. By contrast, Mab should know nothing about Neveah at all. Assuming she'd truly been unconscious inside her stolen body for the last several hours, the Fae would likely assume that Neveah was as human as Alice, and therefore no threat to her at all. Mab's smile was a grotesque thing in the light of the single hotel lamp. "Look into my eyes, little creature," she crooned. "Be not afraid." A green glow had sparked in the depths of Alice's brown eyes a few moments earlier, when Mab reasserted control. It began to grow as Neveah watched, until her gaze appeared fever-bright. "Okay," Neveah said agreeably. "I won't be afraid. Though, for future reference, if you want people not to be afraid of you, maybe consider not threatening them straight out of the gate." Alice's dark brows twitched into a frown beneath the force of Mab's sudden confusion. "Oh, sorry," Neveah went on, all faux innocence. "Were you trying to control my mind just now? I must have missed it. Try again? It might be performance anxiety. I'm sure there's a lot at stake for you." Confusion turned to anger, and Nev had her answer, at least tentatively. The Fey Queen had apparently expected her to respond to the attempt at mental influence like a human would have. "What are you?" Mab hissed. "Do you know you're the second person to ask me that in the past week?" Neveah said. "It's a rather personal question, too, seeing as how we've only just met." Mab's eyes darted around the cheap hotel room, taking in her surroundings with a hint of caution. "So much of this world must seem foreign to you," Neveah observed, playing shamelessly for time. Her blade hovered in the pocket dimension where she'd hidden it after stealing it back from the demon Nigellus, but it felt ever so slightly out of her reach. She was weakening again, after a brief burst of adrenaline-fueled power that had sustained her during the fight against him. Talk about bad timing. "What do you know of such things?" Mab snapped. "The world is the world. This place is still home to backward savages. Now answer the question, creature. What are you, to resist me in such a way?" Neveah pasted on a fake smile designed to infuriate, even as she strained mentally for the damned sword. "Oh, I'm no one in particular. I suppose you could call me your jailer, or Alice's protector, if you prefer." She took another few steps back and to the side, until she was blocking the room's only exit. "My turn. How are you channeling Fey magic through a human body? You do realize you're going to burn her to a crisp if you do too much of that, right? And then where will you be?" Mab's green eyes narrowed.
You speak of fey magic, as though you think you understand it.
I understand that you shouldn't be able to do what you have, in fact, done, Neveah said, wriggling her fingers through the air as she reached for a weapon that wasn't bloody there. But then I suppose you were a very powerful fae, once upon a time.
I am still powerful.
Mab lifted a hand, mirroring Neveah's grasping gesture. Yellow-green light crackled around her fingers. More alarmingly, a sickly yellow-green glow flowed up the veins in Alice's neck, rising from beneath the collar of her shirt to travel up the sides of her throat and cheeks, swirling underneath the skin of her temples.
Perhaps Earth should choose its jailers more wisely,
the fae added with a sneer. On the positive side, goading Mab into hurling another lethal blast of power at her had been Neveah's plan all along. On the negative side, the second half of the plan had involved deflecting the aforementioned lethal blast of magic with her heaven-forged blade. Neveah yelped and ducked as the crackling magic swelled and exploded outward with far more force than a human body should be able to support. As she hit the deck, her wings sprung into existence out of sheer self-preservation, unfurling around her head and shoulders like a shield. A shield made of feathers. She cried out as the crackling power scorched across them, filling the air with the scent of burning feathers and flesh. She couldn't afford to succumb to the urge to curl up in a ball and scream, though. Around her, glass shattered and furniture splintered. The TV crashed to the floor. Neveah flailed into a sitting position, her injured wings knocking against the debris, and saw Mab stagger. The fae tried to catch herself against the collapsed bed frame, only to go to her knees. The green glow faded from her rage-filled eyes, and it was once again plain old human Alice who toppled to the carpet. That certainly went well, Neveah wheezed. She tried to get up and fell back on her butt instead. All things considered. She'd wanted Mab helpless again. She'd also wanted to know if the fae was aware of her surroundings when she wasn't in control of Alice's body. Objectives achieved. Yay! Now there was just the minor problem of being in agony, and, she gritted her teeth and rolled her shoulders, unable to put her damaged wings away. This was not part of the plan, she croaked, directing the words to both her unresponsive wings and Alice's equally unresponsive body. A businesslike knock sounded at the door. Neveah winced.
"Open up, please,"
came a muffled male voice.
"It's management. Other patrons are complaining of a disturbance."
Across the room, Alice stirred and let out a pitiful groan. Just a minute," Neveah called.
"Ma'am, please open the door or we'll be forced to involve law enforcement. Is anyone inside injured?"
High-pitched, faintly hysterical laughter probably wasn't the correct response to the question. Neveah choked it back with some difficulty. Not exactly.
"We're coming in."
The lock clicked. Because they were management, and of course that meant they had a key. Brilliant. The door creaked open, protesting loudly since one of the hinges had apparently been bent in the blast. 3 figures stood silhouetted against the brighter lights of the hallway. The 2 on either side craned to get a look at the destruction inside the room. Neveah lifted a hand and gave them a sheepish finger wave. Her scorched wings sprawled haphazardly behind her. "Yes, hello. I assure you there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this." The man in front stepped into the room. His jaw hung open in a decidedly unappealing manner as he gaped at her.
"What the hell?"
he asked, professionalism evidently forgotten. Neveah sighed. "Funny you should put it that way." Alice chose that moment to roll onto her hands and knees and vomit onto the ugly carpet. The three men looked on, aghast. "Oh, my God," Alice croaked, settling on her knees and wiping the back of her hand over her mouth. Her bloodshot eyes landed on Neveah and stuck there. Her lips parted, moving as though words might come out, but none did. She blinked and tried again. I think maybe there was something wrong with those drugs that we got at the costume party," she said, with admirably quick thinking, if less than admirable conviction. "Yes," Neveah agreed, grasping the lifeline. "Yes, I definitely think you're right. I thought that the drug dealer had shifty eyes."
"Costume party,"
the manager echoed in a vaguely shell-shocked tone. Neveah braced herself to expend energy she didn't really have to spare right now, silently cursing the manager for having brought along not one, but two companions for backup. "Yes, that's right," she said sweetly, stretching out her aura to envelop the little group. It ached. How could an aura ache, for heaven's sake? "I'm so terribly sorry. You have my credit card on file, yes? Please, bill me for any damages." She resolutely didn't let her gaze wander to the shattered mirrors, the destroyed furniture, the damaged door. Instead, she focused all of her will on the three slack-jawed men. "Adore me. Worship me. Or, at a minimum, believe this tissue of lies long enough to let us get away from here." The manager's mouth opened and closed a few times like a fish's. Neveah felt the draining effects of her efforts chipping away at her already depleted reserves. Behind her, Alice was a quiet presence, as still and silent as a mouse trying to avoid the notice of a cat. The room stank of fresh vomit.
"Damages,"
the manager said slowly.
"Bill you. Credit card."
"Thank you, yes," Neveah said, smiling a sunny smile at him, as though his disjointed rambling had been agreement. "If you'll just give us a few moments of privacy, we'll get our things and be out of your hair." She sent a final push of power at him. The effort made her glad she was already sitting down, so she couldn't fall down. He swallowed hard and nodded.
"Get your things and leave. I'll charge your credit card."
It wasn't much, in terms of adoration. Then again, this had been a rather trying day, and Neveah wasn't exactly at her best. Her smile was a bit strained around the edges as she watched the men back out of the door and close it behind them. It stuck fast, with a 1-inch gap between the door and the jamb, allowing a strip of light from the hallway inside. "Botheration!" Neveah cursed after they'd gone, making another unsuccessful attempt to fold her wings back into invisibility. Alice was still on the floor. She blinked at Neveah with wide brown eyes. "Are you an angel?" she asked. "Are you my angel? Like my guardian angel?" "Not a very good one, I'm afraid," Neveah said with a sigh, hauling herself to unsteady feet. Her wings bumped the destroyed chest of drawers, sending a new pulse of throbbing pain along her nerves.
"You told me you'd keep me safe," Alice said.
"That's the plan, yes," Neveah agreed, reaching a hand down to her. "As you can see, it's going swimmingly so far." Alice hesitated, then took the offered hand and allowed Neveah to pull her to her feet as well.
"Will you tell me what's really going on?"
the human asked. Neveah considered for a moment before concluding that at this juncture there wasn't much point in trying to keep it from the poor girl. "Yes," she said, "I will. But first, we need to get away from this place before someone comes to their senses and calls the police. Let's see what can be salvaged from our belongings, and then we'll go to the car."
Two.
Getting to the car was somewhat complicated by the need to haul a giant pair of injured wings around. Getting in the car was another problem entirely. Fortunately, it was still the small hours of the morning, and the parking lot was deserted. Neveah and Alice stowed their battered belongings in the rabbit's back seat, and Neveah blew out an unhappy breath. "Okay," she said. "Give me a minute, and don't be alarmed if I scream a bit."
"What are you—"
Alice began, but Neveah was already focusing every bit of power she had left on her wings. "Back you go," she growled, rolling first her left shoulder and then her right. Her wings creaked and popped, bone and cartilage protesting. But they went, banished to the realm where they normally rested. The agony sent her to her knees on the unforgiving asphalt, but on the positive side, she managed to bite back her scream so it emerged as more of an undignified choking noise. "Ow!" she said faintly. Alice huddled against the car like it might offer some tether to reality.
"Where did they go?"
"Out of my way, for now," Neveah told her, huffing as she once more clambered to her feet with a distinct lack of angelic grace. "Get in. Driving and explanations coming right up." Alice got in, the car door giving a piercing metallic screech as it closed. Neveah reflected that she didn't get many passengers in the old VW. She'd have to remember to oil the hinges on that door one of these days. She climbed into the driver's seat, her abused flight muscles cramping and twitching in protest as her weight settled against the bright red upholstery. The car rumbled to life, the ancient diesel engine rattling beneath the hood. While it warmed up, she pulled out the burner phone she'd picked up in Rio Vista. She'd bought the thing after hiding her old phone under a convenience store shelf, in an attempt to hopefully throw anyone who might have been tracing it off their scents. Unsurprisingly, the new phone was bricked, after having been hit with Mab's blast of fey magic. Alice's phone was already dead after the blast in Sacramento, and Neveah needed a phone. So that would have to be the first order of business. "Sorry, but I'm going to need some of the cash you're carrying to buy a working phone," she said. "Normally, money wouldn't be an issue, and I'll happily pay you back, but the chip and magnetic strip in my credit card will probably be fried after what happened in the hotel room." She checked through the rear window and backed out of the parking spot, heading toward the road. Alice hesitated.
"And
what did happen in the hotel room, exactly?" "What's the last thing you remember?" Neveah asked. Alice frowned.
"I had a nightmare. I remember waking up and—" She paused, swallowed. "Then I realized it wasn't just a nightmare. It really happened. Mrs. Fitzwilliams. killed her."
"No, not you," Neveah said. Alice nodded slowly. "You told me something else had been controlling me. Did it come back?"
"I'm afraid so."
Neveah couldn't help being a bit impressed by the young woman's emotional resilience. Bringing the car to a stop in the parking lot, she reached behind the driver's seat and came up with a bottle half full of water.
"Here, you'll probably want to rinse your mouth out before we hit the road."
Alice took the water and swished, opening the door long enough to spit before slamming it closed again. "Thanks."
"So, this force that's controlling you," Neveah began, "it's not so much a what as a whom.
The first part you need to know is that there are different realms making up the multiverse, sort of like alternate worlds, except some of them overlap. There are gates where people can pass through within certain limitations." Alice was silent for a long moment. "Different realms? Like heaven?" Neveah nodded and made a right turn onto the road.
"And hell.
Also, the Fey realm of Dyne. Hell and Dyne were at war for centuries. It was a long time ago by human standards, but after the Fey won, Hell captured their queen Mab in the war's aftermath. They didn't know who she was, and as a consequence, they underestimated her power. It took her a while, but she eventually escaped." The frown on Alice's face deepened. "If she was in hell, doesn't that mean she was dead?"
No, not at all."
Neveah paused, debating how much detail to go into. "Hell isn't fire and brimstone and eternal punishment. It's simply a different world, connected to this one via a weak spot that happens to be located in the Moaning Caverns." Alice stared. "You've got to be kidding me." Neveah snorted.
"Do you remember chatting with a sweet old man named Edward? I assume he was a regular visitor to the park."
"Edward? With the bushy eyebrows?" Alice asked. "What about him?"
"He works for a demon. Whenever he stops in at the caverns, you could say he's there on business."
Neveah raised an eyebrow.
"He remembers you, too. In fact, he's part of the reason I knew to keep looking for you after you disappeared. He's been one of your biggest advocates. He refused to believe you could have done the things that the police think you've done."
Alice swallowed hard. "But aren't demons the bad guys?" Neveah tapped her fingers restlessly on the steering wheel.
"It's not that simple. The Fey Queen, the prisoner who escaped, overpowered her demon guard and used him to cross through the gate leading to Earth. By doing so, a link formed between them. The only way she could get free of the soul bond was to ditch her body and catch a ride in yours. Otherwise, her demon guard would have been able to track her down as soon as he recovered from his injuries."
More silence. "You're seriously telling me that a Shakespearean fairy queen is possessing me? Like something out of The Exorcist?"
"Yep."
Neveah kept her attention on the road.
"And for now, we need to keep her from waking up again, while also keeping you out of the hands of both the demons and the Fae. Easy peasy."
Alice drew in a slow breath and held it for several seconds before letting it hiss out. "That man in Sacramento, the one you hurt, he was a demon?"
Neveah frowned, because Nigellus was a bit of a sore point at the moment, to put it mildly. "Yes, that's right. He'd come to recapture you. Or rather, he'd come to recapture Mab, and the two of you are kind of a package deal at the moment. I'm sorry you had to see that kind of violence, But if it helps, demons are immortal. He'll get better.
She didn't mention the fact that it would take him a while to recover fully, given the angelic nature of the blade that had nearly severed his leg. "And the fairies," Alice began.
Fae,
Neveah corrected.
calling them fairies makes them testy.
"The Fae are after me too?"
Hopefully not. With a single exception, the Fae have no idea Mab was a prisoner in hell, much less that she escaped,"
Neveah told her.
"It would be for the best if we kept it that way."
"She wanted to go north,"
Alice said. "She thinks she can find other Fae around Seattle."
Neveah wasn't about to let slip that there were Fae all over the West Coast. She had a fair degree of confidence that Mab was currently down for the count and unaware of their conversation, but when it came to this subject, she wasn't about to risk being wrong. "You know how crazy all of this sounds, right?" Alice asked.
Neveah shot her a sidelong glance. "Forgive me for being blunt, but you're the one fleeing not one, not two, but 3 brutal murder scenes. Murders you had no desire to commit."
Alice's breath hitched. "Yes, and you have wings," the human said.
"My God, you have fucking wings!"
"Barbecued wings at the moment," Neveah muttered, still seriously irked about that particular situation. "Not to mention about the blasted sword being MIA. "Okay, say for a minute that I suspend disbelief and take you at your word," Alice said. "We're on the run from demons, and we have to keep me secret from the fairy." She cut herself off. "From the Fae. I've got this crazy queen inside me who could take over my mind and make me do horrible things. What am I supposed to do now? How do I get her to leave?"
"I've got an answer for the first question," Neveah told her. "Still working on the second. Fae are sensitive to iron. It dampens their magic. I want to fit you with an iron collar and bracelets, ones that can't easily be removed."
"What?" Alice turned to look at her. Then she shook her head as though dislodging a pesky fly. "No, never mind. I suppose it's not like that's the weirdest thing you've said to me."
"Fae prisoners on dying are shackled in iron so they can't use magic," Neveah explained. "I don't need you chained up, Alice. I just need Mab's access to her magic cut off. If it also keeps her unconscious so she can't control you, even better. There's someone who should be able to help us if I can contact them. That's why I need a new phone. Mab's attack in the hotel room destroyed mine, and yours was already toast."
There were risks inherent in relying on the catchy after their sudden disappearance from their earlier meeting. Neveah still wasn't happy that the she seemed to be on board with carting Alice to hell as a prisoner. Unfortunately, her current list of contacts who were both trustworthy and potentially useful stood at, well, basically none, if she were being honest. "I don't have a lot of money left," Alice said quietly. "I mean, there's still a bit in my bank account. I'm just not sure it's safe to try and get it out."
"Money isn't an issue, except in the immediate short term," Neveah assured her. "Once I have a phone, I can arrange a wire transfer without much trouble. I'm more worried about getting you fitted with some Iron Age jewelry before her royal bitchiness wakes up again. And for that, I need to reach my contact."
Alice hesitated. "All right. If you're sure, I think I have enough money for a cheap phone."
"Great!"
Neveah started scanning their surroundings for some place that looked like it would sell prepaids. "This contact of yours," Alice began, "you really think they can help get the Fae out of my head?"
"Possibly."
As they approached the highway, Neveah pulled into a truck stop. She parked and gave Alice an assessing once-over. There was risk involved in bringing her inside the convenience store, but Neveah wasn't about to give her the chance to make a run for it by leaving her alone. "Come inside. You must be hungry by now. We can grab some food while we're here." They went in and emerged a few minutes later without incident, re-provisioned. Alice sat in the passenger seat eating a breakfast burrito and drinking Pepsi, while Neveah activated the new phone and dragged the relevant international phone number from her cluttered memory. Killian Gallagher was a mildly unpleasant person to deal with, even from a distance, mostly because of his extreme twitchiness. He was, however, the only way to reach the Catchy within the Fae realm. Killian's family had served the Fae in County Meath, Ireland, for generations. Neveah supposed that such a degree of close contact with the Fae might make any human a bit strange in the head. She was prepared for this to be the usual frustrating runaround of voicemails and delayed messages, so it was a surprise when Killian picked up on the second ring.
"Yes?"
he asked.
"Who is this?"
"Hello, Killian. It's Neveah Lane," Neveah said.
"I don't recognize this number."
Most people would have been suspicious, and possibly hostile, whereas Killian's Irish brogue sounded deeply nervous across the crackling connection. She sighed. "New phone. The old one had a slight run-in with tech-killing magic. Long story."
"What is the elder's favorite drink?"
Killian asked, using the term of respect most Seelie and unseelie applied to the ancient Catchy. "Mead," Neveah replied wryly. "And that's a horrible security question, by the way. Half of the Fae population drinks mead."
"I know,"
Killian said.
"That's why I use it. Someone trying to trick me would assume the answer is something unusual or obscure."
Neveah considered that for a moment. "All right. That's an interesting approach, I suppose."
"It's good that you called. I tried to reach you earlier and couldn't get through."
"Yes, well," Neveah said. "Tech-killing magic, dead phone, as I said. Were you able to contact the Catchy yet?"
"They wish for a meeting with you as soon as possible."
"I'll just bet they do," Neveah thought. "Good," she said aloud, pulling up a mental map of the area and comparing it to what she knew of the ley lines. "I can be at the East Slope Overlook on Sonoma Mountain in California in about half an hour. I need the she to bring along an iron collar and bracelets, something that locks, but the more discreet the better."
"I will pass that message on."
The voice on the other end of the call sounded profoundly uncertain. "Do that, please. It's important."
"I understand, though your request will most likely delay the elder's arrival. Goodbye."
The call disconnected. Neveah turned to Alice. The sky was just beginning to lighten in the east. "Right," she said. "I suppose that's progress of a sort. How do you feel about a bracing morning hike in the wilderness?"
"3. Nigellus should have been relieved when Edward arrived in Sacramento with the car and a fresh shirt, offering an escape from the highway underpass where he'd suffered his ignominious defeat at the hands of an angel so weakened that she could barely even manifest her wings. He might have wished for a different chauffeur, however. He bit back any reply he might have been tempted to make, as Edward berated him for his carelessness, recklessness, and general stupidity, with the precise language and perfect manners that only a well-trained servant could employ. Ransley Thorpe's pointedly silent presence in the background was additional salt in the wound. so to speak.
I'm merely saying that if you'd waited for the extra 30 seconds it would have taken you to bring Ransley and Miss Bright along with you in the first place, the human said.
Yes, thank you, Edward. Nigellus snapped, his patience at an end. He shook off Ransley's offer of assistance and hobbled to the Aston Martin with what dignity he could muster, his chest and his leg aching in roughly equal measure.
That leg is going to take ages to heal,
Edward said, unable to resist one last dig.
You know what injuries from angelic weapons are like.
Nigellus gritted his teeth, lifting the mangled limb over the lip of the passenger doorframe and settling it into the front seat footwell. Ransley, who'd wisely been keeping his own counsel so far, swirled into mist and reappeared in the convertible's cramped back seat area, which was arguably the best method for making use of the sports car's impractically tight space.
We'll need to establish some sort of base of operations,
the vampire offered in a carefully neutral tone.
Something local, since we don't know which direction your angel went from here. Perhaps a hotel room.
Nigellus flicked his fingers in an irritable gesture of assent, not much caring about the details, as long as their destination was private and offered the facility to charge a cell phone.
Hotel room it is,
Edward muttered. The Aston's motor purred to life. The sound grew into a low, rumbling growl as Edward put his foot to the throttle, demonstrating his usual lack of respect for either speed limits or decorum.
"Logistics, Nigellus,"
Ransley said over the automobile's throaty roar.
"Your quarry has quite a significant head start on us. Even if Zora manages to find the pair by some miracle, it will take us too long to get to them."
With his body struggling to repair the damage to his ribcage and heart, while also recovering from the blow dealt by Shamasiel's sword, Nigellus could not afford to attempt teleportation frivolously. He would need to conserve his energy for a single jump to Hell's Gate with the unfortunate Alice Ramirez in tow. And even that would be a somewhat fraught proposition in his current condition. "You're about to suggest calling in your unseelie gadfly to provide magical transportation for us," he surmised. Ransley put a hand on the seat back, leaning forward in the gap between the front seats.
"Yes, as I said earlier, Albigard has no love for Mab. Aside from the catchy, you'll be hard-pressed to find another Fae less likely to kneel to her.
He also has a gift bond with Zora. Slippery, pointy-eared bastard that he is.
If she finds any leads, he could portal us directly to her side in an instant."
As hesitant as Nigellus was to involve anyone else from Dyne, he recognized sound logic when he heard it. He'd already allowed his emotions to overrule his good sense once tonight, and the consequences had been catastrophic. He could not allow it to happen a second time. "Your argument has merit," he allowed. "How difficult will it be to reach him?" Ransley reached for his phone.
"That depends a great deal on whether he and Len are currently on Earth or not. I'll text Len right now, though, to be fair, it's even later in St. Louis than it is here. I can't guarantee he'll answer right away regardless."
Nigellus nodded, to indicate his understanding. His mind already returning to the very distraction he least wanted to focus on. Neveah.
"Do you think Miss Lane will be able to control Mab?"
Edward asked, pitching his voice to be heard over the engine's roar. His tone of worry came through loud and clear. "An excellent question," Nigellus replied grimly. "I truly have no idea." Edward drove them to a high-end hotel in downtown Sacramento and acquired a suitable suite of rooms for their use. Nigellus forced himself to accept Ransley's offer of a shoulder for support, his injured pride burning almost as badly as his leg. The hours passed, in periods of fruitless conjecture, interspersed with stretches of vaguely uncomfortable silence. 3 a.m. came and went. Ransley left a couple more messages for Len Grayson and Albigard of the Unseelie, including one on the analog answering service the Fae apparently used for his property located in Chicago. A few minutes later, Ransley's phone rang with a strident series of musical notes. Edward raised an eyebrow.
"Really, Ransley? That ringtone seems a bit on the nose, I would have thought."
The vampire gave him a brief, tight smile before turning away to answer it. Nigellus frowned at his servant. "Do I even want to know?"
"I assume it's Zora reporting in, sir. She has your phone. The ringtone is AC/DC's Highway to Hell,"
Edward explained, with the air of someone working rather too hard to maintain a straight face. "Very droll," Nigellus replied, not greatly amused. Ransley concluded his conversation and turned back to them. "Zora flew over to Santa Rosa on a hunch, since it's the nearest large city to Sacramento. There was no sign of Neveah Lane's vehicle on the highway, but she was working an expanded spiral search pattern around the city when she sensed a massive blast of Fey magic coming from somewhere south of her position." Nigellus's attention sharpened, his brows drawing together. "How massive?"
"The kind of blast you might see from a very powerful Fae in a battle situation," Ransley said. "Not at all common on Earth these days, thankfully. Which is why it stood out from a distance against the normal etheric background noise. She's heading in the general direction it originated from, but she has no way to track the source precisely, since the power has mostly dissipated by now." The vampire's phone pinged again. A simple notification chime this time. He frowned down at it. "Ah, that's Len replying to my text messages. Good." Len Grayson was an untrained human necromancer who had, for reasons opaque to Nigellus, fallen in with Ransley's longtime Fae contact, Albigard. He'd been intimately involved in the events surrounding the Wild Hunt's escape from Dyne some months ago. Nigellus hadn't made any appreciable effort to keep tabs on the human after the crisis had been successfully resolved, but apparently the pair's liaison had been more than a brief, trauma-fueled meeting of minds and bodies. It was a somewhat unexpected development, given what Nigellus knew of the Fae's prickly personality.
though perhaps no more surprising than any other love affair. Ransley appeared to be engrossed in a rapid-fire text conversation, a furrow between his dark brows. "Nigellus, where's the closest convergence of ley lines to our location?" he asked, not looking up. Nigellus pulled out Zora's phone and opened the map application, zooming out from the small red marker hovering over the hotel. "The Plaza de California on the Capitol Mall," he said, calling on his mental map, left over from the war, of the energy meridians the Fae used for long-distance travel. The humans often tended to erect monuments along the lines of invisible magical flow, and the people of Sacramento had been no exception. "Not exactly an unobtrusive destination, but fair enough," Ransley said, his thumbs moving quickly over the phone screen. "At least it's nighttime."
"I assume they'll need a lift to the hotel when they arrive?"
Edward asked. "Yes," Ransley replied, still typing. "Albegard has never been to this building before, so he won't be able to portal directly here." He put the phone away and looked up. "They're on their way to the plaza now."
"Fair warning. I expect there will be a decent amount of bitching and moaning involved about the whole thing."
Edward slapped his palms to his knees and rose creakily from his chair.
"I'll be on my way to pick them up, in that case. Wouldn't want to keep them waiting after we dragged them out here in the middle of the night."
Ransley gave him an assessing once-over.
"Are you all right for sleep, Edward? It's been a rather long day. I can go if you prefer."
Edward gave him a crooked smile.
"I'm fine, sir. Though your concern is appreciated."
"Whereas I find it intriguing that you think I'd let you anywhere near the driver's seat of the Aston after the last time," Nigellus observed.
"It was a tiny scratch,"
Ransley said.
"Tiny. I'm amazed you even noticed it."
"I had to retrieve the car from impound," Nigellus replied flatly, "after you abandoned it in a random restaurant parking lot in a random city."
"We were being chased by murderous Fae at the time, as you'll recall,"
Ransley told him with some asperity. Nigellus said, non-committal.
"I'll just be off,"
Edward cut in.
"Back in 2 ticks with your new magical Fae taxi service."
"4. When Edward returned to the hotel, it was with both the Unseelie and his human necromancer in tow. "Len, mate," Ransley greeted. "You really didn't have to drag your arse all the way out here, you know. You could have let Tinkerbell come on his own." "Right," said the human. "You texted me in the middle of the night to say there was a potentially catastrophic emergency brewing, Bella Lugosi. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Forgive me if I'm skeptical of everything being smooth sailing." His Fae companion snorted. Grayson had changed noticeably since the last time Nigellus had seen him. Perhaps not so much in his physical appearance, which was still punctuated by aggressively styled blue-dyed hair, tattoos, and facial piercings, but rather in his self-assurance. A fragile sense of serenity seemed to have replaced the human's previous worn edginess. "Where's the bride of Dracula, anyway?" the human asked, frowning. You and Zora are usually joined at the hip. She's flying reconnaissance for us, Ransley replied, somewhere south of Santa Rosa. Hence your need of me, bloodsucker. Am I to become your cart horse now, conveying you from one place to another? Albigard asked. His green eyes flitted over Nigellus with interest. I'm surprised to find that such assistance is necessary in current company. Who broke your demon? Nigellus sighed. Grayson followed his gaze, honing in unerringly on Nigellus's leg. Nigellus recalled that the human had been in the medical profession at one point, which was how he'd originally attracted enough necromantic death energy to set both demon and fey radar tingling. Holy shit, Nigellus, said the human. That's a pretty nasty wound. Do you, want me to take a look at it for you? Ransley huffed. Considering he voluntarily let someone cut out his heart for several hours yesterday, his leg honestly isn't our biggest concern at the moment. Grayson opened his mouth, closed it, took a deep breath. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to pretend you didn't say that so we can all move on from there. The Unseelie raised a slanted brow. I, on the other hand, would be intrigued to hear the details of this story. Nigellus examined the Fae. Whatever he had been up to since confronting the wild hunt in the heart of Dyne appeared to agree with him. The gaunt, hunted look had faded from his sharply drawn features. His pale blonde hair hung in loose waves, and the aura of defensiveness that had always surrounded him like armor had softened since the last time Nigellus had dealings with him. How intriguing that such an unlikely romantic relationship could apparently mend a pair of broken souls, when all Nigellus's recent ill-advised liaison had achieved was to thoroughly infuriate him. Well, that, and to nearly sever his leg. The answer to who broke Nigellus is a bit of a long story, Ransley hedged. No, it isn't, Nigellus said flatly, meeting the Fae's eyes and holding them. There is a single angel remaining on earth, cut off from heaven after the gate between the two realms was locked. She has, somewhat unfortunately, thrown her lot in with our quarry. The Unseelie's other eyebrow rose to join the first. An angel. Impossible. Oh, it's possible, Ransley muttered. And that's not even the real punchline of the joke. Just you wait. Albigard frowned. Perhaps someone should start from the beginning. Nigellus took a deep breath and filled in the pair of newcomers on the pathetic farce of a story, despite his ongoing misgivings at involving yet another denizen of Dyne in the business. And so, once he recovered sufficiently to speak, the guard reported that the prisoner had called herself the midwife of Dyne before she escaped. He finished. I returned to Earth to find her already in the angel's custody. I was unfortunately overpowered during the ensuing battle, and they both fled. At the mention of Mab's sobriquet, Albigard looked like he'd been punched. "No," he breathed. Then, with more force, "Do you have any idea what this means, demon?" "Of course I do," Nigellus snapped. "Dine's midwife has the heart of a demon packed in salt, along with the ability to use magic even though it should be impossible. If she reaches the warden of a Fey overkeep before we can recapture her—" Grayson made a time-out gesture. "Wait, back up a minute. Someone want to do the Hell to Earth translation for me here? Who's the midwife of Dine?" "Mab," Albigard spat. "The battle-mad queen who sacrificed my brother and sister to power the vampire killer has escaped hell." The necromancer's gray eyes widened, the metal piercing above his left eyebrow glinting in the room's lights. "Are you kidding me?" "She must be killed before she reaches other Fae," Albigard said, biting off the words. "There is no other reasonable option." "Whoa! Hold up right there," Grayson scowled. "She hijacked an innocent human's body. No one's killing anyone. We need to save this girl, Alice." "Let's just say there is an ongoing discussion regarding our next steps," Ransley said. "Nigellus has agreed to take both Alice and her Fey hitchhiker to Hell to contain her. Once there, he'll ensure every attempt is made to remove Mab's soul from Alice's body. If it's successful, he'll give Alice the choice to stay in Hell with the other humans who reside there, or accept a soul bond with him so she can return to Earth." "Where she's currently wanted on suspicion of multiple murders," Grayson pointed out. "Also, I feel compelled to point out that Hell didn't successfully contain Mab before." Albigard eyed Nigellus with something close to rage. "And to think, you once accused me of endangering the peace treaty. Perhaps, under different circumstances, I'd be able to appreciate the irony. But this entire situation is unconscionable." "Recriminations are as unhelpful now as they were then," Nigellus said. "And the potential repercussions of this situation are every bit as bad as the Wild Hunt's escape, if not worse." "So what's the deal with the stolen demon heart?" Grayson asked. "Because that part seems next-level crazy, even compared to the rest of this story. Was she trying to keep the guard from talking, or is there more to it than that?" Albigard didn't break his death glare at Nigellus as he spoke. "The flesh and blood of immortals has power. I sincerely doubt her plan is anything so straightforward as keeping the guard quiet." Edward shifted in his chair. "She did indicate a desire to see Hell destroyed for good." "And a demon's heart can do that?" Grayson asked. "How?" "Of course it can't," Nigellus said sharply. "It has a link," Albigard sounded grim. "A connection to the demon realm that lies within Mab's complete control, as long as it remains packed in salt. She was always powerful. She might well be able to find a use for it." Outside the window, the sky to the east was beginning to fade from velvet black to lavender. Ransley's phone jolted to life, with the same juvenile and mildly offensive ringtone as before. "That's Zora," he told the others, before answering. He accepted the call and put it on speaker. "What have you got for us, love?"
"That depends,"
came the tinny answer.
"Ask Nigellus who CG is."
Nigellus inhaled. As it happened, CG was one of the unwilling spies he'd troubled to maintain, even after the treaty forbidding demonic interference on Earth had gone into effect. The man's family in Ireland had served the Fae for generations. For much of that time, they'd also served Nigellus, as victims of demonic mind control layered over the Fae's own particular brand of mental influence. It was a dangerous game. But Nigellus had needed a diplomatic backdoor into Dyne for situations just such as this one. If Gallagher was contacting him directly, something noteworthy had occurred within the Fae realm, or was about to. He reached out with his demonic senses, feeling the suggestion of something balanced on a cusp, poised to tip. "He is an occasionally useful contact," was all he said, pitching his voice to be heard through the phone speaker. "What was the message?"
"It was a text,"
Zora replied.
"It just said to make contact with him immediately."
"Very well," Nigellus said. "It seems highly likely that this message is somehow relevant to the current crisis." Albigard was still attempting to burn holes through Nigellus's skull with his green glare. At Nigellus's words, his expression went abruptly blank. "Say, J. Kellyan Gallagher. You have a double agent in the Fae's employ." "As I said, he is an occasionally useful contact." Ransley's tone was dry. "Yes, one whose brain is permanently scrambled from being pulled in two different directions under the psychic control of two powerful and diametrically opposed races. I've met the man. No wonder he's a walking eye twitch."
"This phone's on its last legs and I've got no way to charge it,"
Zora said.
"Call me back when there's news. Until then, I'll keep searching."
"Right you are, love," Ransley said.
"Len and Albia with us here now, so we'll be able to portal to you if you succeed in tracking Alice down. Don't do anything reckless. Or at least, don't do it until I'm there to join in." "Right you are, lover,"
Zora agreed.
"Tell Len and Tink I say hi, and welcome to the latest apocalypse. Talk soon."
Nigellus was already calling up Gallagher's number from memory and inputting it into the phone he'd borrowed from Zora. It rang 3 times, and the man picked up. "Yes?" "Kellyan Gallagher," Nigellus said. "You wished to contact me. Talk." There was a slight pause. Then,
"Why is everyone using different phones today?"
The question was plaintive. It was also suggestive, and Nigellus filed it away for later consideration. He answered a couple of inane questions, apparently intended to confirm his identity, and heard Gallagher's gusty sigh across the international connection.
"Something strange is going on. The Katshi is traveling to Earth again, but this time
They took an iron collar and shackles with them." Nigellus went still, wondering if it could possibly be so simple. "Interesting. Do you know the she's destination? A time? A place?"
"Sonoma Mountain,"
Gallagher said without hesitation.
"It's in the United States, California. There's a tourist overlook on the eastern slope. The elder left only a few minutes ago."
"Thank you," Nigellus told him, and ended the call abruptly. He turned to the others. "I know where they are." He relayed Gallagher's message, adding, "The cat she intended me to know about this development, or they would not have shared their plans with a compromised errand boy in such detail. I suspect they intend to bind Alice in iron, so that I may safely return her to hell."
"Some day," Albigard said, "you will tell me how a daemon came to claim allyship with an otherwise respected and honorable she."
"Simple," Nigellus said, more sharply than he'd perhaps intended. "Neither of us wants war."
"I've texted Zora with the update," Ransley said. "She'll let me know when she's located our quarry at the Sonoma Mountain Overlook. If we're working on the assumption that your angel is still playing guard dog, and still armed with your sword, then I feel duty-bound to remind you that both Zora and I are too drained right now to be of much use in a serious fight."
"The same could be said of you, sir," Edward added unhelpfully. "Are you going to have enough juice to teleport Alice to Hell's Gate, even if you catch up to her? With the demons on war footing, the protections around the area will prevent Albigard from portaling too close to the area. It will have to be you, unless you propose to drag her kicking and screaming through the moaning caverns on foot." "I will marshal my strength. It should be enough for a single jump to Hell's Gate with one other person in tow," Nigellus said. "Edward, please return to Vallecito and await us there. While it would be preferable for all of us to recover our strength before confronting the angel, there is no time. This may be our only chance to retrieve Mab while she is relatively helpless." Ransley's phone pinged. He checked it.
"Zora's in position at Sonoma Mountain. She's confirmed they're at the Overlook, and she's hiding out of sight nearby. Len, if you want to go to Vallecito with Edward, we can meet you back at the winery house."
Grayson shot him a flat stare.
"Not a chance."
"In that case," Albigard said, "I suppose you intend me to perform my duty as taxi service now, bloodsucker." He waved a hand, and a bright portal outlined by crackling flames opened in the center of the hotel suite.
"Good luck, sir,"
Edward said. "Not to worry, Edward," Nigellus told him. "A single human shackled in iron hardly poses much of a threat." With that, he stepped through the Unseely's portal, forcing his damaged leg to bear his weight as he went to confront his jilted angel. It was past time to put an end to this farce.
5. The view from the eastern slope of Sonoma Mountain at dawn was beautiful. But as far as Neveah was concerned, it wasn't nearly as welcome a sight as the approach of a slender, androgynous figure dressed in buckskins. The cat-sheep padded toward them with a burlap bag draped over one shoulder, eyeing Neveah's human companion warily. "Greetings," said the she. "You must be Alice Ramirez." They paused, and then muttered, "Let us hope." Alice still looked horrible. Her complexion was sallow, and the dark circles under her eyes were an unpleasant shade of bruised bluish-brown. "Hello," she said uncertainly. "Yes, I'm still me, for the moment, at least as far as I can tell. I guess you must be Neveah's friend. Did you bring the iron?"
"I did, child," the she replied. "Do not fear. With luck, all will be well once we ensure that your unwanted passenger is restrained from using her magic."
Neveah tilted her head. "Does that mean you have some idea of what we need to do to free Alice from Mab?" The last time they'd spoken, the cat-she had given every indication of being on board with Nigellus's plan to drag Alice straight to hell. It was only Neveah's growing alarm over Mab's use of magic, and the complete absence of any other potential allies, that had convinced her to contact the she again for help.
"Not currently," said the she. "For now, I am only concerned with making her safe."
"And all I have to do is wear the iron, like jewelry?" Alice asked, her nervousness clear in her voice.
"In theory,"
the she said, swinging the bag down from their shoulder and reaching into it.
"Come here, child."
The little fae straightened, holding a hinged and padlocked collar delicately between their thumb and forefinger, as though the metal were hot to the touch.
"Bend down so I can get this on you, please."
Alice hesitantly lifted her hair away from her neck and bent forward at the waist, only to jerk straight again with a startled gasp as a flash of light flared within a stand of nearby trees. Neveah whirled toward the sound of crackling flames, and so did the she.
"Oh, dear,"
the little fae murmured.
"No, no, this was not at all what I intended."
Neveah stared at the she, dumbfounded.
"Not what you—"
She shook her head sharply.
"That was a fae portal. What have you done?"
Before she could grab Alice by the arm and try to make a run for it, a resonant voice emerged from the trees.
"Shemasiel."
Neveah's heart sank as Nigellus emerged onto the overlook, still heavily favoring his leg.
"How could you?"
she asked the she, the betrayal clear in her tone. She was genuinely hurt by her friend's deception, and more surprised by it than she would have liked to admit. Incensed, Neveah marched up to Nigellus, getting in his face as fury got the better of good sense. "And you! What more do I have to do to get you to stop following me?" The demon raised a slow eyebrow.
"The simple answer would be to cease behaving foolishly."
Neveah gasped with outrage. Quick as a snake, she hauled off and slapped him across the cheek as the overwhelming unfairness of this entire situation crashed over her like a wave. The simple silver ring she wore on her right hand caught his skin, drawing blood. Nigellus's head snapped satisfyingly to the side, but his expression remained impassive as he straightened. She whirled back, ready to give the cat-she a piece of her mind, in hopes that a bit of creative yelling might stall the pair while she came up with some kind of a plan for escape. She needed that iron, damn it. But the she wasn't looking at her. Instead, they were looking past Neveah, past the demon, to where several other figures were now emerging from the trees. An expression of recognition, followed by one of horror, slid over their elfin features.
"Alaneth, you should not be here."
A handsome, unseelie fae strode toward Alice and the Sidhe, armed with an iron dagger in his belt and a thunderous expression on his face. Neveah had a confused impression of Nigellus's vampire protege, the vampire's part-demon paramour, and a human with blue hair following a few steps behind the unseelie. She would have given the group more attention, but she was too busy picturing all the ways this could go terribly wrong as the fey newcomer stalked up to Alice, his eyes flashing murder.
"Who are all these people?"
Alice squeaked, backing away.
"What's happening? Stay away from me!"
"Elder,"
said the unseelie, his voice dripping with bitterness and disdain.
"Why is this creature not bound in iron yet?"
He reached out as though to grab Alice by the wrist. Neveah rushed forward, intending to place herself between them, but Alice was faster. Eyes flaring green, she flung a hand out. Her palm landed on the unseelie's chest, just below the hollow of his throat.
"Stop!"
the Sidhe cried. At the same moment, the blue-haired human shouted,
"Albigard!"
The unseelie's eyes rolled up, showing the whites. He dropped to the ground as if poleaxed, and Alice followed him down. When she straightened, she held his dagger in her hand, and she was laughing. Neveah slid to a halt, still several feet away, her stomach sinking. Mab, queen of the Fae, nudged the unseelie with the toe of Alice's shoe. He flopped onto his back, a marionette with its strings cut.
"Get away from him!"
the blue-haired human yelled.
"Damn it! What did you do?"
He took an aggressive step forward. Nigellus's pet vampire grabbed him by the arm with inhuman strength, hissing,
"Len, wait,"
in a pronounced English accent. The human jerked his arm free.
"I said back off."
Lurid blue energy crackled around his hands and flashed toward Mab like a bolt of lightning. Startled, Neveah recoiled in shock from the unexpected graveyard stench of raw necromantic power. But Mab swept it aside with a casual swipe of one hand. The human fell to his knees, gasping, as though his weak attempt at a magical attack had drained all of his strength. Mab looked at the hand she'd just used to effortlessly deflect a bolt of death magic.
"Oh,"
she said, her voice a purr.
"Now, this is a good jest. Did you arrange this offering of power as a gift for your queen, little Sidhe?"
For the first time Neveah could remember in their centuries of acquaintance, the cat Sidhe appeared lost for words. They looked rapidly between Mab and the fallen unseelie.
"No,"
said the Sidhe, hurrying to kneel next to the unresponsive Fae and place a hand on the side of his face.
"No, this was completely unforeseen."
"You've taken his magic," Neveah said blankly, staring at the Fae Queen in her stolen human body. Mab stepped away from the unseelie's motionless form. She sauntered closer to Neveah, who backed away, circling around the edge of the overlook. In her peripheral vision, Neveah saw the blue-haired human half stagger, half crawl to the fallen Fae's side, where the cat Sidhe now appeared to be pouring their own animus into him in an attempt to save his life. Nigellus watched all of this warily from his position near the edge of the trees, his arm raised in front of the two vampires in a clear gesture for them not to attack.
"How kind of you to bring me an unseelie who was already pledged to me,"
Mab said. Golden light thrummed through the veins of Alice's body, lighting her flesh from within.
"Especially one with such potent magic."
"Do you mean pledged?" Neveah asked, playing for time as she desperately tried to think of a way out of this disaster. The cold, disconcerting smile stretched Alice's lips again. Mab jerked her chin toward the unmoving Fae. "That one's father pledged all his offspring to my service when they were but babes. A pity his twin sister died in the womb. I have many uses for powerful twins." The blue-haired human glared up at her. "You killed his twin siblings to feed your own bloodlust." "Enough." That was Nigellus. For the first time, Neveah began to worry that maybe she shouldn't have further weakened the demon by nearly hacking his leg off when he'd already been badly drained. It was clear he'd required the Unseelie help to travel here using a Fae portal. Nigellus's arrival had precipitated this crisis, and it was evident that his presence wasn't going to be much help in solving the disaster he'd created. She suspected he was holding back enough power to transport Mab to Hell's Gate, but only if he could get physical hold of her, which seemed vanishingly unlikely. Mab's glowing green gaze settled on the tattooed human, and Neveah tensed with a fresh prickle of unease. She reached once more for her hidden sword, fingers grasping at the air fitfully, but the blade, which had been just out of her reach in the hotel room, was even farther out of her grasp now. "It is as you say, creature," Mab agreed. "That one's brother and sister powered my greatest weapon against the vampires. But while I have use for powerful Fae, I have none whatsoever for filthy necromancers. Abominations are good only for killing." Her hand lifted, a ball of glowing energy forming around it. Both vampires exploded into mist at the same time she hurled it toward the kneeling human. Ransley Thorpe took the brunt of the magical attack, slamming back into solidity and hitting the ground hard. The blue-haired human cursed sharply, flinching away, stunned but unhurt. Neveah wanted to curse as well. She was still unable to reach her only useful weapon, or to visualize any possible conclusion to the fight that wouldn't be a total catastrophe. Zora solidified in mid-air an instant later and barreled into Mab, sending them both to the ground in a rolling tangle of limbs. "Cease this, at once!" cried the cat-she. They were still crouched over the Unseelie, pale with the strain of trying to save his life. Everyone ignored the command. Neveah's eyes found the demon's. The look of frustrated anger in his whiskey-colored gaze made her want to scream. Why was he looking at her like this mess was her fault, when it was so clearly his fault? A grunt emerged from the struggling pair on the ground, followed by a cry of startled pain. Mab, her body still glowing with stolen power, dragged the female vampire to her feet and pressed the dagger to her throat. Blood stained the front of the vampire's shirt over her heart. The dagger blade wasn't silver, meaning the wound wouldn't kill her. It had clearly stunned her, though. With her free hand, Mab grasped the vampire's chin and twisted. Vertebrae gave way with a sharp crack. Neveah watched in horror as Nigellus grunted and lunged, only to collapse to his feet, clutching his chest as Mab slashed the blade across the vampire's throat with enough force to nearly sever her head. She let the limp body drop to the ground with a wet thud. "Ah, you know, killing vampires is every bit as satisfying as I remember it being," Mab said, wiping the scarlet-soaked blade on Alice's jeans. With that, she opened a portal, the Unseelie's stolen magic still glowing in her veins. Panic clutched at Neveah's throat. Mab had too much power now. A single expenditure of magical force no longer weakened her. The others were all down for the count in varying states of helplessness, and possibly death in the case of the unseelie and the female vampire. There was no time. "You'll need a hostage," she blurted before Mab could disappear through the portal to who knew where. "I'd make a good one." Neveah couldn't let her get away now. If Mab was strong enough, she could portal to the nearest ley line and use it to travel straight to County Meath in Ireland, where the gate between Earth and Dyne was located. Neveah would not let the Catshee's betrayal and Nigellus's idiotic interference lead to a new war. Lifting her hands in an open-palmed gesture of peace, she moved toward Mab a step at a time, keeping her body language unthreatening. Mab smiled at her, slow and crooked in the golden morning sun.
"Yes, I suppose you would at that, wouldn't you, Angel?"
she said, flipping the dagger in her grip and hurling it with a flick of her wrist. The iron blade slid between her ribs and embedded itself in Neveah's heart. Neveah just had time to think, "Not again," before the pain hit. Her wings burst free in reaction to the shock, still burning with agony from the earlier attack in the hotel room. They flailed without any sort of coordination, no strength behind the useless flapping. The mad Fey Queen grabbed the nearest one and used it as leverage to send Neveah staggering through the flaming portal. She landed in a heap on the other side. Mab strolled through after her. The portal snapped shut, cutting them off from Sonoma Mountain, and the motley group of supernaturals who'd just done a superb job of ruining Neveah's day. Again. 6. Neveah lay sprawled on the dusty concrete floor of an echoing warehouse, trying to gather enough muscle strength and coordination to reach up and pull the dagger out of her heart. Nope. Maybe she'd try again in a minute or two. "Seattle, I assume?" she croaked, adding, "That's what the humans are calling the place where the Duwamish tribes used to live, by the way." Mab eyed her like an insect she'd squashed beneath the sole of her shoe, the sour expression sitting oddly on Alice's open features.
"The humans have certainly made themselves at home along the coastline of this continent in the centuries since I was last here," she observed. "It's apparent to me now that you thought to trick me. No doubt there are Fae established in some of the other large cities as well. I could have contacted them easily had I only known where to look."
Neveah said nothing, since there was no benefit in either confirming Mab's statement or lying in an attempt to refute it. The Fey Queen examined Alice's ragged fingernails, her posture studiously casual.
"I brought you to this place because I've been here before, meaning it was simpler to conjure a portal leading to this location. Although, to be fair, it was an undeveloped riverbank the last I was here. Not a—" she glanced around, "whatever this place is."
"Warehouse?" Neveah rasped. "Seattle is a thriving port city." Mab made a humming noise of acknowledgement.
I dare say it is."
She towed one of Neveah's twisted and scorched wings where it lay useless on the floor. Neveah winced.
"You interest me, Angel. You should not be here,"
Mab continued.
"You are also pathetically weak for one of your kind. I should like to hear your story, were it not for the fact that I have considerably more pressing concerns at present."
"Such as?" Neveah managed, not really expecting an answer. Mab only smiled, her glowing green eyes roving over their surroundings.
"Never you mind,"
she said. Neveah tried again to reach for the hilt of the dagger in her chest, her fingers fumbling ineffectually a few inches above the floor. She let her hand fall back to the cool concrete, where it lay limp. "I suppose it would cause quite a stir if you dragged me before the Fae Court and dine as your prisoner. Is that your plan?"
"Perhaps, in time, but not quite yet."
Mab's sharp gaze turned assessing.
My, it certainly seems quite deserted inside this structure. This dust hasn't been disturbed in weeks."
That fact hadn't escaped Neveah's notice. It was probably a good thing. She wasn't in any hurry to have innocent humans stumble into Mab's line of fire, much less to be stuck trying to explain away her wings when she was too weak to bring her celestial influence to bear. "I hope Alice doesn't have any dust allergies," she said. "Speaking of which, that body you're wearing can't support the kind of power you're pouring through it. You must realize that."
"So you said before, and yet here we both are."
Mab lifted one hand, examining the veins tracing along its back. As Neveah watched, the golden power she'd stolen from the unlucky Unseelie faded, and the green glow in her eyes dimmed. "Alice?" Neveah asked hopefully. Mab snorted.
"Hardly. As I told you before, this body is ultimately of no importance, as long as it survives long enough for me to fulfill my purpose. And to that end—"
She trailed off, moving to retrieve a coil of heavy rope lying haphazardly between two stacks of crates nearby. Neveah really wished she could force her muscles to respond well enough to move. She had the same unpleasant feeling of insubstantiality she'd experienced after Mab's salt-packed bullet had slammed into her chest. Only this time, it was even worse than before. On the positive side, if she ended up discorporating, then it wouldn't matter whether Mab succeeded in ushering in a new war or not. Or at least, it wouldn't matter to her. Neveah suspected there were quite a few other people in the Three Realms to whom it would matter quite a lot. She lay helpless as Mab crouched next to her and bound her securely with the scratchy rope, wrapping it around and around her arms and torso until she felt like a butterfly trapped in a chrysalis. If the butterfly in question also had injured wings and a knife sticking out of its thorax. A human would have suffocated under the unforgiving tight loops. Even for an angel it was enough to prevent speech. She couldn't draw enough breath to force words out. The situation was not improved when Mab dragged over a heavy steel hook attached to a block and tackle system hanging from the ceiling. No doubt the apparatus was designed to move heavy crates in and out of the stacks lining this part of the warehouse. Unfortunately, it was also highly effective at hoisting a bound angel 10 feet into the air and leaving her dangling there helplessly. "Ouch!" Neveah wheezed, using the last of her breath as it was squeezed out of her.
"Never fear, my little immortal."
Mab's twisted smile was tight with barely controlled anger.
"I shall return for you once I've contacted my subjects and informed them of my presence on Earth. And then my loyal Fae and I will see what is to be done about our old enemies, the demons, once and for all."
"Great," Neveah tried to say. It emerged as a strangled squeak.
The Fey Queen's flinty gaze played over her, rife with disdain. Mab turned on her heel and strode away without another word, leaving Neveah hanging in the air, hopelessly battered and broken. Hours passed in solitude, until Neveah would have braved the necessity of lying about her wings if it meant some hapless human would show up to lower her down and cut the benighted ropes off her body. She was out of practice with agony, it seemed. Or perhaps she'd never been in practice in the first place. Angels in their natural habitat weren't much prone to injury, and in the event of something extraordinary, like a war with the demons, healing was simply a matter of drawing power directly from the angelic realm. Yep, those had been the days, all right. In the absence of access to the angelic realm's healing energy, being injured sucked big time. So did being tied up and hung from a hook like a particularly gaudy fly fishing lure. She wondered if the unseelie that Mab drained during the recent battle had survived, and the pretty female vampire for that matter. The fact that the vampire's near beheading had visibly weakened Nigellus was interesting. One might almost say it was suggestive. Neveah would have loved the chance to needle him about it. She reminded herself firmly that she was still livid with the demon. Stupid, interfering sod that he was. She hoped he felt really, really bad about the entire thing. If he didn't, she would take great pleasure in explaining to him exactly how bad he should feel the next time she saw him. There was no breath left in her lungs for the gusty sigh of irritation that she wanted to expel. The whole situation was terribly tiresome. When echoing footsteps sounded against the concrete floor, Neveah wasn't sure whether to hope for random human warehouse employees or Mab's return. But in the end, even if she could successfully influence humans not to run screaming to the authorities after seeing her wings, being rescued wouldn't help her much if it meant Mab got away. No. Neveah needed to stick to the Fey Queen like glue if she were to have any chance of averting the calamity that was looking ever more unavoidable. Two figures appeared. Mab, and a tall man with reddish-blonde hair, whose green eyes widened upon seeing Neveah hanging from the ceiling. Mab had found herself an unseelie ally, it seemed. Wonderful. The male Fey gaped at Neveah in clear consternation.
"An angel,"
he said slowly.
"You captured an angel."
Mab raised an eyebrow pointedly. The unseelie flushed scarlet. He took a hasty step backward and dropped to one knee, his head bowed subserviently.
"My queen, it seems you truly are Mab reborn."
Neveah would have liked to scream with frustration. Mab looked down Alice's nose at her genuflecting subject.
"How kind of you to acknowledge my identity. I require transportation to a secure location from which to work. You will send a message to Dain, addressed to Minister Oren, informing him of my return. And then I must retrieve an item from the human settlement located near Hell's Gate."
The unseelie's shoulders pulled inward as he curled into a deeper bow.
"My queen, Oren is dead, branded a traitor and slain by the Wild Hunt."
Whoops! Awkward, Neveah thought, wishing someone would get around to cutting her down. Mab scowled.
"Who leads the unseelie court now?"
she asked, only to shake her head briskly, dismissing her own question.
"Never mind. I will require a full debriefing on the political situation in Dain, But first, I want access to that secure location." "Of course, my queen."
The Unseelie rose, giving Neveah another astonished sidelong glance.
"Will we be taking the prisoner with us?"
"Oh, we will indeed," Mab said with relish.
"Be certain the angel is not given the opportunity to remove the dagger from her heart. Lower her down, and let us be on our way."
Neveah silently ran through her available options. It didn't take long, since there were very few to consider. She tried not to think about how humiliating this whole situation was, because really... The Unseelie watched her warily as he moved to the control mechanism for the block and tackle, lowering her toward the concrete floor. It was a good thing the device appeared to be a simple motor with no advanced electronics, or the phase aura might have fried it and left her hanging from the rafters as a permanent fixture in the warehouse. A particularly unattractive and bloody angelic chandelier. With no other viable options, Neveah faked a dead faint the moment her scorched wings touched the floor. Playing dead wasn't precisely the kind of strategy that had won Shemasiel accolades on the battlefield in the mists of human prehistory, but it was all she could come up with at the moment. Look helpless. Get them to lower their guard. Try not to panic about the idea that she was, in fact, totally helpless. Easy. If nothing else, maybe the pair would be more inclined to speak freely if they thought she was completely out of it. Neveah needed to know Mab's master plan for the demons, especially if the item she was retrieving happened to be a demon heart packed in salt. It had been too much to hope for that the Fae Queen had no ulterior motives for holding on to her grisly trophy. A boot nudged Neveah's limp wing. She really wished people would stop doing that, but she forced herself to stay still and unresponsive.
"How did you overpower the creature, my queen?"
asked the Unseelie.
"With a combination of magic and sharp metal,"
Mab replied. This time, someone's toe tapped against the dagger hilt where it protruded obscenely from Neveah's chest, and it was considerably harder not to react. Neveah silently berated herself for having been too zealous in hiding her flaming sword in an obscure pocket dimension. She'd been so focused on ensuring Nigellus couldn't reach it to steal it back from her that she'd succeeded in stashing it where she couldn't reach it either. At least, not in her current weakened condition. If she'd only been able to use the blade when she'd needed it, to repel Mab's attack in the hotel room, or during the humiliating skirmish on Sonoma Mountain, perhaps all of this could have been avoided.
"I will transport us to a location where the angel may be suitably restrained while we retrieve this object you require from California,"
the Unseelie said.
"I assume you are already aware that the demons are on high alert. It would be best if they remain unaware of our presence near their gate."
Apparently, Mab's new Unseelie lackey had decided to double down on being obsequious, perhaps in hope of gaining favor with Dine's returned queen.
"Then you will ensure that they are not made aware,"
Mab said carelessly.
"Let us depart. Time is of the essence."
A crackling portal sprang into existence, the glow visible even through Neveah's closed eyelids. Someone, presumably the taller, stronger Unseelie, grabbed the end of the rope binding Neveah and dragged her through the tunnel in reality. The magical transition from one place to another churned her stomach, but she doggedly continued to play dead. Their destination had the dank, musty atmosphere of a basement. Sound was muffled,
The floor was the same hard concrete as the warehouse they'd just left, only damp and cold instead of cool and dusty.
"May I ask what, precisely, it is that you need to retrieve?"
said the Unseelie, as he dragged Neveah across an expanse of bare floor.
"Oh, you may indeed,"
Mab said with relish, making Neveah wonder how long she'd been looking forward to sharing her plan with an appreciative audience.
"It is the key to our enemy's destruction. Just as I was able to develop a weapon to destroy the vampires during the war, I will now develop one to shatter the gate to hell. Once it is open, Dain will send the wild hunt into the demon realm, forcing its denizens to either flee or be drained of life force until they are weakened and helpless."
If Neveah's blood had been pumping at all, it would have run cold at the tone of utter hatred and utter certainty coloring Mab's words.
"Shattered the gate?"
The Unseelie sounded like he was trying not to let his skepticism show.
"How is that possible?" "Why, with a key, of course. A little piece of hell that I alone control."
Neveah's stomach sank. Could she truly achieve such a thing? Mab had already committed genocide once using a magical weapon unlike anything previously seen. That fact alone made it dangerous to assume she was delusional when it came to her latest vision for Hell's conquest. The problem with the demon realm was that the gate only opened in one direction. Any would-be conquerors immediately became prisoners upon entering. If that gate could be blown open, it would change the balance of power between the two races considerably.
"Now,"
Mab said,
"assist me in pinning my butterfly where she will not be a distraction while I complete my other tasks."
The less said about the next few minutes, the better. Neveah had to retreat far into herself to maintain her ruse of unconsciousness, when every instinct cried out to struggle. It would have been pointless anyhow. She had no strength with which to resist. The Unseelie cut away the ropes binding her. They were immediately replaced with metal shackles, her wrists chained to the basement's rough stone wall in such a way as to pull her arms out and to the side, crucifixion style. That was bad enough, but the spikes through her wings were far worse. Despite her best efforts, she choked on a cry as she was pinioned to the wall, exactly like the butterfly Mab had compared her to. When she was restrained to Mab's satisfaction, the pair left, presumably to retrieve Leak's salt-encased heart so the Fae could start her new war of revenge. Neveah hung from her bondage, panting softly, and cursing every single misstep she'd made over the past several days. There was only one possible avenue of escape left to her. She had a single, unwanted playing card remaining up her sleeve, and it was the same damned joker that had landed her in this mess in the first place.
"7. In the frankly pathetic aftermath of Mab's rampage, Nigellus felt power flow into him as fate turned on its axis. He swallowed a frustrated snarl at the utterly unhelpful timing. Now his strength began to return, now that it was too damned late to be of any help in capturing the Fae Queen. The Catchy looked up from where they still hovered over Albigard of the Unseelie. The Fae was out of danger now, but still barely strong enough to sit upright unaided after the Sidhe had poured their own power into him to replace what Mab had stolen from him.
"You've sensed something,"
said the Sidhe, who didn't look all that well either at this point. "Fate has shifted," Nigellus replied. "I believe we may infer that Mab has successfully reached other Fae, or is about to." He absolutely refused to think about the angel's fate as the captive of a mad queen bent on war. Not yet. Not when there was nothing he could do about it. Ransley, pale as a proverbial ghost, sat with Zora cradled against his chest. Nigellus had used the last of his reserves to heal her in the aftermath of the attack that had nearly decapitated her. Even if he weren't bound by his obligation to Ransley to keep her alive, it was now more necessary than ever to preserve the demon's rare source of vampire blood as a new war loomed. Albigard leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, the heels of his hands pressed against his eye sockets, as though his head pained him. Under the circumstances, it probably did. "I hesitate to ask," said the Unseelie, letting his hands drop to hang loosely in the air. "But what just happened, exactly?" Ransley's eyes narrowed. "You're a bloody idiot. That's what happened." "Put a sock in it, Bella," Len Grayson snapped. "I'm guessing you and the Bride of Dracula will expect my arteries to be on tap today, since you both look like complete shit. So maybe try not pissing me off first." He turned to his Fae companion, his tone gentling. "He's right, though. You're an idiot. What were you thinking?" Some of Nigellus's deep-seated irritation spilled over. "As we're on the subject, that blast of necromantic energy you squandered on a pointless and ill-considered attack might have turned the battle in our favor, had you directed it to me instead." As a demon, Nigellus could have utilized the human's raw death magic to strengthen himself. The fact that Grayson had wasted the power in a moment of emotion was yet more evidence, if any were needed, that sentimental attachments were nothing more than a dangerous distraction in desperate times such as these. The human raised an eyebrow, his ridiculous metal facial piercings glinting in the sunlight. "I'll keep that in mind, in case I ever learn to control this shit consciously. Which, I might add, I currently don't." Albigard placed a hand over his forearm, a mild, quelling gesture. "If someone could please answer my question regarding what happened."
"You attempted to physically restrain Alice Ramirez,"
the cat-she said without inflection.
"Your presence evidently roused Mab's awareness, and she drained you of your animus nearly to the point of death in order to strengthen herself. She overpowered the others while I was engaged in saving your life, and then she portaled away with Neveah Lane as a captive."
"Oh," Albigard said blankly. "Len?" Zora asked weakly. "Sorry to ask, but have we avoided pissing you off sufficiently that you can spare me some blood now?" Grayson sighed. "Sure, why not?" He rose to go to her, swayed alarmingly, cursed under his breath, and staggered to her side, collapsing next to her and Ransley without grace. Fuck. This whole thing is Avengers Infinity War levels of humiliating. Zora took his offered wrist and bit into it. He barely flinched as her fangs slid in. Ransley rummaged in his pocket and came up with his cell phone, only to scowl and slip it back in his pocket a moment later. "Does anyone have a working phone?" Grayson fumbled in his clothing with his free hand. "Here, some of us have enough sense to keep our phones powered off whenever Faye are involved. Albigard, can you and the Catchy rein in the tech-killing auras for a few minutes, please?" Zora gave him his wrist back with a murmur of thanks. The human waited until both Albigard and the she nodded in acknowledgement before powering on the phone. "Who are we calling?" he asked. "Give it here," Nigellus demanded. Grayson tossed it to him without comment, and he caught it. The prospect of calling Edward yet again to report that a simple extraction operation designed to drag a human woman to hell had gone badly wrong was not precisely appealing. He dialed anyway.
"Hello?" his servant replied. "Who is this?"
"Edward, it's me. Have you returned to Vallecito yet?"
"Killed another phone, have you, sir?"
Edward asked.
"That doesn't bode well. No, I'm still quite a ways out. It's only been 45 minutes.
"Good," Nigellus said. "Come and pick us up from the Sonoma Mountain overlook, please. There's been a complication."
"Has there indeed?"
Edward's tone was tart.
"You do surprise me, sir."
"Unless he's driving a van, we're not all going to fit," Grayson said. "A moment, Edward," Nigellus said.
"There is a ley line nearby,"
said the Catchy.
"I should return to dine and monitor events there, given this most recent development."
Albigard and his human lover exchanged a speaking look. "We will return as well," said the Unseelie. "That way, we can relay the news to you in the event that Mab successfully makes her way back to the Fey realm." "Very well," Nigellus agreed, seeing the sense of it. The idea of Mab returning to Dine before he could recapture her was utterly appalling, but it would be better to know than to remain in ignorance. He returned to his phone call. "Get here, as quickly as you can, Edward."
"Right you are, sir."
Nigellus ended the call and gave the phone back to its owner. "Thanks," Grayson said. "We'll have to do this again sometime soon. Or, not. I will contact you with any news of import," Albigard said, and allowed the human to haul him to his feet. Both of them looked like a stiff breeze might be a significant detriment to remaining upright. The Catchy met Nigellus's gaze.
"I exercised poor judgment in this matter,"
they said gravely.
"I trust we've both learned from this mistake, and I hope that we will yet have an opportunity to rectify our collective errors."
An image of the angel with a dagger in her chest flashed unwanted across his mind's eye. He said nothing as the human and the two fae turned and walked slowly toward the nearby ley line, where the she would be able to transport them to Dyne's Gate in Ireland without requiring the kind of magical expenditure necessary for a portal. By the time Edward arrived with the car, Nigellus's leg had healed, and his chest was much improved. They stopped in Stockton to allow the vampires to feed. After they disappeared inside a bar in search of blood, Nigellus briefly debated breaking into Neveah's apartment in the far-fetched hope of finding something useful to their current predicament. Why had the angel offered herself as a captive? The whole situation was maddening. If they'd been 5 minutes later, the she would have had Mab safely bound in iron. If the Unseelie had been a bit less foolish in allowing himself to be overpowered, if Grayson had channeled his death magic to Nigellus rather than wasting it. If.
You're brooding,
Edward said, tapping a gnarled finger on the steering wheel. This situation is intolerable, Nigellus snapped. They were parked outside a rather unsavory-looking bar, one that had probably never boasted an Aston Martin in the parking lot before. Inside, some equally unsavory humans would doubtless be making a series of unplanned blood donations by now.
You're looking stronger, at least,
Edward observed.
Which I gather is both good news and bad news. I assume we're now working on the assumption that Mab has found other fae, and still has access to Layak's heart?
I believe we must, Nigellus replied. He rubbed absently at the place on his cheekbone where the angel's ring had cut him, already long healed. Abruptly, his fingers stilled. "Oh," he said blankly, feeling like a fool. Edward frowned and drew breath to ask a question, but the vampires chose that moment to return from their feeding expedition. "Right," Ransley said, after they'd squeezed themselves into the convertible's inadequate back seat. "I hesitate to ask this question, but do we have any sort of a plan, beyond returning to Vallecito and waiting for Albagad to send word that the excrement has hit the turboprop?"
Perhaps we do,
Edward said.
Our demonic overlord experienced a revelation of some sort a moment before you returned. I was just going to ask him about it.
Zora leaned forward, resting her elbow on Edward's seat.
"Well, come on, Nigellus. If you've got something, then share it with the rest of the class, please."
Nigellus blinked. "Once I have recovered sufficient strength to be of some use in a potential battle, I will transport myself to the angel's location and make another attempt to retrieve Alice to hell." "All right," Ransley said.
"A couple of things come to mind here. First, this sounds an awful lot like your previous two plans, neither of which went terribly well, in case you'd forgotten. And second, I thought you said you no longer had any way to track the angel."
"I didn't before," Nigellus said simply. "Now I do." And you think this attempt to capture Mab is going to be different from the previous 2 attempts?
Why, exactly?
Ransley pressed. Because this time, the angel wants me to come after her. Edward shot him a look that could only be described as skeptical, but restrained himself otherwise. Zora, by contrast, did not.
Dude, no offense, but she slapped the shit out of you right before everything went to hell.
She hesitated.
So to speak.
Comprehension dawned on Edward's craggy features.
She wears a ring on her right hand. Did she draw blood when she slapped you?
She did, Nigellus said. And then she convinced Mab to take her prisoner, ensuring that she would remain close to our quarry, no matter where she portaled.
Have we considered the possible repercussions of the Fae court having an angel delivered to them as a prisoner?
Edward asked. Ransley looked alarmed. What sort of repercussions?
I've no idea. That's why I'm asking,
Edward replied. In point of fact, Nigellus had not considered it, and he would prefer to continue not considering it in any depth. It would be better to ensure such a situation does not come to pass, he said, understating the matter considerably. If Neveah has truly been alone on earth since the archangels sealed heaven's gate, it seems unlikely that the celestial host will immediately descend on the other realms to avenge her.
Well, that's good,
Zora offered.
Isn't it?
The Fae are resourceful when it comes to utilizing magic, Nigellus went on. I would not like to think what sort of uses they might come up with for angelic power, even weakened as it is. He didn't add that they might soon have a demon's heart to play with as well.
So, you intend to rescue your angel, while hopefully retrieving both Alice Ramirez and Layak's heart at the same time?
Ransley settled back in the seat as Edward pulled out of the parking lot and headed for the highway.
Not exactly a usual afternoon's work, but I suppose it keeps boredom at bay.
Zora snorted. Edward wisely kept silent and put his foot down, speeding them toward Vallecito and the winery house.
8.
It took another few hours before Nigellus was once more at something approaching the low end of his normal power levels. The recent series of insults and injuries were healed, and the damnable weakness had finally been banished from both his body and mind. Edward bustled around the Vallecito house, checking for messages and scanning the news sites for anything relevant to their situation with Mab. He also acquired new cell phones for Nigellus, Ransley, and Ms. Bright from his stash in the back office to replace the ones damaged by the Fae Queen's magical attack. Nigellus spent the time considering what he would have to do next, balancing logistics and strategy against the potential political ramifications of his actions. "You will both remain here," he told Ransley. "We're working on the assumption that Mab has already found her people and convinced them of her identity. My decision to move directly against the Fey Wardens on Earth is an overt treaty violation. Essentially, an act of war. I wish for you and Ms. Bright to stay well out of it." Ransley raised a slow eyebrow. "If you're heading off to restart a war before the Fae succeed in restarting it themselves, I hardly think our physical proximity to you, or lack thereof, is going to do much to protect us in the end." "Nevertheless," Nigellus insisted.
"Maybe he's worried we're going to get our asses kicked and end up weakening him at a critical moment like we did last time,"
Zora said. "Don't misunderstand me, Nigellus," Ransley told him. "My desire to storm the Fae's proverbial castle with you is somewhere between low and completely non-existent. But before you do this, I want you to look me in the eye and tell me you've truly got the situation under control." "The situation couldn't be less under control if it involved the Wild Hunt and every angel in heaven descending at once," Nigellus said flatly. "However, I am myself again for the first time since leaving Hell. My power is more than a match for a handful of Fey guards, much less a single mad queen inhabiting an overstressed human body."
"And how about an angel?"
Ransley pressed.
"Because there is an angel involved. One who already stole your sword from you and used it in a spirited attempt to hack off your leg."
"I haven't forgotten," Nigellus said with forced patience. Shamasiel's sword was definitely a sore point, but not one on which he could afford to focus while Mab still roamed free.
"Then I'm certain you know best,"
Ransley replied, in the tone of someone who did not, in fact, believe Nigellus knew best.
"So do you want us waiting here in the house, or at the gate to Hell, or what?"
Zora asked. "It will be safer for you within Hell's confines, should the Fae take exception to what I'm about to do," Nigellus said. Zora blinked at him.
"Yeah, no kidding. So maybe try, I don't know, not getting caught?"
He didn't dignify that with an answer. Ransley wasn't quite finished with him yet either.
"We'll camp out on Earth's side of the gate, in the tourist area at the top of the Moaning Caverns. That way Edward can reach us by cell phone if he needs to."
He met Nigellus's eyes squarely.
"I'll also be informing Guthrie Leonides that hostilities between the demons and the Fae may be heating up imminently.
That's non-negotiable, Nigellus." If he chose to, Nigellus could overpower Ransley and Zora's minds, preventing them from spreading this dangerous information to yet another person who might share it with the wrong ears. They all knew it. But if war became inevitable, the safety of the third vampire would be vital. Leonides, who was demon-bound and deeply resented that fact, would only enter Hell under the most extreme duress. He was a resourceful individual, however. With a bit of warning, he might be able to disappear on Earth effectively enough to throw the Fae off his scent, at least for a time. "Very well," Nigellus said. "You are already aware of the danger involved if word of Mab's incarceration and escape should reach the wrong people."
"If you're so worried about word getting out, then get her in irons and get her back to Hell before she succeeds in contacting anyone in the Fae court," Ransley retorted.
"Though if she's already found other Fae on Earth, I suppose even capturing her won't completely solve your problem at this point." "I'm painfully aware," Nigellus told him, and went to inform Edward of his imminent departure. Though he hadn't said as much to the others, there was a small but non-zero chance that Neveah had harbored no intention of leading Nigellus to her side when she cut his cheek with her ring. Perhaps she had merely been incensed, and had rid herself of the blood as soon as she realized what it would mean. Perhaps his platelets now adorned a random wall or railing somewhere after she'd rubbed it off her hand using the nearest available surface. He doubted Mab had provided the angel with access to sanitary facilities, so at least it was unlikely to be flowing down a sewage pipe. He could have contacted Baalazar before leaving, informed him of the latest development, requested additional demons to accompany him. But if he was alone, perhaps his actions could be dismissed as those of a rogue actor rather than an official operative of hell. If the council disavowed his actions and denied all knowledge, it was conceivable that peace could still be salvaged, at least for a time. The trick would be ensuring that no one was left behind to relay the story of Mab's return, and that aspect could potentially become messy, depending on the circumstances. It still felt disconcerting not to have his sword nestled safely in a nearby pocket dimension, ready to be called up at a moment's notice. Apparently, the angel couldn't retrieve it from its new dimensional hiding place either, or else one assumed she would have done so at the Overlook. Nigellus wasn't at all sure whether he would find Neveah still a prisoner, or whether she would have talked herself into Mab's better graces, with or without the judicious application of celestial power. Neveah had, after all, protected Alice so far, and by doing so she'd also protected Mab. How that would weigh against her attempt to have Mab bound in iron was an open question. Again, the flash of memory. Neveah with a dagger in her heart, Neveah's wings, scorched and bloody, assaulted him. Once again he shoved it away, lest it distract him from what he needed to do. She was an angel, immortal, just as he was. Her physical safety should not be his primary concern when the future of 3 realms hung in the balance. Nigellus was a demon of fate. He needed no flaming sword to fight Fae. Not when time's power flowed through him, bubbling up from the wellspring of this latest twist in the universe's turning. He straightened his cuffs, squared his shoulders, and pulled on the delicate thread connecting him to another place. The nothingness of teleportation gave way to a damp, dimly lit concrete basement. This was a Fae stronghold without question. Broken magical wards thrummed a silent alarm around him, no doubt alerting any nearby guards to his abrupt arrival in their midst. He scanned his surroundings with a glance, and his eyes locked on the tableau against the far wall. Neveah. The angel Shemasiel hung chained and pinioned, with her head lolling against her chest. They'd crucified her by the wings. Metal spikes pierced the burned and bleeding flesh, driven into the exposed timber beams in the wall behind her. In her unconscious state, all of her weight hung from her wings and her chained wrists. Her skin was translucent, insubstantial in the low light. The dagger hilt still protruded from her sternum. Nigellus stared, caught utterly unprepared by his own reaction to the sight. Unaccustomed rage flooded his chest in a white-hot wave, because one did not defile an angel in such a way. One did not defile his angel in such a way. The thought was irrational, but there was no time to banish it because heavy footsteps were pounding down a nearby staircase. He turned slowly as 3 unseelie guards rushed into the basement, aware that his eyes were glowing red with hellfire. The lead guard stumbled to a stop abruptly enough that his compatriots nearly crashed into his back. The blood drained from all 3 of their faces as they realized who and what was awaiting them in the makeshift dungeon. Nigellus had seen such reactions before, more times than he could count over the millennia. Fae had not won the last war on the basis of physical strength, or even individual magical strength. They'd won it using manipulation and propaganda, and finally, with a single weapon that destroyed itself even as it destroyed the demon's vampire army in a single stroke. But no Fae in their right mind would take on a demon of fate directly, which made it somewhat surprising when the guard in front grabbed a handful of something from a bag at his waist and held it up, magic swirling around his hand. Nigellus felt the swell of elemental magic, lithomancy, in the air for an instant before the Fae tossed the little pile of crystals at him. They exploded in mid-air, blasting Nigellus with a hail of molten salt. The superheated sodium chloride cut through his expensive clothing like razors, peppering his flesh and burning like acid. He ignored the pain. Smoke rose from the profusion of small wounds as he strode forward with a growl, not even bothering to teleport across the distance. He backhanded the nearest Fae into the wall before grabbing the other 2 by the throats, one in each hand, absorbing their frantic magical attacks as though they were insignificant buzzing insects. He was out of practice with breaking 2 minds at once. The temptation to go for all 3 of them was strong, but he needed one of them lucid. At least, temporarily. Fae minds were different than humans' or vampires' minds. Labyrinthine was perhaps the best description. It was possible to become lost inside them if one lacked sufficient focus. At the moment, Nigellus was feeling very focused indeed. He followed the 2 minds back, and back some more, through lives that spanned a handful of centuries rather than millennia. They were mere pups, both of average power and average intelligence for their age and species. It didn't take long for him to trace the vines of consciousness to their roots. Their screams, as he took hold and began to pull, were choked, constricted by his bruising grips on their throats. The first one's eyes rolled back, his wheezing shrieks subsiding into garbled babbling. The second one followed a few seconds later. He let them fall to the floor, where they curled up in the fetal position, drooling and muttering nonsense. The third Fae hadn't moved from the wall. In fact, he looked rather like he wished he could disappear into it entirely. He raised a shaking hand as though he might try to conjure a portal and escape. Nigellus pinned his terrified green gaze and used the connection to slip inside his mind, paralyzing him into immobility. "Where is the Fae, wearing a human's body?" he snarled. That would be clear enough. There wasn't any point in using Mab's name, even if he had no intention of leaving this guard in a condition to speak with others coherently. To his mild surprise, the guard clamped his jaw, visibly struggling not to reply. Brave, but also foolish, not to mention ultimately pointless. Nigellus reached a bit deeper, and twisted. The Fae made a tortured noise, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead despite the basement's cool clamminess. "Speak," Nigellus said. She went with the warden of the Overkeep to retrieve an item from the human city near Hell's Gate," he gasped. "We were to stay behind and guard the prisoner until someone from Dyne comes to collect her." A chill trickled down Nigellus's neck. "The human Fae and your warden do not plan to return here."
No."
The Fae trembled violently in Nigellus's mental grip. In a quiet space beyond the volcanic rage pulsing through his veins, his logical mind picked apart this new information. Mab and her new lackey had returned to Vallecito to retrieve Leak's heart from some hiding place. They were not returning to this structure, wherever it was located. Surely she meant to deliver her grisly, salt-packed trophy directly to the court in Dyne. And if she was now in the company of an unseelie companion, there was no question she could travel along the ley lines to the gate in County Meath with ease. "How long ago did they leave?" he demanded. The Fae guard choked, his throat working.
2 hours ago,"
he spat. Too late. Travel by Fae portal and ley line took only moments. It was unlikely Mab would need nearly that long to retrieve the heart from wherever she'd hidden it. Lip curling in a snarl of frustration, Nigellus snapped the third guard's mind. He released his hold on the Fae's nervous system, and the body collapsed to the concrete floor, muscles twitching uncontrollably. Nigellus turned his back on the gibbering, drooling forms. The angel hadn't moved during the ugly, one-sided confrontation. But her crystal blue eyes were open and fixed on him from beneath long, golden lashes. "Angel?" he asked, almost despite himself. There was no response, and very little awareness behind that pellucid gaze. He closed the distance separating them. She wasn't controlling her bleeding. Puddles of crimson lay on the floor at her feet, angelic blood, a substance too dangerous to leave behind for a race of magical practitioners to find. "We're leaving," he told her. Channeling all of his thwarted rage into tightly focused, destructive force, he slapped a hand against one of the structural timbers half embedded in the masonry wall. It burst into flame as though someone had thrown gasoline onto it. He moved quickly to the other walls, repeating the process until the sound of crackling wood and the smell of smoke filled the claustrophobic basement. The angel whimpered. In an instant, he was at her side. He tore the dagger from her chest and placed his hands on her shoulders. Wrenching himself sideways into the void, he pulled her with him, leaving the shackles and spikes that had bound her far behind. They rematerialized in the winery house. Neveah collapsed against him, bereft of strength and so insubstantial he feared his fingers would slip straight through her flesh. Thankfully, his grip on her held. He supported her against his body with an arm around her back, beneath her wings, fumbling in his pocket for his phone with his other hand. He dialed the number of the cell phone Len Grayson had briefly loaned him, working from memory. The call went to voicemail. Like Mab, there had been more than enough time for Albigard and his human necromancer to return to dying via magical means. If they were already in the Fey realm, a phone call wouldn't reach them. "Alice is either on her way to you, or she is there already," he said after the beep, and hung up. No doubt, the pair would have news of their own soon enough. With luck, they would also be aware of the likelihood of communication from Earth, and they'd have a method in place for checking their messages regularly. Pocketing his phone, he scooped the angel up in his arms. It would have been like holding a wraith, if not for the unwieldy bulk of her damaged wings. She was still bleeding. Scarlet drops of celestial power plopped against his pristine marble tile in a slow, steady rhythm. Edward entered. "Oh," he said, his brows drawing together in concern. "Oh, no." Nigellus filled him in on events concisely. The human's face settled into grim lines. "I see, sir. That's unfortunate news indeed. Do you need help with Miss Lane, or shall I contact Ransley and Zora to update them on the situation?" "Get them back here," Nigellus said. "Hordes of warmongering Fae are unlikely to descend on us just yet. When they discover the fire, I dare say they're more likely to blame it on an angry angel bent on escape from captivity than me." "Quite," Edward said, casting another worried look at the insubstantial creature in Nigellus's arms. "I'll go give Ransley and Zora a call right away. Let me know if you need anything, sir."
(9) Neveah's surroundings were far away, even the broad chest against which she was cradled. The tips of her damaged wings dragged the floor, and it should have been agony. Instead, it felt as though she were floating slightly above her physical form, tethered by a slender bit of twine like a helium balloon bobbing behind an excited child. This was bad. That much at least was apparent. Surely this must be what the early stages of discorporation felt like. The demon had come for her. She'd thought he might, when she'd realized that a smear of his blood had clung to her skin after she struck him. She wasn't sure whether to be relieved about his arrival and her subsequent rescue or not. Certainly she wanted to be relieved, but there was also a nagging sense of having made a fatal tactical error. She needed to stay pinioned to that cold, damp basement wall because there'd been a reason. She was certain of it. Something important, something more vital than her physical safety. The fact that she couldn't remember, or even bring herself to care particularly, was another giant red flag. She watched from a slight remove as Nigellus carried her translucent form through the house. Only the mildest of surprise pricked at her consciousness when he brought her not to a bed, but rather to a radiant, glass-walled solarium. He laid her carefully on her side on the artfully patterned brick floor before placing his wadded-up jacket beneath her cheek. Her broken wings lay behind her like a pair of dead things. The bricks she was lying on were warm. The welcome sensation of heat drew her back toward the physical plane, going some way toward banishing the memory of the basement's damp chill. Her lips parted on a weak moan, barely audible in the stillness. Nigellus crouched in front of her, his expression like storm clouds.
"There is no time to find a rave so you can feed," he said. "And I dare say your wings would raise eyebrows, even if such a thing were feasible right now."
Even if she'd had strength to speak, there was really very little to say to that.
"I require you to show me where your sword is hidden,"
he went on.
"You cannot reach it on your own. That much is clear enough. I can retrieve it if you will guide me to it."
Again, she knew in some detached part of herself that she should be wary of such an offer. She'd stolen the sword from him. He would want to steal it back. Yet, when he brushed her tangled hair away from her temple with the backs of his knuckles, all she could do was close her eyes and lean into the contact. Rough fingertips settled on her forehead, the same fingers that had set fire to damp wooden timbers with a single touch. And still, she was not afraid. A mind every bit as old and jaded as hers slid against the edges of her consciousness.
"Show me,"
it demanded. Neveah remembered the rush of power that had poured through her body when she'd first closed her hand around the angelic sword's hilt, and abruptly she understood. It was a struggle to navigate the twists and turns leading to her dimensional hiding place, even with the assistance of Nigellus's strength. Of course, the entire point of a hiding place was that it was difficult to access, though she could admit that she had perhaps overdone it a bit in the aftermath of their earlier battle. Nigellus fed her some of his power. The demonic energy fizzed and burned inside her like someone trying to run a steam engine on gasoline. He allowed her to lead him where she might, until eventually something in her fractured memory clicked, and she reached through the final twist of dimensions to the shining beacon of celestial flame. The demon reached past her and grasped the hilt of the sword, pulling it backwards along the same path they'd just traveled. She felt a moment's alarm that perhaps he intended to steal it from her after all. But when the sword exploded into reality in his free hand, he removed his fingertips from her forehead and gently wrapped her hand around the leather grip, relinquishing it to her without comment. Celestial power flooded into her body with a nearly audible whoosh. Neveah gasped as the wounds in her chest and wings knitted together. Solidity and weight returned to her body even as the flaming blade dimmed to a mere flicker and finally extinguished. Memory and full awareness returned immediately thereafter, a sinking sensation taking up residence in her stomach. Mab! The Fae Queen had gone to retrieve Leak's heart. Neveah's plan to stay close to her had failed. "She's gone," Neveah whispered, rolling into a sitting position. "Nigellus, we may be too late to stop her."
"Yes."
The demon eyed her warily.
"Can you put your wings away now?"
She gritted her teeth and rolled her shoulders, bracing for the pain. The holes from the iron spikes were closed, but her wings were still a scorched mess. They folded back into the liminal space that lay next door to the human's reality, out of sight, but never out of mind.
"Well done,"
Nigellus said, and all of Neveah's frustration with him came roaring back. "She's gone," Neveah repeated, thinking that perhaps she hadn't been clear enough before. "Mab has Leak's heart. She might have already returned to Dyne by now."
"Yes, I'm painfully aware."
"This is all your fault," she said in dismay, pointing the tip of the sword at him accusingly. The metal blade was dark with soot. Its flame had been snuffed out as though it had never been, the power contained therein absorbed into her physical form. His eyes narrowed.
"My fault. Had you only refrained from interfering, Mab would be safely contained in hell right now."
His tone could have stripped paint. Her temper flared as bright as the sword had been mere moments before. "And would Alice Ramirez be alive or dead?" She rose unsteadily to her feet, still pointing the blade tip at him like an accusing finger.
"She would be alive,"
Nigellus replied without hesitation, biting off the words.
"Since I gave my personal guarantee that I would protect her until every conceivable option to untangle Mab's soul from hers had been tried. At which point, if such attempts were successful, I would offer Ms. Ramirez the choice between remaining in hell with the other humans who reside there, or accepting a soul bond so that she could return to Earth."
The sword dipped in Neveah's hand as she took that in. "You gave your personal guarantee to whom exactly?"
"The vampires,"
Nigellus said.
"It was their price for assisting me. Though perhaps assistance is not the right word after that debacle on the mountain."
The last sentence was delivered in a disgruntled mutter. Neveah was left momentarily speechless. "You might have made that same offer to me in Sacramento." He raised a pointed eyebrow at her.
"Why? Would you have accepted it?"
She hesitated. Would she have done? "Alice was in control of her mind then," she said, deflecting. "You could have explained the situation, given her a say in what happened to her." His other eyebrow joined the first.
"Should I have done that when she was hysterical with fear after I first arrived? Or later, when she was curled on the ground in a fetal position after seeing you wield the flaming sword?"
he asked, dry as dust. Neveah opened her mouth, closed it, clenched her jaw. "I had the situation under control until you barged in," she gritted out. "You brought her an unseelie to use as a battery for sanity's sake." Taking a centering breath, she made herself ask, "Did he survive? And the pretty vampire?"
"They did. Yes,"
he replied, still in that precise, clipped tone. "And will they survive the war that seems almost inevitable now?" Neveah snapped.
"The vampires are strategically important."
Nigellus's whiskey-colored gaze bored holes in her.
"They will be safe enough in hell. As for the unseelie, I would not care to speculate. He's been surprisingly resilient to date, however."
Neveah's fist clenched convulsively around the sword hilt. "The vampires won't be safe in hell, because that's been Mab's entire bloody plan." Her voice rose with frustration.
She's got the know-how to create a devastating magical weapon after the last war, and now she's got a demon's heart to use as a key to Hell's Gate. She's planning on blowing it wide open and tossing the Wild Hunt inside to drain your realm dry."
Nigellus went still as a statue.
"That's ridiculous."
Now Neveah's other hand clenched into a fist as well.
"Is it? Are you willing to bet all of hell on that?"
She had the blade in his face again. Hellfire sparked in his eyes, and he slapped it away with enough force to send it spinning out of her grip. It clattered against the brick floor and hit the solarium wall with a dull crunch, cracks spiderwebbing the glass pane where it impacted. She stared at it. Now nothing more than dull and lifeless metal.
"Such a thing is impossible. It cannot be done,"
Nigellus snapped, taking an aggressive step forward.
"Tell me, was overhearing this mad woman's fantasy of revenge worth nearly allowing her to discorporate you?"
Neveah didn't back away.
"I didn't let her take me hostage so I could eavesdrop," she hissed. "I had to do something, or she would have gotten away, you interfering, infuriating demon."
"Yes,"
Nigellus replied, in an absolutely flat voice.
"And we couldn't possibly allow her to get away. Heaven forbid."
Neveah made an inarticulate noise of anger and lifted a hand to slap him again, this time using the hand without a ring. The demon caught her wrist, and his grip was not light.
"She could have ended you,"
he said, very slowly and clearly.
"And for what?"
Neveah jerked against his hold, to no avail.
"Were you not listening? She's coming for hell, demon! She's coming for your home!"
The door leading to the interior of the house snicked open, revealing the pretty female vampire, Zora Bright.
"Hey, you two," she began. "Is everything all right? Edward said—"
Nigellus turned his head to pin her with his fiery gaze, and she took a reeling step back as though she'd been shoved.
"Whoa!"
she said, backing away without taking her eyes off them.
"Okay. Never mind. Leaving now. Try not to, break anything, because there's an awful lot of glass in here. Just saying."
The door closed behind her with what seemed to Neveah like unnecessary care. Nigellus turned his full attention back to her. He still had her wrist trapped in his unbreakable grip. She tugged at it again, with more force this time, for all the good it did.
"Do you really want to fight me, demon?"
she taunted, replete with false bravado.
"In case you'd forgotten, that didn't go so well for you last time."
He pulled her forward sharply, and she yelped as she stumbled against his chest. The next noise she would have made was swallowed up when he grabbed a fistful of her pale, tangled hair and crushed her lips beneath his. She grabbed his tailored dress shirt in both hands to keep him there and bit him, not playfully. The world slid sideways, and they were abruptly outside, standing in the shade of an ancient twisted tree. Insects buzzed lazily in the balmy early evening stillness. Nigellus's lips were still on hers, the metallic taste of his blood in her mouth as they tore at each other's clothing without breaking the brutal kiss. It was still a battle, but perhaps this was a battle they were equally willing to lose. Neveah's clothes were pretty much ruined from being stabbed with daggers and dragged across dusty concrete floors, which was just as well, since Nigellus ripped several of the seams in his haste to get them off her. The demon's shirt was short a few buttons after Neveah lost patience and jerked at both sides of the fabric to open it.
"Why must you be like this?"
Nigellus growled as he spun her around so her back was to the tree trunk. She braced for the phantom pain of her injured wings against the rough bark, but the demon had an arm around her shoulders, cushioning them. "I'm not the one who's a bloody, infuriating troublemaker," she said, lying through tightly gritted teeth. He politely refrained from pointing out that she'd prided herself on being an infuriating troublemaker for centuries. She threw her head back, thumping it solidly against the tree. "My power. Do you want it?" The words emerged, sounding unsteady. Nigellus snarled against her throat.
"Yes, damn you. Give it to me, and take the consequences."
"10. Being an angel did not automatically impart one with good decision-making skills, because Neveah let her tattered powers unfurl, enveloping them both. Worship me. Adore me. A strangled noise escaped her as adoration as powerful as any she'd ever known flooded her for an excruciatingly intense instant. Her eyes widened, but then the moment was gone, buried beneath an avalanche of demonic lust. And this was what she needed right now, blast it all to perdition. Something to drown out the crushing sense of failure at having let Mab get away, at having failed to protect Alice. What would the human's fate be now that she was firmly in the clutches of the Fae?
"You madden me,"
Nigellus said. His muscles bulged, and his voice deepened as his true demonic form overtook the misleading guise of humanity.
"You will not stay out of my way. You will not stay out of my thoughts. By rights, I should wish you gone. But when I thought you might discorporate, I could focus on nothing except saving you."
Horns curled into existence from his temples, his huge form looming over hers. She didn't want him psychoanalyzing whatever this thing was between them, so she bit him again, this time on the collarbone, since that was as high as she could reach. His leathery wings snapped into existence, blotting out the dappled sunlight. Hellishly strong hands turned her around to face the tree and bore her down to her knees, onto the questionable cushion of her discarded clothes. She squeaked and braced her hands against the tree trunk to stay upright. A broad palm slid down the length of her spine with clear possessiveness.
"Being on your knees for me suits you, angel,"
he rumbled.
"It makes me forget for a moment how exasperating you are."
Your pretty hybrid vampire thought we were about to fight when she walked in on us, Neveah managed. What would she say if she could see us now?
"Hybrid succubus vampire,"
Nigellus growled, grasping Neveah's hips to line himself up.
"and therefore sensitive to ambient desire. I'm fairly certain she didn't think it was a fight she'd walked in on."
There was nothing to be done until they got news. Either Mab was in dying with Leak's heart, in which case she was already out of their reach, or she wasn't, in which case they had absolutely no way of determining where in the human realm she might be. She could be 2 miles down the road in Vallecito, and as long as she didn't use Fey magic or otherwise advertise her presence,
It would be all but impossible for them to find her in time to make a difference. Neveah used her leverage against the tree trunk to shove her body onto Nigellus's, even as he plowed into her with a feral snarl. It was too much, and simultaneously not enough, because it couldn't last forever. In fact, at this pace, it couldn't last very long at all. She cursed and begged and babbled in a most unangelic manner. When she regained awareness, it was to find that Nigellus had flipped her onto her back on the pile of discarded and damaged clothing. Her battered wings ached, despite the fact that they hadn't burst free this time. Once more wrapped in his misleading human disguise, Nigellus hid his face against her for a long moment before gazing up the length of her body to meet her eyes. She blinked down at him, still dazed, but with the unpleasant reality of their situation already settling over her once more. She shut her eyes for a few seconds, reluctantly gathering her thoughts before opening them again. Nigellus, look at us. We have to work out our differences and start pulling in the same direction, she said, with no small amount of reluctance. We can't continue acting at cross purposes with so much at stake. She paused, trying to envision their next steps. Did the Catchy return to dine? Will we know if Mab arrived there and successfully contacted the court?
Yes,
Nigellus replied warily, rolling away from her and into a sitting position.
I will be informed of any news from the Fey realm as it becomes available.
He knelt up and returned his trousers to rights, as much as he could, with several of the seams split. Then he reached for his shirt and shrugged into it, not bothering with the remaining buttons. Arguably clothed once more, he flopped onto his rump a few feet away from her, and pinched the bridge of his nose as though his head pained him. Neveah scrubbed at her face in hopes of clearing away the cobwebs in her brain. This is no longer a matter of prevention. Now it's all about damage control. We need to start thinking up ways to limit the fallout. Another pause, before Nigellus said,
Perhaps you are right.
He glanced at the tattered clothing Neveah was lying on.
Allow me to get you something to wear. I'll only be a few moments.
And with that, he disappeared. Neveah stared at the place where he'd been. Wait, what? She asked the empty air, because how was the state of her clothing remotely the most important thing right now? But he was good to his word, returning maybe 5 minutes later with a robe for her to wear. Her shoes, at least, were undamaged. She slipped them on as well. So, she said, when she was once more presentable, ideas?
Several,
Nigellus replied.
As you say, perhaps at this point, our focus should be on limiting the potential for yet more damage to occur.
He held out a hand to her.
Allow me.
Since Neveah did not, in point of fact, have the faintest clue where they were in relation to the house, she took it. Will you relay what I told you about Mab's plans to the Demon Council? She asked. It seems like they should know about a scheme to destroy Hell's Gate.
Most definitely,
Nigellus said, and the world fell away as he transported them. Instead of the bright, sharp lines of the winery house,
they emerged in darkness so complete that even Neveah's angelic eyes could only make out their surroundings in faint shades of charcoal gray. "What on earth?" she demanded, stumbling a bit on the unseen rocky terrain beneath her feet. Strong arms scooped her up, and she yelped. Before she could properly start to struggle, Nigellus stepped forward, and the shimmering veil that separated the various realms slid across her body. She flailed, but they had already emerged into a cave, this one lit with torches set in wall sconces. Heavily armed guards stood at intervals along the walls of the cavern. Demon guards, winged and horned. And with their menacing presences looming, it meant there was only one place they could possibly be.
"11.
Neveah gaped. She turned an accusing glare on Nigellus, who set her down on her feet and took a step back, out of her space. The nearest guards had all reached for weapons upon their arrival, but they relaxed a moment later, apparently when they recognized Nigellus. "Did you seriously just abduct me to hell?" Neveah demanded.
"Is everything all right, sir?"
asked the nearest guard. "Everything is most definitely not all right," Neveah snapped. She rounded on Nigellus again. "How dare you?"
"You said it yourself,"
Nigellus replied tightly.
"Damage control."
She stared at him, turning the words over in her head. "This wasn't what I meant," she managed eventually.
"No,"
he agreed.
"I'm sure it wasn't."
He turned and addressed the guard who'd spoken, while also keeping a wary eye on Neveah.
"I must address the council, Melek. As my guest has said, things are far from all right. However, the oncoming crisis is unlikely to be imminent."
Neveah was still staring at him in disbelief. "I'll show you an oncoming crisis, you sanctimonious, overbearing—" The guard, Melek, eyed her warily.
"Will your, guest be staying with the Dithlings, sir?" "That has yet to be determined,"
Nigellus replied.
"Please send someone to inform the council of my arrival."
With that, he took Neveah's arm and dragged her sideways through reality again. This time, they emerged in an elegantly appointed chamber that appeared to have been carved by hand from the living rock of a mountainside. She jerked free of his hold, and he let her. The anger that had been volcanic earlier abruptly became glacial. "Tell me," she said, "is this what you did to Ransley Thorpe at the end of the last war?"
"Not precisely,"
he replied.
"Though I suppose an argument could be made for similarities in intent."
She thought about that for a moment. "I assume you believe you're making some sort of grand gesture to keep me safe, which is rich under the circumstances, even though you probably can't appreciate it."
"Not at all,"
he replied, his voice flat.
"It's more a matter of your continued presence on Earth potentially being detrimental to the demon's war efforts, if and when it comes to that. Just as Ransley Thorpe's presence on Earth would have been disastrous for the demon's long-term military strategy had the Fae succeeded in killing him."
"Right," Neveah said slowly, while entertaining a rather vivid fantasy of hacking his leg off again.
"You are, I regret to say, a prisoner here,"
he continued.
"Though only in the sense that you will be unable to return to Earth through the gate. When all of this is over, and it will be over someday, we can discuss whatever options for your departure you would find least objectionable, should you still wish to leave."
She let out a harsh, grating bark of laughter. "A demon bond? You're talking about a demon bond with an angel. Okay, I won't lie. That's actually quite hilarious." His brows twitched into a frown.
"I'm so glad you think so."
Spoiler alert, he didn't sound glad. "Still, it's not half as funny as the fact that you think hell is going to remain safe." She plowed on, relentless. "Or secure, for that matter. But hey, hold on to those fantasies, buddy. I mean, I'm sure the brilliant Fey military tactician who killed an entire race with a single magical blow during the last war is completely delusional about her ability to destroy Hell's Gate and suck the life out of this realm." Nigellus's eyes narrowed.
"Sarcasm does not become you, Angel. And as I have said before, such a thing is not possible."
His expression smoothed back into its normal blank facade. It seemed to require an application of effort.
"These quarters belong to me. You are welcome to use them, as I will be engaged with briefing the council, after which I will need to return to Earth for a time."
Neveah stared at him unblinkingly for several seconds, then turned and walked out his door without a word or a backward glance. Obviously, she had no idea where she was going. It hardly mattered. Mind you, scouting the place would have been a lot quicker if her wings weren't a scorched and damaged mess. On the positive side, at least she'd thought to put her shoes on while they were back in California. As it was, she wandered around the massive carved corridors of the cliffside dwellings in her borrowed robe until she found an exit, counting herself lucky that it was one designed to be accessible for people who couldn't fly. To Neveah's knowledge, no angel had ever set foot in hell before. Accounts of the place were all second or third hand at best. The humans had their legends, of course, which were just as ridiculous and overblown as their legends about heaven. They had the Fae to thank for that, mostly. Horror stories about the demonic realm had been a vital part of the propaganda war Dine's residents had waged against their enemies over the millennia. In reality, hell was arid, rocky, and hot as blazes. It was also quite beautiful, and if Neveah weren't spitting mad and fantasizing about what might be accomplished with an arsenal of celestial weapons and unlimited bags of salt, she might have even appreciated it. The blazing sun hung low in the sky, casting weird shadows among the sandstone cliffs and canyons with their irregular striations of red, yellow, and purple. On the opposite horizon, a bloated moon was rising, translucent in the early evening light. As Neveah walked, a second, smaller moon rose to join it. A faint breeze ruffled her hair. The air smelled of ozone and petrichor. She had absolutely no idea where she was in relation to the gate leading to Earth. She would need to locate it at some point, but it hardly mattered at the moment. The eeriest thing about her surroundings was the complete lack of other people. She'd run into no one in the corridors of the demons' carved mountain dwellings. There was no one else on the rocky path she was currently following in a vaguely meandering downhill direction. Still, it wasn't all that surprising. There were only 666 demons to occupy this entire world. A bunch of them were engaged in guard duty at the gate. No doubt the ruling council members and whatever support staff they required were holed up somewhere else, awaiting news and debating strategy. She had a feeling it would be possible to do quite a bit of wandering before randomly encountering demons going about their business. But the demons weren't the only denizens of hell. There were also the tithelings, human babies stolen from their families and replaced with fey changelings. Those fey changelings would grow up embedded in human culture to rule Earth from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the tithelings they'd replaced were abducted to the fey realm of Dyne, where their ultimate fate was to be delivered to hell as a sort of living tribute tax. The Catchi had spoken of the tithelings on occasion. When they'd sued for peace at the end of the war, the demons had negotiated an unprecedented tithe of living children. In exchange for a speedy and bloodless conclusion to the conflict, 1/10 of all the infants in Dyne would be sent to hell. The wording in the treaty had been suspiciously imprecise, and so the Fae had immediately started shipping the demons stolen human babies, rather than sending their own offspring to live with their hereditary enemies. Following a hunch, Neveah traversed the stony path ever downward toward a half-seen valley that might have once been carved from the surrounding rock by an ancient, long-lost river. Sure enough, as she rounded a bend in the road, the valley came into view, fires and torches flickering in the deepening dusk like distant fireflies. Smoke rose from the chimneys of modest cottages clustered around a central square and along a neatly laid-out grid of dirt roads. For a land so desolate, the tithling village wasn't small. Neveah estimated there must be easily 300 structures of various sizes in the settlement. She could appreciate the care that must have gone into ensuring adequate food, water, and fuel for the demon's ever-growing human community. The why of it was a very interesting question indeed. Neveah didn't believe for a minute that the demons had made an oopsie in the treaty language that allowed the Fae to wriggle out of sending their own children to hell. Demons made contracts. That was, it could be argued, their raison d'etre. If there was a loophole in the treaty, it existed for a reason. And she had some private thoughts about what that reason might be. She couldn't do anything about the situation with Mab at the moment, any more than Nigellus could. Since she was here anyway, she supposed she might as well indulge her nose for trouble and snoop around a bit. There was, after all, a reason she'd become an investigative reporter to pass the time, rather than, say, playing professional badminton or taking up recreational casino gambling. The temperature grew cooler by degrees as the sun disappeared behind the cliffs. As she approached the tithling settlement, Neveah took in the aqueduct system entering the village from the higher elevations, along with the neat fenced garden plots dotting the spaces between huts. Chickens clucked and scratched in the streets. All of the bustle that had been noticeably absent around the demons' living quarters was front and center here. Children played, laughing and running. Adults carried parcels and baskets purposefully to and fro, while others lounged in groups, talking and drinking. She made it about halfway to the central square before an adolescent girl with olive skin and thick braided hair stepped in front of Neveah, blocking her way. "Excuse me, but who are you?" the girl asked. "I don't recognize you." "I'm Neveah," she replied. "A demon dragged me here after I annoyed him and got in his way one too many times. Nice to meet you." A scowl creased the girl's pretty features. "Are you sure? Because, no offense, but demons don't really do things like that. It's not allowed." Neveah pursed her lips. Well, If it makes a difference, I'm not human. There's probably a different set of rules involved." The girl's eyes widened, and she took an uncertain step back. "Not human? You're not one of them, are you?"
Them?"
Neveah echoed.
"The enemy,"
the girl whispered, and Neveah could hear the capitalization in her tone. A couple of adults approached, right as the proverbial light bulb went off in Neveah's head.
"Oh, you mean the Fae?"
she said. "No, definitely not.
I'm an angel."
"What's an angel?" asked the girl.
"Mira,"
called one of the adults.
"who's that you're talking to?"
"Dunno," Mira called back.
"Hello,"
Neveah said, lifting one hand in a fluttering finger wave as the pair, a man and a woman, came up to them. She repeated the Cliff's Notes version of her arrival and identity, watching as the human's eyebrows rose higher and higher. "I think maybe you should come to the meeting hall and talk to one of the elders," said the woman. Neveah shrugged.
"Sounds good to me. Is that the big building I saw on the edge of the square?"
"That's the one,"
said the man.
"There's usually someone there until an hour or so after sunset. Mira, run ahead and tell whoever's there that someone needs to see them."
Mira gave Neveah another long, piercing look and nodded, jogging off in the direction of the village center.
"We'll take you there,"
the man told her.
"This way."
"Thank you,"
Neveah replied politely, following them. They drew quite a few odd looks as they walked, making Neveah think that the number of humans here must not be so large that people didn't recognize a stranger when they saw one. The meeting hall was very much a hall, long and narrow, with a tile roof and adobe walls. Large double doors adorned one end, standing open in welcome, with torches blazing merrily on each side. As they approached, a man came out to meet them. He was of Asian descent, Chinese perhaps, and appeared to be in his early 40s.
"Good evening,"
he greeted.
"Mira said we had a new visitor. I'm Li Wei."
"Good evening," Neveah replied politely.
"Neveah Lane.
"Pleased to meet you. And yes, I was just telling the others how a demon kidnapped me here to hell so I'd stay out of his way on Earth." Li Wei's grizzled eyebrows did the same abrupt, upwardly mobile thing the others had done.
"I see,"
he said.
"That's a rather extraordinary statement."
"Oh, I'm not human,"
Neveah told him.
"I gather that makes a difference. I'm an angel. Do you know what that means?"
"No idea, I'm afraid,"
Li Wei replied, consciously smoothing his features.
"Is that another species? Like vampires?"
"In a way. Vampires start out human, but I was always an angel, just like a demon was always a demon."
It does rather complicate the no interference in the human realm rule, though, Neveah sighed.
Bit of a technicality, if you ask me, and yet, here I am.
"Quite."
The so-called elder, who did not appear particularly elderly, examined her with an incisive gaze.
"Did this demon abandon you after bringing you here? Do you need food and shelter?"
It was nice of him to ask. No to food. Maybe yes to shelter, at least on a temporary basis, Neveah said.
Don't put yourself to any trouble, though. I don't sleep, and I only eat and drink for enjoyment, not sustenance. Mostly, I'd like some questions answered." Li Wei looked intrigued. The nameless couple who'd brought her here simply looked confused.
"Very well,"
said the elder.
"Let us see what we can arrange in that case."
12.
The memory of the angel turning and walking away from him continued to pester Nigellus like a buzzing insect as he flew through the air toward the council chambers. It was for the best. The Fae had already come within a hair's breadth of taking her to dine as a prisoner. That could not be allowed to happen. The potential consequences were unthinkable. He ignored the little whisper at the back of his mind asking what his own people might be moved to do with a helpless angel, should their circumstances become sufficiently dire. Demons preferred to deal in raw power, he reminded himself firmly. Neveah had little enough of that, even now. She would seethe with anger at what he had done to her, and she would poke her nose into anything and everything inside the demon realm, because that was the sort of thing she did. It was her nature. Perhaps, in time, she would grow close enough to the tithelings to inspire the kind of adoration that would keep her from wasting away further. And someday, whether it was a year or a century, or a millennium from now, this latest threat from the Fae would pass. Being trapped in hell was surely no worse than being trapped on earth. But if she still considered it unbearable when things were once more safe, he would do his best to arrange a way out for her. Briefly, he considered what it might mean for an angel to bond with a demon. What would such a connection with another immortal be like? He shook his head sharply, aware that he was allowing himself to become distracted. Perhaps he had spent too much time on Earth lately, because it felt odd to be back in his true form, clad in traditional clothing that left his wings unrestricted as he soared above the sandstone cliffs. Around him, the orange-streaked sky darkened to blood red as the sun descended. His muscles ached pleasantly with the unaccustomed exertion, and he took extra care as he approached the airy entrance leading to the council chamber. The wind bore his weight as he glided in for a landing, steadying himself with a hand on the edge of the carved stone as he alit with a slight stumble and folded his wings behind him. Straightening the gold double sash of office that crisscrossed his chest, he squared his shoulders and went to make a report that he desperately wished he didn't have to make. The council was deep in discussion when he entered the echoing, domed chamber. "Typhon," he said, "councilors, greetings. I bear news." Typhon rose from the head of the table, his muscular bulk exceeding Nigellus's even in this form. "Spymaster, your departure from Leak's chambers was abrupt. Were you successful in locating the prisoner?" "Yes," Nigellus thought, "and also no." There was no point in waffling. Nab has escaped, still wearing her stolen human body. She has found other Fae, and it is likely she has already returned to dine. He paused before concluding, "with Leak's heart in her possession." Utter silence fell over the room. "So," Typhon said, "there's to be another war, then." He didn't sound particularly displeased at the prospect. "Perhaps," Nigellus agreed. He steeled himself to continue. "There is something else, however. Something unexpected." Baalazar eyed him with a sour expression.
"Unlike the rest of this fiasco,
which has been utterly predictable, of course."
Nigellus didn't rise to the bait. "There is, or rather was, an angel residing on Earth."
"What?"
Typhon bellowed.
"Impossible,"
Astaroth said. The others murmured agreement. That was my first reaction as well. By her own account, she was locked out of heaven when the archangel sealed the gate. Nigellus looked from face to face, gauging his fellow council members' reactions. She is cut off from the angelic realm's celestial power, and severely weakened. I brought her to hell, to remove her from the field of play, so to speak. Mab is aware of her existence, and I don't care to think what kind of magic Fae specialists might be able to glean from her, if they captured her. At that, Typhon and Mammon looked speculative. Astaroth, Sabazius, and Baalazar looked ill.
"You said you brought her here."
Baalazar tapped a talon restlessly on the top of the massive meeting table.
"Did she come voluntarily?"
"No," Nigellus replied without inflection. "However, as I have said, she is severely weakened after so long away from heaven. Not a threat, except perhaps to one's nerves. She's very—" He stumbled, suddenly lost for an adjective. The others looked on expectantly. "Effervescent," he finished.
"The council should have been informed before you took such a unilateral action,"
Typhon rumbled. "There really wasn't time," Nigellus said, aware that it was facile of him. He'd known of the angel's presence since the day he'd located Mab's body in the hospital morgue. He simply hadn't trusted his fellow council members with the information until it had become unavoidable to do so.
"Well, I suppose it's not directly relevant to the current situation,"
Typhon allowed.
"And should it become relevant, better to have her here than elsewhere. Anything else?"
"There is one more thing. Yes." It irked Nigellus to even have to relay the next part, because it was so ridiculous, so unthinkable. The angel overheard Mab reveal her plan before she escaped with one of the unseelie wardens. She allegedly intends to create a new magical weapon using Layak's heart as a key. One that she believes will damage the gate between hell and earth, leaving it permanently open and our realm defenseless. Mammon scoffed. At which point, she intends to direct the wild hunt into hell to drain it of all life. Nigellus concluded in a monotone.
"Balderdash,"
Sabazius said.
"The ravings of a madwoman."
Baalazar was still tapping the table in a restless, syncopated rhythm.
"The disembodied heart offers a direct connection to the rest of Layak's body. That connection runs through the gate."
Astaroth made a considering noise. "Maybe so, but we could easily hide the fool on Earth. Make sure there is no link leading through the gate, just to be safe."
"Yes,"
Baalazar agreed.
"Typhon, I know it seems far-fetched, but there's no point in borrowing trouble. We have plenty of that as it is." What you call trouble, I call a relief," Typhon retorted. "The endless humiliation of this farce of a treaty has been growing intolerable." It was inevitable that Hell's greatest warrior had ended up leading the council, Nigellus reflected. But there were times when it was also worrying. The goal of maintaining the fragile peace had already been a difficult one. It would not be made easier by the fact that Hell's leader actively wished for war. One doubts the inhabitants of Earth would agree, if they were aware of the threat, Nigellus said. Memon snorted.
Probably not. Under the circumstances, this angel should be locked inside a cell,
Sabazius said. No, Nigellus replied, perhaps too quickly. That will not be necessary. In fact, it would likely be counterproductive. I've marked her. I can always track her if need be. She will doubtless be drawn to investigate the Tithling village, and given her current weakness, that is a suitable place for her to be. He could only hope that ferreting out the Tithling's secrets would keep her occupied for some time, and that she did not decide to rid herself of the blood she'd swallowed after biting his lip, or the essence he'd left in her after their angry rutting. Nigellus would not see her locked in a cell, mostly because he feared that if she became angry enough, she'd find a way out, just as Mab had done. It would, however, be somewhat awkward if he'd set her free to wander Hell with no way of tracking her location. The eyebrow Sabazius raised was a skeptical one, but Typhon waved the matter away as unimportant. Baalazar, see to the removal of Layak's body to Earth. Make certain it's adequately concealed, said the leader. Beyond that, I believe it is finally time to begin discussing the status of the Tithlings. Nigellus hid his reaction behind a blank facade. This was not an unexpected development, for all that it was an unwelcome one. The human Tithlings resided in Hell for one purpose and one purpose only. A looming war would trigger that purpose. First, I must return to Earth, he said. There are spies in Dyne who will inform me when Mab successfully contacts the Fae Court, and, with luck, report how Dyne's de facto leaders respond to having their powers curtailed by the Queen's return. Astaroth looked thoughtful. I've been thinking about that. Mab has been missing for almost 2 centuries. During that time, the court allowed the populace to believe that their great queen had retired to commune with Mother Dyne after the end of the war, leaving political power in the hands of the Seelie magistrate and her cronies. That's rather convenient, don't you think? The same notion had occurred to Nigellus as well. Indeed, perhaps we can hope for the possibility of political infighting to delay Mab's plans, mad as they are. Let the Fae prattle endlessly about their plans, Typhon said. We will prepare for a new war, and this time the outcome will be far different. He waved a massive hand. Go on, spymaster. back to earth with you. Pull the threads of your spider web, and report to us when you have news." Nigellus had several changes of human clothing stored in his quarters in hell. He looked around the ancient rooms, carved by his own hand from the mountain across the span of eons in a time before time. Here, Ransley Thorpe, the last surviving vampire, had wept for his lost race, huddled on the floor like a broken doll, inconsolable. Here, Nigellus had brokered contracts and treaties, talked strategy and forged alliances. It should feel more like a home than it did. He changed, first his physical form, and then the clothes that adorned it. There was no sign that the angel had returned in his absence, not that he had truly expected her to do so. It was growing late, but before he left, he would check in the tithling village, discreetly, to make certain she was there, and not causing more than the expected amount of trouble. With a final look around his quarters, he willed himself to the front door of the hut belonging to Fatima, one of the tithling elders. She answered promptly when he knocked on it, a motherly figure with streaks of gray in her black hair.
"Nigellus,"
she greeted.
"Come about the new arrival, I'm guessing."
It didn't do to underestimate the speed with which gossip traveled in hell. "Fatima," he replied, "I see you are fully informed as ever." She waved him inside the modest structure. The interior was neat and homey, but he politely refused her offer of a seat.
"Well," she said, "as you know, we don't get many newcomers here. Not beyond the infants shipped in from Dyne, anyway. Strangers tend to cause a bit of a stir."
"She's here in the village, then?" he asked.
"That's right,"
Fatima said, watching him with a shrewd expression.
"She said a demon abducted her to hell against her will, and she called herself an angel. Made out like angels were another race, same as demons and fae and vampires. Is there anything you think I ought to know about any of that?"
"That covers the gist," Nigellus told her. "Angels are generally quite powerful. As powerful as demons, if not more so. However, this particular angel is severely weakened. Her physical strength is similar to a human's, though she may retain the ability to inspire a state of adoration and affection in others." Fatima digested that.
"And the part about a demon abducting her to bring her here?"
"All true," Nigellus replied, "since there was no benefit to lying. The Fae captured her. I helped her escape. But they would doubtless have tried to capture her again after learning what she was. Even weak as she is, they might have been able to use her for their magic. It would not have been safe to leave her on Earth." The human's expression soured at the mention of Fae.
"None of us would wish that fate on anyone. To answer your question, Lee Wei is arranging for her to stay with Finn and Sherilyn for the moment. That's where you'll find her if you want to talk to her, I expect."
"That won't be necessary." Reassured as to the angel's presence in the village, his thoughts shied away from confronting her directly, instead skipping forward to the next things he needed to do. Fatima crossed her arms.
Sherilyn and her man should know about the thing with inspiring adoration. You're certain she's not a threat to anyone in the village?"
"To their patients, perhaps," he replied absently. "Otherwise, no. It would be best if she stays here for the moment. I will return periodically to check on her."
The
hum had an air of skepticism.
You know, there's talk of fresh trouble with the enemy."
"Yes," Nigellus told her. "That is precisely what I will be discussing with the council upon my return."
"Maybe consider letting some of the elders sit in on that discussion,"
Fatima said.
"since I gather will be one of the subjects getting debated."
"A very reasonable request," he replied, "and one I will attempt to grant. I shall be in touch soon." Fatima nodded and sighed.
"I suppose all this was inevitable, really."
"Sometimes it certainly feels that way," he agreed, and took his leave.
13. Neveah had expected the titlings to be fascinating, and she was not disappointed. She'd been prepared for someone to present her with a rough blanket for sleeping and shunt her off to an unused outbuilding for the night. Instead, the elder, Li Wei, had escorted her to one of the many small huts lining the streets surrounding the meeting hall and central square. A pretty woman with dark skin and close-shorn black curls had opened the door, joined a moment later by a pale man with blonde hair, kind eyes, and a port wine birthmark covering his left temple and part of his forehead. Li Wei had introduced them as Sherilyn and Finn, before succinctly relaying what Neveah had told him earlier about her arrival and non-human status.
"She needs a place to stay on a temporary basis,"
said the elder.
"Might I prevail on you for the use of your spare room?"
Sherilyn smiled at her, and Finn immediately said,
"Of course. Why don't you come in?" "Will you be all right here on your own?" Li Wei asked Neveah. "I should get back to the meeting hall so I can close things up for the night."
"Absolutely," Neveah told him. "Thank you for your hospitality. I look forward to speaking with you more tomorrow."
"As do I,"
Li Wei said.
"May your evening be more pleasant than the rest of your day has apparently been."
"Actually, some of the parts between being stabbed through the heart by a mad fae and abducted to hell by an infuriating demon were quite nice," she replied. "But thank you for the sentiment." She let her new hosts usher her inside the dwelling, aware that they were looking at her with poorly concealed interest. "Thank you very much for doing this," she said, after the woman had offered her a comfortable chair and the man had pressed a clay cup of cool, clear water into her hands. "No doubt you have questions. I'm happy to answer them, if you'd be willing to answer some of mine in turn." "That seems fair," said the woman Sherilyn. She seemed to have a lifetime's worth of laughter living behind her dark brown gaze, which sparkled with good humor in the low light. "And there's no need to thank us. I expect this evening will make us the most sought-after people in the village. This is my home, and I love it, but we're a gossipy bunch, and not a whole lot happens around here usually." Neveah couldn't help wincing a little. "You, might want to prepare yourselves for life becoming considerably more interesting in the coming weeks and months." She took a moment to scan the interior of the modest structure, assessing the level of technology on display. There was no evidence of electricity, and the furniture looked homemade. A brick hearth with a low fire provided the only light, though there were several unlit candle stubs arrayed elsewhere in the room.
"Is it something to do with the escaped prisoner?"
Finn asked. He sat down next to Sherilyn on a padded wooden settle across from Neveah's chair, watching her closely. And that was interesting. Neveah would have laid odds the demons would keep Mab's escape hushed up, even before they'd known her true identity. Were the tithelings on a more equal footing with the demons than she'd assumed? Or were they somehow spying on their demon masters? Yes, in fact it's directly related, she said. How much do you know about the prisoner? Sherilyn leaned forward intently, elbows on knees. Not much. People say she'd been in the cells almost as long as the Tithling village has been here, a couple of 100 years or thereabouts. Most of us believe she must be one of the enemy. When you say enemy, you're speaking of the Fae? Neveah asked, just to confirm. Sherilyn's expressive face scrunched up. Yes, them. They abducted our ancestors from Earth when they were only babies, Finn said. They're still abducting more human infants every year. It never stops. The demons took us in, made sure we had a decent life. But yeah, the Fae are our enemies, and someday we'll be called on to help the demons fight them. He tossed it out like an unbreakable maxim, an immovable fact of life. Privately, Neveah added a mental tally mark to her suspicions about the demons' true motives for taking on an entire settlement of humans within their desolate, resource-scarce realm. That sounds like a rather alarming prospect, she said. I've known war. It's a terrible thing. Sherilyn nodded. I'm sure it is, but so is stealing innocent babies from their families. Which point? Finn frowned. Speaking of abducting people, did a demon really bring you here against your will? It's just that they don't tend to do things like that, normally. Neveah pressed her lips together in a thin line, because she'd been doing a decent job of distracting herself from how enraged she was, and Finn had reminded her of it. Yes, she said. It's complicated. I think he believes he's protecting me, or maybe protecting his own people, whereas in reality, he's acting like a bit of a clueless twat. Which demon was it? Sherilyn asked. Because some of them are admittedly more twattish than others. It was Nigellus, Neveah told her, aware that her tone was sour. Do you know him? The pair across from her exchanged a look of transparent surprise, which did nothing to improve Neveah's rapidly deteriorating mood. Huh, Sherilyn said. I definitely wouldn't have pegged him as the type. If you know Nigellus, does that mean you've also met Edward? Yes, Neveah replied, softening a bit. Interesting man, much less annoying than his master. He brings me coffee beans from Earth sometimes, Sherilyn said absently. Her gaze focused on Neveah once more. Nigellus adores him. I mean, I'm sure he'd get all huffy about it if you said so in his hearing, but he does. He's still annoying, Neveah said, mostly so it would be on the record. Anyway, it's a moot point. I'm here, and while I might be irked beyond belief about it, it's possible this is the best place for me right now. Well, you'll be safe here if the enemy attack again, for a start, Finn offered. You can't necessarily say that about Earth. I wish I was as confident as you are, Neveah replied dryly. Assuming you're willing to talk politics in more detail, what do you know about the political situation between the demons and the Fae? Sherilyn regarded her with interest. There was a war? The demons talk about it like it ended in a stalemate, but to us it looks like the demons lost. They agreed to broker a peace treaty in exchange for the Fae sending 10% of their children to hell. And I know that sounds almost as bad as what the Fae do to human children on Earth, Finn said quickly.
But we reckon the idea was to keep the enemy's numbers in check. Or maybe to teach some of the Fae that the demons aren't so bad, so the war wouldn't start up again. Instead, the Fae started stealing human babies and sending them here instead of their own children.
But you two were born here in Hell, correct? Neveah asked. You said it was your ancestors who were abducted. Sort of, Sherilyn replied. The Fae mostly stole male babies, but there were a few females as well, especially early on. When they grew up and founded the village, they had children of their own. Both of our fathers were abducted from Earth and sent here by the Fae, but our mothers are, like, great-great-great-granddaughters of the female children who were abducted.
There are still a lot more men than women in the village, though,
Finn added.
And a lot more people sent here by the Fae than people like us who were born in Hell.
Sherilyn nodded. So, anyway, there's technically a peace treaty, but the demons always talk like another war is simply a matter of time. And when it comes, we'll leave Hell and help them fight it, because the Fae have heard us too. Neveah frowned. I assume you're aware that you can't leave Hell without signing over your soul to a demon.
Well, yes, obviously,
Finn said.
They've said it will be our choice, but most of the adults will choose to go. We owe it to them.
Sherilyn gestured around, encompassing the hut, its contents, and the village outside. We owe them pretty much everything, she said. I doubt we could have engineered all of this without their help, with technology, raw materials, even basic food and water. They taught us how to build and maintain our village.
From the ground up,
Finn agreed. Neveah slotted different possibilities into place, turning the facts over and over to see how they fit together. Has no one here asked to return to Earth before now? Bonded with the demons so they could leave? They exchanged a look. I don't personally know of anyone, Sherilyn said. But it's possible people from the village have left Hell at some point. The village has been here for a couple of 100 years.
You could ask Li Wei or Fatima if you want a definite answer,
Finn said with a shrug.
They were both here since pretty much the beginning, so they know the history better.
The mental puzzle pieces Neveah had been contemplating froze and crashed to the ground, her thoughts derailing like a needle scratching across the surface of a vinyl record. You said the village has been here for 200 years, she said slowly. Yes, that's right, Sherilyn confirmed. Humans don't generally live much past 90 or 100 years, with a few notable exceptions, Neveah pointed out. Oh, Sherilyn said. Well, not on Earth, maybe. Here we have the blood wine that demons give us. It stops our aging. Blood wine, Neveah echoed blankly. Blood wine.
You know about vampires, right?
Finn asked.
They're sort of immortal. Not like demons, but they live a really long time and don't age after they've turned. And if humans drink a tiny bit of their blood on a regular basis, we don't age much either.
The puzzle slotted into place with a series of resounding clicks. Vampire blood. The demons were feeding their pet humans vampire blood, and they'd gone to extreme lengths to save a single vampire from the Fae weapon that wiped out the rest of the species. Now they had a growing village full of ageless humans who'd been exposed to Dine's magic as infants, or who carried it in their bloodlines, in the case of people like her hosts. How old are you two? She asked faintly.
She's 30,
Finn said. 31 in a few weeks, Sherilyn clarified. I started taking the blood wine about 8 months ago. It seemed like a good age.
I'm 27,
Finn continued.
not quite ready to preserve myself in amber yet. Maybe in a few more years.
He's trying to catch up with me, I think, Sherilyn said with sly humor, tangling her fingers with Finn's. Do you know why the demons have gone to such lengths to keep people in the village from aging past a certain point? Neveah asked. The investigative reporter in her was buzzing with theories, one in particular that seemed to fit the available facts rather neatly. First off, we choose for ourselves. No one tells us when to start taking the blood wine, or even that we have to drink it at all, Sherilyn said. Growing up, I always assumed it was because living forever is natural for the demons, so why wouldn't they want that for us as well?
But now we know it's because we're supposed to be an army someday,
Finn went on.
And there aren't many children born and dying, so the tithe isn't a large number. About 800 babies spread across 200 years. Not much of a fighting force if they're getting old and dying all the time, right?
Sherilyn elbowed him.
What?
He said.
It's true.
You're expecting to fight the Fae, Neveah said carefully. Do the demons train you? Teach you combat skills or military strategy?
We can learn if we're interested,
Finn said. He turned to look at Sherilyn.
I'd say there's, maybe 300 people who attend the lectures and training?
Probably about that number, yes. Sherilyn made a face. I think a bunch of us are waiting until we become vampires to really get into the nitty-gritty. Fighting seems like it would be a lot easier when you can turn into mist and fly, or mesmerize someone to control their mind. And bullseye. The demons have talked about this? She asked. They plan on turning you into vampires.
The people who agree to it, yes,
Finn said.
We're tithelings. We carry the enemy's magic in our veins because we spent time in their realm. Their weapons won't work on us like they did on the vampires in the last war.
And with that, the Demon Council's long game came into sharp focus. After the vampire killer destroyed Hell's army of the night at the end of the 18th century, the demons couldn't simply use Ransley Thorpe to turn a new generation of vampires on Earth. Those vampires would have been just as vulnerable as their dead kin. Nor could they turn the tithelings while keeping them hidden inside the safety of Hell. Vampires needed human blood, and if most or all of the humans in the village were turned, there wouldn't be enough blood to sustain them in such a small, closed system. Yet, if the tithe was only providing a few infants every year, and most of them were male, natural attrition meant the demons wouldn't have the kind of numbers they wanted for their new army if the older ones kept dying off. So, they had come up with a method to stockpile their humans, for lack of a better term. They'd been harvesting Ransley Thorpe's blood for centuries, diluting it, perhaps with the aid of magic, to provide an elixir of youth for the village. And all the while, the slow grind of subtle propaganda, combined with the humans' natural and understandable resentment regarding what the Fae had done to them, ensured the demons would have a willing fighting force on their side when the time finally came. And when another war inevitably erupted, 1,000 new vampires would emerge from Hell, demon-bound and ready to fight the enemy they'd learned to hate, nourished by the blood of the billions of humans already residing on Earth. Well, Neveah said faintly, I suppose that explains quite a few things, doesn't it?
"14. Nigellus returned to the winery house. not certain whether receiving no news or bad news would be a preferable state of affairs at this point. It irked him that he'd never been able to arrange for direct contact inside the Fey realm, not during the war and not after the war. It was the nature of the veil between the worlds, but it still rankled. Until someone emerged through the gate to Earth to send a report, there was, quite simply, no way of determining what was happening within Dyne. Ransley and Zora were waiting at the house with Edward when he arrived. "News?" he asked them without preamble. Metaphorical storm clouds darkened Ransley's expression, and his eyes were glowing with the power of a vampire roused. "Beyond the fact that you're a manipulative, conceited twat?" he asked, not bothering to hide the anger in his tone. Edward caught Nigellus's eye, not appearing much more pleased with him, but at least doing a better job of hiding it.
"There's been nothing from either the Catchy or Albigard, sir." "Did you really do what Edward says you did?" Zora asked. "Did you abduct Neveah Lane to hell and leave her trapped there?"
"I did," Nigellus told her. "I will not give the Fae an angel to use as a weapon against us. Or a hostage, for that matter." He didn't add. "My, but doesn't all of this sound terribly familiar?" Ransley said, bitterness lacing the words. "Or rather, it would sound familiar if I could remember anything about being dragged to hell at the end of the war." "You agreed to come," Nigellus said mildly. "And you were the one who requested that I remove your memories of the event afterward." "I'm not entirely certain that's a valid defense," Ransley retorted, "given that you apparently haven't even extended that questionable courtesy to your latest victim." "Is she going to be all right there on her own?" Zora asked. Unlike Rands, she was evidently more focused on practicalities than recriminations, which was a refreshing change. "She is unharmed and currently staying in the Tithling village," he said. "With an acquaintance of yours, I believe." "Yes, that sounds lovely," Rands bit out. "No doubt she's thrilled about the whole thing." "She is safe," Nigellus said. "And just as importantly, she is no longer an ongoing concern when it comes to the current drama. In case you've forgotten, she is the reason Mab is currently free, with Leak's heart, and presumably back in Dyne, attempting to retake her throne even as we speak." Zora frowned. "That's not exactly the interpretation of events I would have gone with, but okay. So what do we do now?" Nigellus banished his irritation with a sharp gesture of one hand, turning to pace to the dry bar and pouring himself 2 fingers of bourbon. He sipped it, not looking at the others, feeling the faint burn as the liquid slid down his throat. It didn't help or change what was about to happen in any way. He knocked back the rest of the alcohol and set the tumbler down on the bar top with a precise clink of glass on marble. "The head of the Demon Council is angling for war, now that it seems fairly inevitable that the Fae are doing the same." "Wonderful." Ransley's glowing eyes bored holes through him. Though that doesn't precisely answer Zora's entirely reasonable question about what we're supposed to do next. So try again." It was an excellent question indeed. "In the absence of fresh information, there is little to be done at the moment," he said, keeping his tone even. "Perhaps you should attempt once more to reach your unseelie ally or his necromancer. Failing that, there is also Killian Gallagher, although it's unlikely he will know anything of substance."
"He might at least know for certain whether Mab made it through the gate into Dyne,"
Zora said, putting a game face on things.
"What's his phone number?"
He gave it to her, and she entered it into her burner phone's contacts. "And that's it?" Ransley asked, clearly still incensed. "The bloody war's starting up again, and we're supposed to sit here playing phone tag." Edward caught Nigellus's gaze again.
"If I might have a word in private, sir."
A private conversation with Edward was only marginally less unappealing than continuing to stand here while Ransley radiated disapproval at him, but there was little point in trying to avoid it. "Very well. Excuse us," he said, leading the way toward the office at the back of the house, while Ransley fumed silently behind them. He entered, turning to face his servant with an expression that clearly said he was in no mood for whatever conversation was about to take place. Edward followed him inside and closed the door, before casting a muffling charm over the room to deaden the sound of their voices. Nigellus scowled. "Concerned about being overheard by vampire ears, Edward?"
"No,"
said his servant.
"but I thought you might be."
"Well, what is so important that it requires such precautions?" Nigellus demanded. Edward hitched a bony hip against the corner of the glass and steel desk, regarding Nigellus with rheumy hazel eyes.
"Merely this. Do you remember Marguerite, sir?"
Nigellus stared at him. "Edward, have you any idea how many humans use that name?" Edward didn't break eye contact.
"My ex-wife,"
he said, very slowly and clearly. Then he added in a mutter,
"Assuming you care to grace that farce of a union with such a generous designation."
Nigellus blinked at him in confusion. "Marguerite, as in your unwanted child bride who's been dead for more than 600 years. Forgive me if I fail to see the relevance." Edward sighed and crossed his arms, long-suffering.
"Listen. The poor girl was foisted on me by her cad of a brother. She was 12 at the time. I was 54. None of which is the point."
"Then perhaps you could get to the point," Nigellus said waspishly. "Preferably before the Fey army shows up in force." Edward only raised a bushy eyebrow.
"The point is that she was a pawn in a wider war, and I foolishly thought I could protect her
by hiding her away in a tower where she wouldn't end up abused by those more powerful than her. Not to mention ending up pregnant by the age of 13. Sir. Only to end up seeking an annulment to the marriage a mere 2 years later. Nigellus snapped. Yes, I recall. And 10 years after that, she went on to marry that syphilitic sycophant Francis of Bow. Shortly thereafter, they both succeeded in annoying the Queen of Naples to the extent that she felt moved to make an example of them. Marguerite eventually died alone and destitute in a Greek prison. Edward finished. Impatiently, Nigellus waited for him to explicitly lay out the argument he apparently wished to make. Edward huffed. Do I really need to spell this out for you, sir? I couldn't protect Marguerite by hiding her away in a tower, because she was the proud, headstrong sister of a minor European king, bred to intrigue and political machinations from the day she was born. If you'd like, I could make some heavy-handed metaphor about having tried to clip her wings, but that seems unnecessarily gauche under the circumstances. The same volcanic rage that had inspired Nigellus to break 3 sentient minds and set things on fire rose again in him now. He tried to pretend it was directed at Edward, a reaction to his insolence in daring to compare their respective situations. The Fey Queen stabbed her through the heart, he said, biting off the words. Mab had her crucified by the same wings you've just accused me of attempting to clip. The angel was so weakened that she couldn't even control her bleeding. In a building full of magical practitioners. Edward looked alarmed for a moment. He was every bit as aware as Nigellus was what a disaster it could have been if the Fae got hold of angelic blood, much less a live angel. A moment later, understanding settled over his craggy features. So you burned the house down, with Faye still trapped inside, I'm guessing? Not coherent ones. The words emerged as a snarl. Silence fell over the room for several seconds. Well, Edward said eventually, and without judgment. This aspect of things has certainly added an unexpected wrinkle to the current series of events. Nigellus glared at him. You realize your angel is probably plotting ways to murder you, immortal or not, as we speak, Edward went on. The wards on the property chose that moment to shriek a silent magical warning. Nigellus and Edward stiffened in unison. Fey intruders, Edward breathed, but Nigellus was already moving. He wrenched himself through the ether to the room where he'd left the 2 vampires fuming at him, As he emerged from the dimensional fold of teleportation, he reached for Shamasiel's sword, having retrieved it earlier from the solarium floor when he'd returned to the house to get Neveah a robe and inform Edward of his plan to take her to hell. Glowing embers floated around the soot-stained metal of the blade, but only the faintest wisps of celestial flame kindled. Ransley already had an iron dagger in his hand. His other arm was thrown out in warning, intending to keep Zora caged behind him as a fey portal crackled into life across the room. 2 figures staggered out of it and collapsed on the thick Persian rug at their feet. Nigellus cursed himself for a fool and banished the sword back to its dimensional hiding place even as Zora let out a cry of dismay and charged forward. Of course, there was only one Fae who'd been granted access to the repelling wards that surrounded the winery house, even if his presence still triggered the detection wards. Albigard of the Unseelie looked up at them with desperate green eyes, cradling a battered and bloody body to his chest. "Help me!" he demanded hoarsely, clutching at the unconscious necromancer lying in his arms.
"15.
Len!
Zora slid in beside the pair, her hands hovering over the unconscious human. Blood trickled from Grayson's nostrils and one of his ears, and he didn't react to the raised voices around him.
Rance, quick! Your blood is stronger than mine.
Edward's hurried footsteps announced his arrival on the scene as well.
What happened?
He demanded, breathless from exertion. Unknown as yet, Nigellus informed him.
Christ, Len!
Ransley muttered, opening a vein and letting his blood drip into the necromancer's mouth while Albigard steadied him, holding his jaw open with a gentle grip.
You, of all people, should have the sense to stay far away from this kind of supernatural horseshit.
Albigard growled a wordless warning at the vampire, but his attention turned back to the human in his arms when Grayson began choking on the blood, swallowing instinctually to keep it from entering his trachea. Nigellus focused on the thready sound of the human's heartbeat, which grew stronger and more regular as Ransley's blood worked its healing magic on whatever injuries had been done to him. Zora put a hand on the Unseelie's arm, grounding him. Somewhat to Nigellus's surprise, Albigard didn't immediately shake off the contact.
"Easy there, Tink,"
she said.
"You know how this works. He's gonna be okay now. Just give the blood a minute to do its thing."
Nigellus was unsure if Zora fully appreciated how desperate a Fae would have to be to beg for vampire blood. Just as Fae magic had its origins from angelic interbreeding in the mists of prehistory, so vampire powers shared some of the same magical properties found in the demonic race. Of course, the same could be said of necromancy. Perhaps the Unseelie had merely become inured to the idea of such magic thanks to his frequent proximity to it. "Yes," Albigard was saying. "Yes, I know. Thank you, Demonkin." His grip on the human didn't loosen, however. "You clearly have news of import," Nigellus said. "Tell us." The Fae glared up at him, as though uncaring that Nigellus could drag the information directly from his mind with minimal effort if he chose to do so. "In a moment, Hellspawn," he said. "Have some respect." Albigard of the Unseelie had never lacked for courage. Or at least, he'd never lacked for reckless bravado. Perhaps it was an admirable trait under most circumstances, but under these circumstances it was a delay Nigellus found galling. However, Ransley and Zora glowered up at him as well, so he bit his tongue. The human was already groaning and wiping at the blood on his face with uncoordinated movements as he regained consciousness. The delay while they fussed over him would, with luck, be minimal. "Len, mate," Ransley said, helping Albigard get him into a sitting position. "Are you back with us?" "Aronchak," Albigard said, grasping his shoulders and leaning down to catch his dazed grey gaze. "Say something, please." Nigellus raised an eyebrow at the endearment. Grayson coughed, leaning heavily on the support. "God, sometimes I hate every single one of you," he croaked, and Albigard relaxed marginally. "Where are we?" "California," Nigellus told him. "Can I safely assume that Mab has returned to dine?" Ransley and Albigard hauled Grayson to his feet and got him to a chair. The Fae turned angry green eyes on Nigellus. "She has. The warden of the Seattle Overkeep accompanied her, and vouched for her identity with the court, testifying that she captured an angel on Earth. That, combined with the daemon heart she carried, convinced the Unseelie contingent to back her claim to the throne."
"Only the Unseelie contingent backed her?" Edward asked. "Does that mean the Seelie are standing against her?"
"Not precisely," Albigard said. "The magistrate of the Seelie court has questions, as one might expect under such extraordinary circumstances." "Well, the Unseelie just want any excuse to start up the war again," Grayson added hoarsely. "We were staying with the Forsaken," Albigard went on, "coordinating with the Catshi to keep abreast of events inside the court. As you are no doubt aware, the Forsaken occupy a somewhat tenuous position within Fae society, though they are no longer in deep hiding since the Wild Hunt was contained." "I am aware of the changing political situation, yes," Nigellus assured him. The Forsaken was a name taken by a loosely associated group of Seelie and Unseelie who disagreed with the strictures of Fae society. They'd left to live in Dine's wildlands and only agreed to rekindle diplomatic ties with the court after the recent shift in the political landscape following the Wild Hunt's destructive rampage. What you may not know is that the group is led by a pair of fraternal twins," Albigard went on, bitterly. "And Mab's first act upon receiving the fealty of the Unseelie court was to order every living pair of twins in Dine brought to her and placed in protective custody, as she called it." He practically spat the words. A chill crawled up Nigellus's spine. Both vampires inhaled sharply despite not needing to breathe. Edward looked grim. "How many pairs are there?" Nigellus asked. There couldn't be many. Children were increasingly rare in the Fae realm, as the magical imbalance that had plagued their world chipped away at the long-lived race's already low fertility rates. Twins would be rarer yet. 5, Albigard said. 2 are elderly. 2 are very young. The 5th pair, Nezri and Danon, are in their prime. "The Catshi managed to get 1 pair of the children away from the court," Len said hoarsely. They fled into hiding with Nesri and Dannon, but Mab was furious when she found out. She has every unseelie at her command searching for them," Elbegard went on. "They will not be able to hide forever." Ransley's face, always vampire pale, had gone a pasty shade of grey. "Tell us straight, Albie. Can Mab truly do what she plans? Is this weapon she's talking about feasible with the resources she currently has?" "As if you, of all people, should have to ask." Elbegard directed his next words at Nigellus. "She has the demon guard's immortal flesh, begotten of hell. She has the wild hunt, a primal force capable of punching holes through the veil between realms. And she has at least 3 sets of fraternal twins to power her weapon once it's developed. You would do well not to discount her plans, Hellspawn." The chill in Nigellus's veins grew icy as Elbegard ran down his list in a clinical tone. "Leak's body is no longer inside Hell," Nigellus said. "That makes his flesh no less a part of Hell," Elbegard replied, his gaze never wavering. "The Wild Hunt no longer follows the court's bidding," Nigellus said. "Precisely. Now, it only acts in Dine's best interest." The Fae raised a pointed eyebrow at him. "You've had interactions with it. Do you think Mab won't be able to convince the Hunt that destroying the demon realm is in Dine's interest?" "The veil between Earth and Hell is thicker than any other, with the possible exception of the one between Earth and Heaven," Nigellus tried. "Then you'd best hope that 3 pairs of twins will not provide enough power for her to successfully break through it," Elbegard shot back without missing a beat. "And in that same vein, you will doubtless also wish to offer the Catshi the assistance they now require." "What kind of assistance?" Zora asked. "You said the she spirited 2 pairs of twins away to safety?" "No," Elbegard replied. "I said they got 2 pairs of the twins into hiding. Safety is an entirely different proposition." "What precisely does the Catshi have planned?" Nigellus asked. "Something crazy? Seriously, this whole thing is so fucked," Grayson muttered, scrubbing his hands over his rust-streaked face. "The full force of the Forsaken will attack the guards stationed at the gate between Dine and Earth just before midnight tomorrow," Elbegard said grimly. "The Catshi will attempt to sneak the twins through the gate during the confusion." "That rather begs the question of how you 2 managed to get out of Dine," Ransley said. "Perilously." The word dripped sarcasm. "The forces at the gate weren't on a war footing yet," Grayson said in a tired tone. "There wasn't time, because Mab had too many other irons in the fire. But after our rather fraught escape a few minutes ago, it definitely will be soon," Elbegard finished for him. "And I'll wager that means Mab's forces will be stationed on both sides of the gate," Ransley said. "Not just on Dine's side." Nigellus could guess where this was going. "The Catshi wishes me to raise a force to secure the twins' safe passage on Earth's side of the gate." "Correct." Albigard's unblinking gaze burned holes in him. "Will you rise to the occasion, spymaster of the Demon Council?" For the second time in 24 hours, Nigellus had a choice between breaking the peace treaty in hopes of forestalling a war, or following the rules in the knowledge that doing so could speed that same war along. "You will have my help, Faye," Nigellus said. "But to raise a fighting force of any real use, I will need to seek the Council's backing." Albigard gave a cautious nod before turning his attention to Ransley. "And you, Thorpe, will you fight at my side one more time?" Ransley drew breath to reply, but Nigellus cut him off. "He will not. Nor will Ms. Bright. I'm certain if you give it a moment's thought, you'll understand why." "Nigellus," Ransley said in a tone of warning, but Albigard's gaze grew hooded as understanding dawned. "Ah, quite." The Fae gave a single sharp nod. Grayson looked between them. "Someone care to explain the subtext I'm obviously missing?" Albigard's smile was wintry and utterly humorless. "The demon needs to keep his vampires safe and sound, so they can turn a new army for him." The human blinked. "Wait, what?" His gaze flew to Zora, who was biting her lip. "Let's just say it's an ongoing discussion," Ransley said, his expression every bit as cold as the Fae's. It wasn't, but there was no benefit in belaboring the point under these circumstances. Ransley might have forgotten already that it was he who asked Nigellus to keep Zora safe in hell, rather than letting her become a foot soldier in a new war. To the demons, the vampires' value lay not in their ability to fight, but in their ability to raise other vampires. If Albigard was to be believed, hell might not remain the safe haven he'd promised them. But for now, it was still the best place for them to hide. "They will not be fighting in this battle," he repeated. "But allow me to see if I can acquire a small force that will be even better suited to the task." "16. Even knowing that Mab had already reached Dyne, Nigellus had expected to have more time than this to develop and execute a viable strategy. One did not design a weapon like the one Mab had proposed in a day, after all. Far from it. But now there was no time. He understood the Catshee's desire to get the twins out of the Fey realm before Mab's hold on political power and Dyne's organizational structure grew any stronger than it currently was. He could, however, have wished for a little more warning. Edward was busy preparing food for their unexpected guests. Nigellus had extended his hospitality to Albigard and Grayson for the duration of his imminent trip to Hell. With its wards and proximity to Hell's Gate, the winery house would be as safe a place for them to stay as any other on Earth. That left the inevitable argument with the vampires, one they would have to lose this time. The question became whether they would choose to lose the debate on its own logical merits, or whether he would be dragging yet more people to hell by force today. Zora Bright appeared deeply troubled by something. Nigellus wondered idly what her thoughts were, but he wouldn't presume to dig.
Ransley had the same pasty grey cast he'd had since hearing that Mab was readying Dyne's most powerful twin magical practitioners to power her new weapon. Nigellus spoke before either vampire could begin mustering arguments for risking their lives to fight at Albigard's side. "Allow me to quote you, Ransley. If this doomsday scenario occurs, and the Council votes to force the birth of more vampires, give me your word that you will keep Zora safe inside Hell as long as there's danger for her outside it." "You told me," Nigellus said. "Those were your exact words to me in Sacramento. Perhaps you have forgotten them." Zora's gaze flew to her lovers, flashing copper bronze with shock.
"You said that?"
Ransley apparently hadn't been prepared to have his own words turned against him, especially not from two separate quarters. "I did, but he's quoting me out of context." He narrowed his eyes at Nigellus. "Has the Council voted to raise a new vampire army? Because from where I'm standing, there's no war yet. Though there undoubtedly will be if you show up with a squad of demons and start blasting away at Fey forces stationed outside the gate to Dyne. The Cat-She's plan to remove these twins from Dyne by force is utterly insane."
"Agreed. But can we back up to the part where you're making bargains about what happens to me behind my back?"
Zora asked. Ransley's expression grew anguished. He took Zora's shoulders in his hands, turning her to face him.
"You were willing to flee to Hell before, when Nigellus went to retrieve Neveah. Love, when this mess finally does hit the fan, it's going to be carnage. Again." "Yes, I was willing," she said sharply. "But that was before I knew Len and Albigard were going to be directly involved in the fighting. How many of our other friends are going to end up getting dragged into this? Do you seriously intend for Nigellus to keep me stuck inside Hell while the people we care about are out here fighting for their lives?"
"Of course I bloody well do."
Ransley's voice rose to a hoarse shout. "I can't stop the demons from using us for their own ends, but I can do my level best to make sure you're still alive at the end of it." Zora stared at him for a beat.
"You did hear the part where Mab wants to break open Hell's Gate and use the Wild Hunt to destroy the place, right?" she asked. "So how does trapping me in Hell keep me safe?"
Once upon a time, Nigellus's former protégé had been better than this at strategy. It was yet more proof, if any were needed, that the softer emotions of love and devotion were incompatible with clear thinking during times of crisis. Zora's glowing vampiric gaze cut to him.
"That question was directed at you, too, Nigellus, in case it wasn't clear."
Nigellus raised an eyebrow. "Until Mab has both an actual weapon and the means to power it, Hell remains safer than any place else in the Three Realms. Just as importantly, the Council will vote to turn the Tithelings into vampires and begin moving them to Earth in preparation for the coming conflict. That vote is almost certain to be imminent." He kept his tone level. "And for that, you and Ransley must be in Hell."
"I will not turn more humans into cannon fodder for you, Nigellus."
Ransley's voice was strained.
"You'll have to look me in the eye and overpower my will to make me do it."
It was an empty threat on many levels, and Ransley knew that. For more than 200 years,
Nigellus had overpowered Ransley's will to extract the vampire blood Hell needed, and then he'd made Ransley forget. Again and again, over and over. The fact that it had been at Ransley's own request was neither here nor there. Additionally, it would make no difference whether or not Nigellus caved to his threats and pleas. There were plenty of other demons who would happily use their powers to ensure that the new vampire army was turned, whether Ransley and Zora assisted voluntarily or not. However, the idea of Typhon, or some other demon meddling with Ransley and Zora's will, kindled something low and dangerous in Nigellus's chest. They didn't know it, but the pair was safe from that particular eventuality. Nigellus would not allow it to come to that. Their souls were bound to him, not to Typhon, or Mammon, or Astaroth, or any of the others. They were his, and if he could not protect them, he would at least do them the courtesy of breaking their hearts and their wills himself. I will do so without hesitation, if it means you don't have to accept moral culpability for an action you find abhorrent, he told Ransley. I will do it for both of you, if that is what's required. For a flicker of an instant, Nigellus thought Ransley might grab Zora, transform into mist, and try to make a run for it. But it would be a futile gesture. The pair of them were demon-bound. In all of history, the only person to escape such a soul-binding was currently sitting on a throne in Dyne, plotting an insane war. Besides, running away wasn't in Ransley's nature. He might pursue tactical retreat on occasion, but he didn't flee out of cowardice or unwillingness to face reality.
We really don't have a choice in any of this, do we?
Zora asked tightly. I'm afraid not, he told her. The Tithelings, however, do have a choice. The council formally agreed to leave the decision whether or not to become a vampire or to be bound by a demon in the hands of the individual. They will abide by that decision, while proceeding to lay on the propaganda and psychological manipulation with a trowel, I assume, Ransley said bitterly. Do you truly think the Tithelings have no reasons of their own to wish the Fae defeated? Nigellus asked. Silence fell over the room, stifling in its intensity.
I want to talk to Len and Albigard before we leave,
Zora said. Her body language was rigid and unhappy, arms tightly crossed in front of her chest, chin tucked. Of course, Nigellus said. You won't convince them not to go back and fight. Ransley's posture was every bit as tense as hers.
I know that,
she snapped.
But I still have to try. And besides, there's no telling when, or if, I'll have the chance to see them again.
From Ransley's expression, she might as well have stabbed him through the heart with silver.
Are you coming?
Zora bit out. Yes, he replied, his voice a rasp. He cleared his throat. Yes, of course I'm coming. Will only be a few minutes, Nigellus. Alone, Nigellus reached into the house wards and plucked at the invisible strings controlling them, altering the security to prevent any outbound Fae portals. He did, in fact, trust Ransley not to run, pointless as it would have been. when Nigellus could simply follow the soul bond straight to him. However, he placed no faith in Albigard not to act rashly on the vampire's behalf, and they were short enough of time as it was. He had better things to do than chase after them. Demon senses were sharp. Perhaps it was a form of self-flagellation to eavesdrop on the muffled conversation happening upstairs. Nigellus made himself take in every word, regardless. Once a spy, always a spy.
"Are you okay now, Len? Do you need any more vampire blood?"
Zora was asking. "What I need is about a week of sleep, and maybe a one-way trip back to that pocket dimension where Albigard and I got stuck last year. With a tent and a crate of Pop-Tarts, I think the place could be positively restful after this fiasco." The Fae muttered something under his breath in response, too low for even demon hearing to make out. "What about you two?" Grayson asked. "Are you seriously getting dragged off to hell?" "A moment, please, before we continue this conversation." That was Albigard. An instant later, the muffling energy of a silencing charm cut off the sounds coming from the room. It dissipated within seconds under the power of Edward's wordsmithing. Only Edward and Nigellus could cast functional silencing charms inside any of his properties, though the Fae would not be able to tell that his magic had been overpowered. "If you need rescue, I will portal both of you away from here right now," Albigard said, "though I make no promises about needling you over it later." Silence that had nothing to do with magic descended for a long, painful moment.
"No,"
Zora said.
"There's no point. It wouldn't work anyway. We're demon-bound. We can't exactly run from him."
"There are islands surrounded by salt water," Albigard retorted. "Ships as well. You know that. You've utilized the strategy before, after all." "Don't bloody tempt me," Rans murmured, low and heartfelt.
"Look, I don't like this, you two," Grayson said. "For one thing, you're both giving off some heavy-duty, just-had-a-serious-fight vibes, and it's low-key freaking me out." "We're having a disagreement over what constitutes reasonable safety accommodations for the people you love during a supernatural war,"
Zora said, her irritation bleeding through.
"Which, come to think of it, is an excellent segue into what I really wanted to talk to you about."
"Zora, if I could talk this asshole out of doing noble, deathly, dangerous shit, believe me, I would have done it before now." Resignation colored Grayson's tone.
"And can he talk you out of doing noble, deathly, dangerous shit?"
Zora asked. "3 guesses," Albigard replied.
"Be serious,"
Grayson said.
"I'm not going to be joining the fighting, mostly because I'm not an idiot. But there are likely to be injuries, and I've been learning Fae healing techniques to go along with my lapsed EMT certificate. I need to be there."
Another heavy pause descended. Zora broke it.
"Len, I'm not entirely sure when we might see you again. I mean, depending on what happens."
Her voice had grown unsteady. "How very dramatic of you to say so, Daemonkin," Albigard replied. "Have you no faith in us, or yourselves?" Grayson snorted. "You two have get-out-of-death-free cards, as long as Nigellus needs you, which he very much does right now," the human said with complete accuracy. "And Albigard and I are both really stubborn. So go and do whatever you need to do in hell. If I have to, I'll come stand in front of the gate to keep the wild hunt out.
because, as far as I know, it still really doesn't like me. Then, afterward, we'll all go out for drinks or something."
Zora made a choked sound, halfway between a laugh and a sob. "I'm not certain that blind optimism like this suits you, mate," Ransley said. "Didn't you used to be more of a realist?" "Call it a defense mechanism after spending too much time with Mr. Sunshine over here," Grayson replied. "That, and I figure after everything we've been through, we're already living on borrowed time, so it really doesn't matter anymore." "Ah," Rand said. "Nihilism. No, that does suit you. Well, if you're truly set on this course, then humor me and take this." "Your flask?" Albigard asked cautiously. Why?" "It's full of vampire blood, you pointy-eared numpty." Ransley's voice was gruff. "For emergencies." "I see," Albigard said. "That's both mildly disgusting and really rather thoughtful of you, bloodsucker." "Give it here," Len said. "I'll make sure it gets used for a good cause, if it gets used at all." "Thanks, Bela Lugosi."
"Please be careful, both of you,"
Zora said, her voice shaking with tears again.
"Hey, now. Come here, Z."
Clothing rustled, and Zora's voice was muffled.
"Goodbye, Len."
"Until next time, Daemonkin," Albigard said. "Bloodsucker." "Until next time, Tinkerbell." Ransley's voice was soft. "Take care of each other, please." "Same to you," Len said. "And go have wild make-up sex at the first opportunity, will you? You're kinda letting the side down by fighting like this. You two are supposed to be, like, relationship goals." Albigard let out an indelicate snort, and Nigellus allowed his focus to turn to what needed to happen once he got Edward and the vampires to hell. Events would soon begin to accelerate, gaining speed and momentum like a loosened boulder becoming an avalanche. With all those for whom he was directly responsible gathered inside the demon realm, his next job would be to ensure that it remained a safe haven for as long as possible. That meant stealing Mab's twins away from Dine before she had a chance to use them.
"17.
The Demon Council sat arrayed at the head of their long table in the massive meeting chamber. Ransley and Zora were seated further down on one side, across from the tithling elders on the other. Ransley looked like the proverbial long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs, while Zora appeared wan and pensive. Nigellus, still in his human guise, relayed the latest tranche of news as succinctly as he could. He reported that Mab had returned to Dine and retaken effective, though not complete, control of the Fey court, while a Fey practitioner with specific knowledge of the magic involved believed a weapon to attack Hell was feasible. "I would like the Council's permission to take a small strike force of Hell's warriors to the gate to assist in the evacuation of 2 of Dine's 5 pairs of twins," he finished.
"That would be an open act of war,"
Baalazar said. "Would you have us cower in Hell until the Fae show up at our doorstep with this supposed weapon, imp?" Typhon demanded. Of course it's going to be war. We may as well stop tiptoeing around it like a bunch of frightened mice. You say there are 5 pairs of twins in Dyne, spymaster. That is our current intelligence on the subject. Yes, Nigellus said. And if Mab only has 3 pairs, will she have enough power for a weapon? Typhon asked. There is no way to know, Nigellus replied. The weapon she proposes is unheard of, more ambitious even than the vampire killer. Fatima shifted in her seat, drawing the room's attention.
You've said this weapon is only the first part of the plan. That after the enemy shatters the gate, they intend to send the Wild Hunt into hell. Can someone explain that, please?
Nigellus wished he were less of an expert on the hunt. He'd battled it twice, most recently to wrest Zora and Ransley's souls back from the void after it had consumed them. The Wild Hunt is an elemental aspect of Dyne, he said. It embodies the destructive magic of the unseelie, ripping out the souls of living things and funneling them into the void. It is a mass of insatiable hunger for life, growing stronger the more it devours.
Sounds lovely,
Fatima muttered, her tone sour. Li Wei spoke up.
Are demons immune to it?
Demons are immortal, Typhon said, as though everyone in this room weren't already aware of the fact. And demons can also be drained, Nigellus added sharply. Extended exposure to the Wild Hunt would be debilitating, leaving a demon vulnerable to dismemberment and neutralization by determined enemies. A single touch from the hunt will kill a human or a vampire instantly.
What else have you gleaned about this thing?
Sabazius asked.
How precise is their control over it?
That remains to be seen, Nigellus said. Once it followed the court's bidding. They used it to execute criminals, among other things. Now it allegedly acts on behalf of the realm of Dyne directly. It is at least semi-sentient, and there is reason to believe it may see the destruction of hell as being in Dyne's best interest.
Do you know anything else about it?
Astaroth pressed. Anything at all that might be of use. Raw necromantic energy repels it, at least to a degree, Nigellus said.
We might be able to work with that, given enough time.
Mammon mused. Baalazar nodded.
It's an angle to pursue, assuming we can't find another way to nip this weapon in the bud.
These twins, being removed from Dyne, must be killed immediately, of course, Typhon said, as though discussing the weather. No, Nigellus said. At the same moment, Astaroth said, Absolutely not. Typhon's eyes narrowed. Have you gone soft for Fae since we last bathed in their blood, counselors? Astaroth snorted. Hardly. The twins will make valuable bargaining chips later in the conflict. And killing them would instantly lose us our most powerful ally within the Fey realm, Nigellus said, his voice like iron. Ah, yes. Typhon eyed him up and down. Your mysterious backdoor contact. Perhaps you'd care to name them for us now. I wouldn't. No, Nigellus replied, aware that Typhon could bring more pressure to bear on the matter if he cared to. Let the spymaster mind his spies without our interference, Baalazar said waspishly. It's his job, isn't it? But regardless, it would be foolish to squander important chess pieces so early in the game, when we might have more need of them later. Agreed, said Mammon. Agreed, Sabazius added, after a brief pause. Typhon grunted. Very well. I see when I am outvoted. You will have your strike force, Nigellus. But there is another matter to deal with first. Nigellus felt Ransley stiffen. The tithling elders leaned forward in anticipation, and Typhon addressed them directly. It is time for your people to join our army, elders, he said. Are they prepared? Many are willing to fight, Fatima said. More will be willing to offer their skills in other capacities, Li Wei added. The children and their caretakers are not included in that number. But I wonder now if we need to discuss the option of removing them from Hell as well, assuming this weapon you describe may soon become a reality. Yes, Baalazar replied. While it still sounds far-fetched to me, we must consider the possibility. There is another thing to consider, Nigellus said. Even if the weapon fails to breach Hell's gate, there is a small possibility that Mab may decide to send the Wild Hunt into Hell regardless. It would not be a true conquest, since most of the demons would be able to flee before they succumbed, and the hunt itself would be trapped in our realm, at least for a time. But if she were petty enough, that still might strike Mab as an attractive proposition. That startled the room into silence, although it shouldn't have. As the natural strategist of the group, Astaroth broke it. If it's repelled by necromantic energy, it should be possible to block Hell's entrance as long as the gate itself remains intact. I will begin work on the particulars of the defense. Sabazius leaned forward. I assume that if Nigellus is going to attack Fey forces at Dine's Gate, that means we are no longer abiding by the treaty. The treaty no longer exists, Typhon said. We will inform the villagers of what's been discussed here, Fatima said. Someone will need to let us know what's expected of us next, when it comes to the people who want to fight. We refuse to cooperate with this madness, Ransley said. Zora and I won't turn the tithelings into vampires for you. Typhon stood and gazed down at him from his impressive advantage of height. I assure you, Ransley Thorpe, you will. Ransley blanched, and Typhon turned to Nigellus. I will choose your team for the raid. I assume you wish Melek to be among them? Yes, Nigellus confirmed. As to the vampires and the tithelings, I will address the situation upon my return. We still have time. He met Typhon's hellfire-red gaze in challenge, aware that it was a gamble. Typhon outranked him, and the distinction wasn't merely a technicality. However, demons were a territorial species. Nigellus had sheltered Ransley Thorpe for more than 200 years, and had claim on both his and Zora Bright's souls. That claim held weight, even with a demon as powerful as Typhon. The head of the council could discount his wishes and compel the vampires to do his will while Nigellus was away. However, Nigellus did not believe he would do so. It wasn't to Typhon's benefit to split the council by acting in a manner that might set Nigellus against him. And Nigellus made it very clear, with his challenging stare, that poaching on his territory would set him against Typhon. The leader gave him a knowing look, the flicker of one heavy brow conveying that the message had been received, if not necessarily appreciated. Nigellus gave a shallow nod. Let us adjourn and discuss the details of the strike force. I would appreciate your wisdom and strategic experience. It was a sop to Typhon's pride, since he was the foremost warrior Hell had ever produced. In a way, it was ironic. The very fact that his strength had advanced him to the head of the Demon Council ensured his fighting skills would remain unused on the field of battle, at least until circumstances grew a lot more dire than they currently were. Nigellus suspected Typhon resented the fact that he'd been reduced to leading from the rear. Just not enough to give up the power he'd gained as their leader. Nigellus turned to Zora and Ransley before he left. Their hands were intertwined on the table. Ransley's knuckles were bone-white with strain. I will meet you in the tithling village after I return, he said. If I can keep your unseelie and his companion safe during the attack, you have my word that I will do so. The declaration did nothing to ease Ransley's strained expression, but Zora gave him a single tight nod of acknowledgement. With a last look at them, Nigellus pivoted and followed Typhon out the door, trying not to think of everything that two angry vampires might get up to with the help of an equally angry angel.
18. Neveah appreciated the speed with which gossip traveled in the tithling village. It appealed to the investigative reporter in her, for one thing. For another, it meant that she didn't have to try and sneak into the council meetings that had been taking place nearly non-stop since Nigellus had dumped her here. Doing so probably would have been unfeasible in the first place. That was all right. Thanks to the grapevine, she never had to wait long to get the latest news. As expected, the demons had asked the human elders to begin preparing for the villagers to leave for Earth. Ransley Thorpe and Zora Bright were in Hell, and the council had ordered that they should begin turning those who'd agreed to become vampires. Whispers suggested there might be a bit of a delay when it came to the second item, on that rather short list, because the vampires were resisting and had stated they wouldn't cooperate. It was sheer chance that Neveah had returned to Finn and Sherilyn's hut shortly before Ransley and Zora showed up at the front door. Zora and Sherilyn immediately fell into each other's arms, embracing like long-lost sisters. Ransley Thorpe's striking blue eyes focused past the pair, landing unerringly on Neveah as she rose from her chair in the sitting room.
"Ah,"
he said.
"Hello. Fellow prisoners of Nigellus all together, it seems. How terribly cozy this is."
He looked awful. Not in the undead creature of the night sense, but rather in the just had his entire world razed to the ground sense. Apparently, the gossip had understated the degree to which the vampires didn't want to be here, or at least the degree to which Ransley Thorpe didn't want to be here. After pulling away from Sherilyn, Zora greeted Finn warmly. He blushed a bit when she stretched up to kiss him on the cheek. Then Zora also seemed to notice Neveah's presence. "Hi," Neveah said. "I've been struggling to recall whether we were ever properly introduced, and I'm leaning toward the answer being no. Though, of course, I know both of you well enough by reputation, as I'm sure you know me."
"It hardly seems necessary to stand on ceremony under the circumstances,"
Ransley said.
"Have you been able to stay abreast of developments since Nigellus dumped you here?"
"The elders are keeping us informed," Sherilyn told him. "Come in, both of you. Make yourselves comfortable. Sorry it's a bit cramped inside." Zora hugged her again.
"Don't you dare apologize. This whole thing sucks beyond belief, but it would suck a lot more without the support of good friends."
Sherilyn patted her on the back, and when they parted, Zora flopped down in one of the other chairs. Ransley hovered, visibly uncomfortable inside his own skin. When Zora turned her attention to Neveah, it was with an expression of curiosity. Her gaze swept over Neveah's borrowed tithling clothing before meeting her eyes again. "I didn't get a chance to say this before, but kudos on the sword-stealing thing in Sacramento," said the vampire. "That was legitimately badass. Also pretty gross, with the severed leg, but still, I'm impressed." Neveah knew the smile she attempted in response probably looked sour. "Much good it ultimately did me, but thank you. Angelic powers ought to be useful for something, I suppose." Zora nodded.
"Nigellus got the sword back, by the way.
"Not sure when. I think it might be broken somehow. It was only sparking and sputtering a bit the last time I saw it, right before we came here." Neveah's sour expression twisted further. "Frankly, I'm not surprised." She frowned. "No, I take that back. I'm a bit surprised it's not a totally inert lump of metal. I used its celestial energy to strengthen myself, after what Mab did to me in Seattle. You're certain it was sparking?"
"Yes, and fizzling a bit, too,"
Zora confirmed.
"Definitely not inert."
"Huh," Neveah mused. Ransley raised an eyebrow at her.
"I gather you stole more than a sword from him. Congratulations on piercing the stone man's unbreachable heart. I'd wish you joy of it, but I suppose you're already reaping the consequences of becoming embroiled in his schemes."
"Seconded. I literally cannot even picture how that whole relationship works," Zora added. "And I say that as someone who walked into the wall of demon lust floating around in that solarium. You're a braver woman than I am, that's for sure." Sherilyn hurried to take the third chair, leaning forward with the same anticipation she'd shown when a man named Jonan had poked his head in to relay the news from the latest council meeting a few minutes ago. Wait. You and Nigellus are in a relationship? Is that even a thing for demons of fate? Oh my God, it was seriously intense. Zora cut in. Like, we might have an epic immortal battle, but actually why don't we go for hate sex instead? I couldn't get out of that room fast enough. Whoa, Sherilyn replied, wide-eyed. In my defense, it seemed like the less destructive of the two options at the time, Neveah said with an unconcerned shrug.
Excuse me, but is this genuinely the conversation you all want to have right now?
Ransley asked, looking like a man holding on to his composure by a thread. Well, it's more pleasant than talking about how a ravenous fey monster might come here and destroy everything we've worked to build, Sherilyn told him.
Sure,
Finn said gently.
I think we probably ought to talk about the other thing, too.
Sherilyn made an assenting noise and scrubbed her fingers down her face before she met Zora's eyes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, hun. This must be 1,000 times worse for you two. Jonan said you didn't want to turn anyone, even if they wanted to be turned. Ransley's jaw ticked.
If the people here had any real conception of what they were signing up for, they'd run away screaming and never look back.
Sherilyn frowned at him. Run where? And we do know what we're signing up for. We're signing up to be like you and Zora. It's our decision to make.
The fuck it is, if I'm the one turning you.
Ransley enunciated the words with precision. Neveah blinked at the degree of vitriol in his tone. Zora inhaled sharply.
Rans, enough. We're all upset right now. But you don't get to take it out on the people in this village, especially not my friends. Maybe you should go take a walk or something until you cool down.
Ransley closed his eyes. When he opened them, some of the angry vampiric glow had faded.
You're right, love. If you need me, I'll be at the meeting hall, trying to talk sense into the elders.
He met Finn's eyes, and then Sherilyn's.
But I will not be making any more vampires. I would say while I still draw breath, but I suppose that's rather the point, isn't it? I'm undead. I don't draw breath.
With that, he headed for the door and disappeared outside. That certainly sounded emphatic, Neveah observed, once he was far enough away that the words wouldn't carry to vampire ears. Surely he must be aware that a demon can simply force him to do the deed. Yes, Zora said hoarsely, the word barely more than a whisper.
Believe me, he very much is. Maybe I should go to the meeting hall too,
Finn said.
I can keep an eye on things and bring back any news.
Sherilyn still looked a bit shell-shocked by the vampire's dramatic exit. Would you, babe? Under the circumstances, I think that might be a good idea. Finn nodded and leaned down to give her a brief kiss on the lips.
Will do. I'll let you know if anything interesting happens.
He left as well, leaving Neveah alone with Sherilyn and Zora. You know, Neveah began pensively, I'm old enough to remember when thousands of vampires lived on Earth. Before the enemy killed them, you mean? Sherilyn asked. Neveah nodded. The war had already been going on for centuries, but it was a cold war for most of that time,
There was still space for people to just live, you know?
What was it like? Zora asked, her tone wistful. Did vampires have their own society? Did the humans know about them? Neveah cast her mind back to that long-ago, simpler time.
It was a loosely woven sort of society, but there was definitely a kind of vampire subculture running in the shadows of the wider human world, if that makes sense.
Humans were a lot more superstitious back then. Mostly thanks to the Fae, I'm guessing, Zora muttered.
Neveah acknowledged that with a nod. In part, yes, but the science wasn't there either. Many cultures included vampire lore, and some of it was even true. There were parts of the world where vampires could interact with humans in a somewhat open manner, and others where trying to do so would draw out the pitchfork and torch brigade. She paused. I missed them after they were gone. The vampires, I mean, not the mobs. Good riddance to pitchfork-wielding peasants. Sherilyn reached forward and gathered Zora's hands in hers. Tell me something truthfully, please. You've never seemed unhappy to be a vampire, not like Rance. Is it really so bad? Zora's chest hitched, and when she answered, there was a quaver in her voice. In all honesty, it's the best thing that ever happened to me. We talked about this once before, a long time ago, Sherilyn said. I told Rance that if the opportunity was available, I'd want to live as long as possible, so I could have more time with the people I love. And look at Edward. He's human, but nothing about him indicates that he's tired of his life. Quite the opposite, Neveah confirmed. He and I have chatted quite a bit. He told me that he's more content now than he ever was in his mortal life. Zora pulled one of her hands free and picked at a loose thread on her sleeve, not looking up for a long moment. When she did, a single, rust-colored tear slid from the corner of her eye. I'm only a baby vampire. I can't tell you how I'll feel about things in 100 years, or 500, or 1,000. But it's true. I don't regret being turned. I must admit, Neveah said, I'm a bit surprised Ransley agreed to turn you, given his avowed feelings on the subject. I don't think it would have happened if the alternative hadn't been my death, Zora replied. It wasn't him that turned me, though. It was my grandfather, Guthrie. Another connection slotted into place in Neveah's mind. Oh, and when you were injured at the Sonoma Mountain Overlook, Nigellus collapsed, she said slowly. I thought he must have bound you as a secondary source of vampire blood, but that's not what happened, is it? No, Zora admitted. I'm soul-bound to Rance. The link to Nigellus is incidental. We didn't know it existed when Rance bound me. But for that reason, he couldn't have been the one to turn me. He would have died at the same instant I did. I see, Neveah said. That makes a lot of sense. Here's the thing I'm not sure you and he are getting, though, Sherilyn said. Your grandfather turned you to save your life. If the Fae attack Hell with the Wild Hunt, it sounds like all of us will die if we're still here. And if we go to Earth and try to fight them while we're human, we'll be easy prey. Some of us have to be turned so we can protect the others. It wasn't a bad argument, all told, and judging by the expression on Zora's face, it had hit home. Neveah regarded Sherilyn carefully. I'm going to ask you this, because I'm not certain anyone who's never seen war up close can truly know what it's like. Do you understand what you'll be signing up for if you agree to join the demon's army?
No,
Sherilyn said without hesitation.
of course I don't. But I do know this much. The Fae have run roughshod over humanity for more than 200 years. Now they want to do the same in hell. Worse even. At least Earth is still habitable. They want to make sure hell is utterly destroyed. Are we supposed to stand idly by while that happens?
But you're not fighters, Zora insisted, sounding anguished.
Sherilyn, you're basically a bunch of eco-hippies. No one here has ever so much as picked up a gun.
Zora, sweetheart, I don't think that's what the demons want us for, Sherilyn said, reaching forward to cover her hand again. I mean, they'll train us in combat if we ask for it, and some people have. But they're also going to need intelligence operatives, messengers, propagandists, even just vampires who can save the lives of injured humans with their blood. Zora made a small, choked noise, and 2 more bloody vampire tears trailed down her cheeks as she turned her hand palm up and clutched Sherilyn's tightly. Sherilyn squeezed back. I'm not planning on picking up a gun or a sword, babe. I'm going to use my skills to help make sure the Fae can't do to other humans what they did to the tithelings. She met Zora's gaze and held it. What they did to your father, Zora. Neveah knew from talking to the Catshi that Zora's father, Darrell Bright, had been replaced by a changeling as an infant, although he hadn't ended up as part of the tithe until he was much older. It was what made Zora unique. She was, to Neveah's knowledge, the only sentient being in the multiverse who had both demon and Fae magic running through her veins. She'd been born human and made a vampire, so now she embodied aspects of 4 different races. Her existence had nearly restarted the war when the Fae first found out about her. Now, the demons appeared to be gambling that she could help them win that same war. She was crying openly now, still clutching Sherilyn's hand. Please don't leave us helpless against the Fae, Zora, Sherilyn begged. If you and Rands agree to do this, you won't be harming us. You'll be saving us. Zora swallowed hard, choking down her tears. She squeezed her eyes shut, and when she opened them again, they were dry. No, not Rands. He won't be able to forgive himself if any vampires that he turns end up dying in the war. I don't want to put him in that situation. But you'll do it? Sherilyn asked. Zora, would you turn me now, if that meant Rands wouldn't have to? Because once someone in the village is turned, we can turn other people, right? Neveah watched the exchange closely, wondering if Zora would truly be willing to do such a thing to spare her lover being forced into it by the Demon Council. You couldn't do it right away, Zora was saying. It takes a few days to get over the bloodlust. But when Guthrie turned me, he'd barely been a vampire for a week. And he clearly did a fine job of it, Sherilyn teased, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. So, how about it, Zora? What's your answer? Will you help us? Neveah didn't so much as breathe or blink while the silence stretched, Zora staring into her friend's eyes as though she hoped to find answers hidden there. Yes, she whispered, so softly a human would have to strain to hear it. Then louder. Yes, all right. I'll turn you, so Rands doesn't have to. "19. Do you really intend to do this right away?" Neveah asked, because she had a feeling there were going to be some serious logistics involved if they were both truly set on this course of action. Zora turned to look at Neveah with the air of someone who just remembered there was a third person in the room, one who might also have opinions about this plan. Sherilyn followed her gaze and frowned, a small furrow marring the smooth, dark skin of her forehead. "I'll need to speak to Finn first," she said. "But yes, I'd like to do it as soon as possible. Neveah, you won't try to stop us, will you?" And no, this wasn't Neveah's choice to make, even if she'd been taken by surprise at how quickly they planned to move. "Unlike certain demons I could mention, I'm not in the habit of telling other people what they can and can't do," she said. "I'm not certain it's the course of action I'd have counseled you to take, but you're both adults of sound mind, and your motivations seem rational enough, given the circumstances." Zora scrubbed at her drying tear tracks. Determination slid over her attractive features. "We can't do it here. It wouldn't be safe. For one thing, Rands might come back at any time, and for another, it's way too close to other humans. Cher, you have to understand, you're going to be out of your mind with blood hunger at first. As far as you'll be concerned, anything with a pulse will look like food, not a person. As the vampire who turns you, I'll supposedly be able to control you, but I've never done this before, and I'm not willing to risk Finn's life on it, or anyone else's." Sherilyn looked understandably grim about that revelation, but she didn't back down. "All right. So we need a secluded location? Like a cave, maybe? If so, I know a place that should work." Zora nodded. "We'll also need a steady supply of blood from the other tithelings, and someone who can get it to us safely. I don't know how angry Rands is going to be about this, but I'm guessing the answer is very. So he's probably out. I don't want a human delivering the blood if we can avoid it." "One of the demons would do it if we asked, I bet," Sherilyn said. "That would be all right, wouldn't it?" "One of the demons? Or—" Zora's attention turned back to Neveah. "An angel? You'd be safe from a newly turned vampire, right?" Neveah considered it for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I could do that for you, but I don't get the impression you're going to find any handy refrigerated blood bags here in hell, my dears." "No," Zora agreed. "We're looking at using glass bottles or clay jars with cork stoppers, and the blood will probably end up full of nasty clots unless you're a really quick courier. The thing is, it doesn't matter. New vampires aren't what you'd call fussy eaters." "How much blood are we likely to need?" Sherilyn asked. She'd gone a bit pale, but there was still no hesitation in her tone. Zora blew out a breath, clearly having to drag her brain back from emotional to practical matters. A human can donate a pint safely without weakening themselves too badly. That's about this much?" She held her hands cupped together, estimating the volume. "If we can get 20 people to do that, it should be enough for the first few days until you get control of your appetites." Neveah cast her mind back to the handful of vampire turnings she'd seen over the millennia. Back in the old days,
The common approach had been to toss the new vampire a few really unpopular criminals over the course of the first 3 nights after they rose from the dead. "You'll sleep a lot at first, especially during the daytime," she said. "Assuming the tidelings are open to it, we can arrange the blood donations in the evenings, so the blood is as fresh as possible. It shouldn't be too complicated to organize." Zora eyed her.
"You certainly seem to be taking all of this in stride."
Neveah shrugged. "I told you, I miss vampires. And while I may not be terribly well disposed toward demons at the moment, believe me when I say I am even less well disposed toward the Fae."
"Ditto,"
Zora said grimly. "More importantly," Neveah went on, "we all know the demons are going to force this process on you sooner rather than later. I admire your willingness to try and shelter your lover from the ethical repercussions, even though he may not appreciate the gesture." Zora's expression fell at the reminder of Ransley's likely reaction.
"He'll understand. Eventually."
She didn't add the words, "I hope," but Neveah heard them all the same. "Of course he will," she agreed. "Emotions are running high right now, but that won't be the case forever. More importantly, by all accounts, he adores you. That tends to go a long way when it comes to forgiveness and understanding." Zora's expression crumpled again, but she fought to regain control and nodded.
"Yes, it does. I know it does."
"Right." Sherilyn looked a bit dazed. "If we're really doing this, I need to go talk to Finn. I'll meet you back here shortly. Zora, I guess maybe you should gather up some blankets and anything else you think we're likely to need for the cave." Zora nodded agreement, looking equally nonplussed by the speed at which events appeared to be moving.
"Okay."
Neveah rose and joined Sherilyn. "I'll go with you, and you can introduce me to anyone I'll need to meet who can help organize the blood donations." They left Zora poking around the hut for supplies and walked to the meeting hall. Inside, Ransley Thorpe was, as threatened, still haranguing the elders. Finn was part of the growing group of villagers who'd come to watch the drama unfold. Neveah gathered that Sherilyn wouldn't be involving the village elders in her decision until after the fact. A practical decision, since trying to speak to any of them in private would instantly draw Ransley's attention. Sherilyn quietly caught Finn's eye and beckoned him to follow her outside, where she filled him in on the conversation that had just taken place. Neveah stayed back, watching as Finn's expression grew worried, then pensive, and finally accepting. The pair embraced tightly, and Finn lowered his mouth over Sherilyn's in a tender kiss. Then she led him to where Neveah was standing. "What's the verdict?" Neveah asked. "Are you on board with this decision?"
"I didn't expect things to happen so fast,"
Finn said.
"But we both knew it was coming. I guess whether it's today or tomorrow or next week doesn't make that much of a difference in the end."
He looked down at Sherilyn.
"You're sure you don't want me to go first, though?"
Sherilyn took a very deep breath. "I'm sure. Call me selfish, but I'd rather go first than to have to sit around worrying about you while you're getting turned." His smile was rueful and a bit strained.
"So you'll make me worry about you instead?"
"Exactly," she said, and kissed him again.
"Wow. Thanks so much, lover,"
he said, without any real rancor.
"Okay. Let's figure out exactly what needs to happen with the blood deliveries."
Finn immediately roped in some of the other villagers to help with organizational planning. All of them appeared to be close friends of the couple, driving home how tightly knit this little community of humans was. Neveah hoped that closeness would help them during the turmoil that was to come. No matter what else happened, it seemed inevitable that the entire tithling population would be torn away from the roots they'd built here in hell. Such a thing could be devastating to a community, but having the support of friends and family would make a big difference. When they returned to the hut, it was to find Zora pacing restlessly around the limited space, a large bundle of blankets and supplies rolled up and ready to go. She looked up at their entrance.
"Finn?" she asked. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" "I'm scared to death," Finn said. "But we knew this was coming, and there's no one else I'd trust more to take care of her."
Zora bit her lip and nodded.
"I'll try to be worthy of that trust. What about blood? Is that going to be a problem?"
He shook his head.
"Some of the men in the village are organizing it. I told them to get 20 people lined up, with another 10 for backup, just in case. That should be plenty, right?"
"Yes, more than enough." Zora picked up the blanket roll, her movements jerky with nervousness. "I think we should leave now, before Rands decides to give up on the elders and come back here." "Have you considered what message you want to leave for him?" Neveah asked gently. "You'll need to tell him something, so he doesn't panic when he comes back and finds you gone."
"Yes," Zora replied. "I wrote him a note saying we went for a hike to clear our heads and try to come up with a solution to the tithling's problems. It's on the kitchen counter."
"Finn,
I don't think we should tell you where we'll be staying. Rands could mesmerize the information out of you in about 3 seconds flat once he figures out I'm lying through my teeth."
But Finn shook his head.
"No. Sorry, but that's non-negotiable. I need to know where you are."
"Agreed," Sherilyn said. "I'm taking her to the caves at the southern end of the valley, where that rock slide left a stone bridge across the canyon. You know the place, babe."
"Gotcha."
Finn met Zora's eyes.
"I'll go hide in someone's hut to keep out of Ran's way. Will a couple of hours be enough?"
Zora hesitated, but gave him a reluctant nod.
"Make it 3, if you can."
"Done."
Finn opened his arms.
"Come here, Cher."
Sherilyn walked into his embrace. "Love you, babe." Her voice held a faint quaver.
"I love you, too."
Finn held her tight.
"You're going to make an amazing vampire. And once you're strong enough, I want to be the very first person you turn."
"Deal," Sherilyn whispered, before pulling away reluctantly. "Ready?" Neveah asked. "How far away are these caves anyway?"
"About half an hour's walk from the other end of the village,"
Sherilyn said, visibly dragging her emotions under control. Zora closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them.
"Okay, let's go before I realize what an insane idea this is and start to panic properly."
On that not terribly reassuring note, they left, leaving Finn behind and heading south through the bustling town toward the craggy canyons beyond.
"20.
The caves were much as Sherilyn had described them, carved by an ancient river into the base of the sandstone cliffs. They were easily accessible on foot, but Neveah surmised they would be difficult to make out from the air, say by a vampire flying as mist, or by a demon on the wing, for that matter.
"Will this work?"
Sherilyn asked.
"I became a vampire in way worse surroundings than these, so I don't see why not,"
Zora replied.
She glanced at Neveah. "And hopefully this goes without saying, but if you've got any angelic wisdom to offer, please do. It wouldn't surprise me if you've been involved in more vampire turnings than I have." Since the most you could possibly have been involved with is 2, I'm afraid you're right, Neveah said. Though I should clarify that it was a very long time ago, and I was a casual observer rather than a participant. She didn't mention the part about feeding condemned prisoners to new vampires, since it seemed unlikely either of them would appreciate the idea.
Well, for both of my experiences, the person being turned was already near death,
said Zora. So the good news is, it's supposed to be a lot less fraught when the person is healthy, rather than riddled with bullet wounds or suffering from a massive heart attack. Tell me again exactly how this works. Sherilyn's arms were crossed nervously over her chest, as though she were hugging herself for comfort. You drink my blood, and then... Right. So, I've drunk a bit from your wrist before, as a way to replenish my strength after Nigellus took my blood for Hell's coffers. This will be different. I'll be drinking from the main artery in your neck, rather than a vein. I have to drain you until your heart stops, which is the scary part. That's what puts the dead in undead. Sherilyn nodded tightly. Then I immediately open a vein and get you to swallow some of my blood, by whatever means necessary, Zora went on. Vampire blood kickstarts the process of turning you. When you rise, which happens pretty fast, you'll attack me and drink more of my blood, a lot of which will actually be your blood. You won't care about my well-being by that point, but I'll reassure you anyway, you can't hurt me. Not really. The whole thing will seem grisly and terrible, but I promise I'll heal right up afterward. Sherilyn winced. I'm still sorry in advance. Zora squeezed her shoulder. You need to understand up front that this process isn't big on dignity, and the part that comes after the initial turning is the really nasty bit. You'll sleep for a bit after drinking my blood, while your body recovers from dying and coming back. At a guess, you'll be out cold until the sun goes down. But when you wake up, you won't be yourself. Like, at all. Neveah nodded. She's not exaggerating. New vampires are crazed for the first couple of days. It won't last forever, but during that time, you won't be responsible for your actions. All you'll care about is getting more blood by whatever means necessary. Zora went on. No matter how much you drink, it won't feel like enough. You'll want more. You'd happily burn down the world to get it. And the fact that there isn't an infinite supply being constantly poured down your throat will seem like the worst torture imaginable. Sherilyn's complexion had gone a bit gray beneath her dark skin. I can see why you didn't want to do this in the village. Yeah. Rands might be able to get away with doing something like that because he's so powerful, but no way am I taking the chance. Like I said earlier, as your maker, I'll be able to bully you into submission to a certain extent. But I'm a new vamp myself, whereas he's 700 years old. Best to keep you far away from other humans until you come back to yourself and regain emotional control. I want to ask if I'll actually be myself again afterward, Sherilyn said. But I know it's a stupid question. You and Rands obviously are. Well, yes and no, Zora told her. It's not a stupid question at all. I'm still me, but it would be a lie to say this hasn't changed me. I wasn't around in the 14th century to know what Rands was like before he was turned, but having all of these crazy powers definitely alters your outlook on life. She paused. Though, to be fair, my grandfather Guthrie seemed to be pretty much the same person after Rands turned him as he was before. Neveah had looked into Guthrie Leonidas after discovering he'd become a vampire, only the second one in existence at the time he was turned, with Zora later becoming the third. She suspected there were other reasons he hadn't changed appreciably after his transformation at Ransley Thorpe's hands. To be fair, your grandfather was demon-bound long before he was a vampire, she pointed out. He was already almost 100 years old, from what I've been able to glean. Zora looked at her with new interest.
True. Though I'm surprised you were able to learn anything about that.
Neveah gave her a grim smile. Investigative reporter, remember? Sherilyn dragged the conversation back on track.
So, all in all, it sounds like I don't really need to do anything as such. It'll just kind of happen to me, and I'll come along for the ride like it or not.
Zora gave a reluctant nod.
Pretty much. You'll be placing an insane amount of trust in me to keep you, and everybody else, safe while we do this. That's the big thing.
You mean she'll be placing an insane amount of trust in us, Neveah clarified. Not just you. My recent track record with playing Guardian Angel isn't too great, I'll admit. But this is quite a different sort of situation. I don't know what a Guardian Angel is, Sherilyn told her. But if you're sure I can't hurt you, then I appreciate you agreeing to bring me blood. She shook her head briskly.
Wow, that sounds crazy when I say it aloud. Or it would, if I hadn't spent the last 8 months drinking diluted vampire blood and counting vampires among my close friends. Welcome to Bizarro World, Zora said tartly. It's nuts, and there's no off-ramp. But on the positive side, not needing to breathe except to speak and being able to fly are pretty cool perks.
Sherilyn let out a choked laugh. Hell's bells! I think we better do this thing before I wake up and find out it was all a dream.
Not to mention, before Rands manages to track down Finn and mesmerize our location out of him.
Zora agreed darkly. Here, give me the blankets and supplies, Neveah said. I'm not much use for the first part of this, but I can find a decent spot in one of these caves and set up camp for you.
Thanks, Zora replied. Cher, I need you to look at me for a minute, okay?
Neveah took the bedroll as Zora's eyes began to glow with a molten copper light. She stepped in front of Sherilyn and grasped her gently by the shoulders.
You're not afraid,
Zora said, and Neveah caught the edges of her vampiric mental influence.
You trust us to look after you, and you know that while this will be hard, you'll be okay afterward. Better than okay. You'll be amazing.
You know I trust you, sweetheart, Sherilyn said, but her facial expression was already growing dreamy, her body language going loose and open.
I know you do,
Zora whispered, and drew her close. It was partly an embrace, but partly restraint. Neveah looked away to give them privacy, focusing on finding a smooth area in the nearest good-sized cave that was relatively free of rocks, so she could lay out the bedrolls. Behind her, she heard Sherilyn's faint gasp as Zora's fangs entered her. Her human heartbeat would be racing as shock at the sudden blood loss set in. Soon it would begin to labor as her circulatory system collapsed, and eventually it would stop. Neveah, the former watcher, finished readying things and stood silent sentry at the cave mouth. Within a few minutes, Zora hurried into the cave with Sherilyn cradled in her arms. The vampire's face was set in lines of worry as she laid the limp body on the nearest nest of blankets and dropped to her knees next to it. Still, Neveah hung back. There was nothing she could do until Sherilyn rose from her half-death, except be here as a witness. Zora ripped into her wrist with razor-sharp fangs and tilted her friend's head back, holding her jaw open with one hand while trickling blood into her mouth with the other. Sherilyn's lips were gray, at least until the blood overflowed and stained them crimson. For long moments, nothing happened. "Come on, Zora muttered, carefully closing Sherilyn's jaw and massaging her throat. "Don't freak me out like this, babe." Neveah nearly missed the first weak swallowing motion, but Zora straightened, her shoulders relaxing a bit from their tense hunch. "That's it. A bit more now." Sherilyn's throat began to work. A moment later, her tongue peeked out, licking at the gore staining her lips. Her hands rose, reaching out blindly, fingers curled into claws. "Here we go," Zora said, an instant before Sherilyn sprang for her throat. Neveah made herself watch, just to be sure nothing went catastrophically wrong. Vampire society and customs had, for all intents and purposes, been wiped out centuries ago. The making of new vampires was largely an instinctual process, but it was still a crime that a vampire barely more than a year old herself should be thrust into this situation with only an exiled, nearly powerless angel for backup. She felt a moment's irritation with Ransley Thorpe, grossly unfair though the sentiment might be. On one level, she understood his objections, but on another, he should be here, supporting Zora's decision to do this for the Tithelings, even if he wasn't willing to do it himself. Sherilyn chomped mindlessly at Zora's neck and shoulder, tearing flesh and tendon in her desperation to get more blood. Only the fact that she'd just drank most of Sherilyn's blood allowed Zora to remain upright under the assault. Her face twisted in pain, but she didn't pull Sherilyn away or try to stop her. The seconds ticked endlessly by, until Sherilyn's frenzied attack grew less coordinated. Zora's spine slumped with weakness, and when Sherilyn fell against her, a dead weight once more, they both went down in a heap on top of the folded blankets. Neveah waited, curbing her impatience thanks to millennia of practice in doing so. Eventually, Zora rolled to the side. Sherilyn's body flopped off of her to lie boneless on the cave floor. "Fuck," Zora rasped, as the bloody ruin of her shoulder and neck began to knit itself together with supernatural speed. "You did it," Neveah offered dryly. "Congratulations." Zora only grunted. Belatedly, it occurred to Neveah that it would have been prudent to have blood available for Zora to drink, but there was nothing for it now. Sherilyn wouldn't have taken much more from her than she'd first taken from Sherilyn. But there was still a significant energy expenditure involved in turning a new vampire, beyond the purely physical exchange of blood. "I'll make sure to bring enough blood for both of you when I come back," Neveah said. She glanced outside, judging the position of hell's bloated red sun. "I'll return slightly before sunset. My best guess is that you'll wake when it starts to get dark." "Probably," Zora agreed tiredly. With her neck already healed, she dragged herself into a sitting position and looked down at her victim. Now, her vampire offspring. "Help me get her back on the bedroll, will you? I brought a jug of water and some towels. I'll try to get her cleaned up a bit while you're gone." Neveah
Neveah didn't bother to tell her there was no point. This entire cave was going to end up looking and smelling like an abattoir for the next few days, and so was Sherilyn. It didn't matter, though. None of them needed the water for drinking, so Zora might as well use it to wipe some of the blood off, if doing so would make her feel better. "Sounds like a plan," she said instead, and helped Zora settle Sherilyn's seemingly lifeless body onto the bedroll. Her chest wasn't rising and falling, nor was her heart beating. It would never beat again, of course, any more than Zora or Ransley's hearts did. "You've done well," Neveah told the exhausted vampire, aware that it might sound patronizing. Still, Zora looked like she needed to hear it. "She'll be strong, and once she settles into her powers, she'll thank you for doing it." Zora gave a reluctant nod, like she was trying to get herself to believe it. "Thanks." Knowing there was little more she could do here, Neveah gave Zora's shoulder a brief squeeze and rose to leave. It seemed likely that Ransley Thorpe would be tearing the village apart by now in search of information. Since there was nothing he could do to stop things at this point, she would fill him in on what had happened before poor Finn ended up getting mesmerized into spilling the beans. That way, she could take the brunt of Ransley's temper before Zora did, if nothing else. "21. The tideling village appeared deceptively quiet when Neveah returned. She went to the meeting hall first, wanting to ensure that the elders knew what was happening. Fatima and Li Wei were inside, speaking with one of the young men Finn had drafted to help with the blood procurement. "Ah," Neveah said. "You've already heard the news, I take it." Fatima looked up, her usual serenity replaced by a mildly harried look. "Neveah. Hello. Yes, Jonan was just giving us a report. Is it done? Did it work? Is Sherilyn all right?" The tension in her tone belied her worry, and Neveah nodded. "It's done. She's unconscious now, but she rose to drink Zora's blood before I left. Speaking of blood, that's what I'm here for. She'll need lots of it over the coming days."
"We've got the first round of volunteers standing by,"
Jonan said.
"Shall I have them start filling bottles?"
"Please," Neveah told him. "And I hesitate to ask, but does anyone know where Ransley Thorpe is right now?"
"Rampaging,"
Fatima said grimly. "Not a surprise, but still less than ideal." "I expect he's searching for Finn," Neveah said. "Any idea where he's hiding out?" Jonan gave a cautious nod.
"I can take you there on my way to round up the blood donors."
Li Wei's brows drew together.
"Perhaps I should accompany you as well."
Neveah had a feeling that there would be plenty of drama without involving what passed for the ruling government in this place. "I think it would be better if I handled the situation alone, actually." Fatima gave her an assessing look. "Nigellus said angels are normally as powerful as demons, but that you have been weakened. Is it safe for you to confront a vampire alone?" "Believe me, my physical safety isn't an issue," Neveah told her. "Let me take care of it. Will the blood donors be gathering here at the meeting hall?" Jonan nodded.
"Yes, that's right."
"Great. We'll swing by on our way out of town." Sherilyn described the area where we're staying as being at the southern edge of the valley where a rock fall left a stone bridge across the canyon. There are natural caves there. You know it?
"Yes,"
Li Wei said.
"It's a well-known landmark."
"Good," Neveah told him. "Make sure anyone human stays well away from it for the next few days." "We'll need to inform the demons," Fatima said. "I suppose so,"
Neveah agreed. But if you could also convince them to give the area a wide berth for a bit, that would be for the best. Sherilyn can't hurt them like she could hurt humans, but if Ransley's there, it's likely to cause a confrontation we really don't need to deal with. The demons have what they want. They can let us be for a few days, unless something new happens with the Fae.
Understood,
Li Wei said. Neveah followed Jonan into the side streets, taking several turnings. He pointed at a nondescript hut on the left side of the narrow road.
Finn should be hiding out in there.
In the next moment, a swirling cloud of vapor flew past them, heading straight for the indicated dwelling. Blast! Neveah said. Sorry, I have to go now. I'll be back for the blood shortly. The last was thrown over her shoulder as she ran toward the front door and grabbed the handle. It was barred from the inside, but that was no barrier to a vampire flying as mist. Marshalling what strength she'd regained from draining her angelic sword back in California, she squared up and kicked the edge of the door as hard as she could, right below the useless handle. Wood cracked. With a second kick, the door swung open, creaking a protest. She rushed inside in time to see Ransley Thorpe, now menacingly corporeal, back Finn into a wall with a hand fisted in the front of his tunic.
Tell me where she is,
the vampire snarled, and the way Finn's face went slack told Neveah that his eyes were lit with inner light, his mesmeric influence at full force. No need for drama, she said a bit breathlessly. Get off the poor boy. I'll take you to her. His head whipped around, and she'd been right. His glacier blue eyes flared, 700 years' worth of vampiric power behind them.
Start talking,
he said, letting Finn's shirt go. He stayed where he'd been put, still dazed. She's with Sherilyn in some caves at the edge of the mountains, Neveah told him. Zora turned her, so the demons wouldn't force you to do it. I'm here to pick up the first round of blood for them. He inhaled sharply, despite having no need for oxygen.
You allowed this,
he demanded, rounding on her and taking an aggressive step toward her. She raised an imperious finger. Don't. Reaching for her paltry reserves of strength, she stretched her aura out until it brushed him, letting power pour into it. His feet stuttered to a halt, and he took a single staggering step back. The light drained from his eyes as though it had never been there. Better, she said. Now, you and I are going to pick up that blood, and then we're going to go visit your new family member. Calmly. He blinked, outrage flaring and fading behind his gaze in the space of a second. Finn? Neveah asked. Are you all right? Finn's eyelids fluttered, and the dazed look disappeared, replaced by worry.
Is she all right?
He shot back. It's done, and everything went as expected, Neveah told him. She's sleeping now. Like I said, I'm here to get blood for her. She fixed a glare on Ransley. I'm letting you go. Do not test me, or I'll have you on the ground, worshipping at my feet before you can say heavenly host. She reeled her aura back in, sincerely hoping this wasn't going to become an actual battle. She was drained enough as it was, and her scorched wings were freaking killing her. The vampire's lip curled, revealing a hint of fang.
If you want to overpower my free will, I'm afraid you'll have to join the queue.
Pretending to be dense doesn't become you, Neveah told him. The woman you love has just acted specifically so you won't have to do the thing you so desperately don't want to do, and the demons won't force you to do it.
Stop snarling at the messenger and come with me. We're getting the donated blood, and then we're going to deliver it to them. At which point, if you take out your frustration on either Zora or Sherilyn, I will be very disappointed. Clear?
Crystal.
If an accent could cut glass, that single word would have done so. She turned her attention back to Finn, who was watching the exchange with wide eyes. I'll keep you updated. Try not to worry. Present appearances aside, everything is fine. He swallowed, his throat bobbing.
Yes, okay. Good. That's good. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly with the blood on this end.
You do that. With that, she turned and stalked away, not bothering to check that the vampire was following. The trip to the meeting hall passed in stony silence. Jonan had 2 large bottles of blood waiting for them. Elsewhere in the echoing hall, several people sat with bandages wrapped around their wrists. Edward was among them, and Ransley stopped abruptly when he saw the old servant.
Did you know about this, Edward?
Ransley demanded, his tone icy.
Not until about 20 minutes ago, sir,
he said.
But when I found out it was Sherilyn, I wanted to do my part. I dare say that over the years I've had my veins on tap for vampires more often than anyone else in this village.
I'm sure Sherilyn will appreciate it once she's herself again, Neveah told him. We need to get back to her. But first, is Nigellus still here in hell?
Ah, you've heard about the proposed mission from the gossip mill, I take it?
Edward said.
Yes, miss. He's here. I believe they're still planning the details.
In that case, tell him I said to focus on getting the twins out safely, and to stay away from what's going on in the caves. He's got what he wanted, no need to rub it in. Edward's bushy eyebrows quirked.
I'll pass on the message. Look after Sherilyn, please.
Satisfied that they wouldn't have any unexpected visitors for a bit, Neveah gathered up the 2 bottles of blood and stalked toward the large double doors. This way, she said. I gather you were eavesdropping when I first arrived in the meeting hall, so you'll know we're heading south. He didn't dignify her with a response, and the tense silence continued as they headed outside into the deepening dusk. Neveah didn't bother trying to break it. She was still more than a little irked by the vampire's behavior, and it was still unfair of her to feel that way. If he wanted to give her the undead cold shoulder, let him. When the natural stone bridge over the canyon came into view, the figure beside her melted into mist and flew away at speed. She swallowed a decidedly unangelic curse, knowing there was nothing he could do to truly derail the process at this point. She only hoped he didn't verbally tear into Zora before she got there to play referee. Now that she was alone, an idea that had been nagging at her reared its head once more. It was the kind of idea that would have brought down the Archangel's wrath, back when the Archangels had been around to have opinions about such matters. She paused, looking down at the glass bottles cradled in the crook of her arm. The Tithelings were the ultimate innocent parties in all of this, victimized by one side, propagandized by the other. Sherilyn hadn't been exaggerating the trouble her little community of humans would face once the war started in earnest. Becoming vampires would make them stronger and individually harder to kill, but the Fae had long been experts in killing vampires, even before Mab's genocidal weapon was deployed at the end of the last war. Her footsteps slowed. She came to a stop. The demons wanted the Tithelings as their new vampire army specifically because of their exposure to Dine's magic as infants. It would have been vastly simpler to turn regular humans into vampires on Earth rather than cosseting the Titheling community inside Hell's desolate environs for 2 centuries. They thought that the fey magic the humans had absorbed during their captivity would give them added protection against future fey weapons. However, there was another, more powerful form of magic available, if Neveah chose to share it. She closed her eyes and made her decision. Carefully setting one of the bottles on the rocky ground, she scoured her surroundings until she found a flake of broken stone with an edge sharp enough to cut through flesh. She set it on a handy boulder at the edge of the path and popped the cork on the bottle she still held. After a final second's hesitation, she picked up the sharp piece of flint and used it to slice open the base of her thumb, letting a few drops of her blood drip into the slender neck of the bottle before she willed the wound closed. After tossing the rock away, she recorked the bottle and picked up its twin, making a point of remembering which one was which. Then she hurried toward the caves. Hopefully, she wasn't about to stumble on a vicious domestic brawl in progress, with Ransley shouting abuse and Zora in tears. When she arrived, Zora was, in fact, in tears. She was sobbing her heart out against Ransley Thorpe's shoulder. His arms were wrapped tightly around her, and he was murmuring soothing nonsense against her temple. Neveah glanced around and found Sherilyn lying peacefully on the blankets, looking exactly the same as she had before Neveah left to get blood. Confronted with this evidence that Ransley was not, in fact, inclined to take out his frustrations on the woman he loved, some of the tension drained out of her shoulders. She entered quietly and set the bottles out of the way, placing the adulterated one on the left and nicking a rough X shape into the top of the cork with her fingernail, just to be doubly safe. I didn't know what else to do. Zora sobbed against the side of her lover's neck. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I'd do it again if it meant you didn't have to. Ransley squeezed his eyes shut and pressed his face against her wild spirals of hair.
You should never have had to do this, love. I'm sorry, too. Sorry you thought you had to take this on your shoulders. If I'd known what you intended, I wouldn't have left you to face it alone.
Zora cried harder, the pair clinging to each other in the deepening shadows of the cave. Outside, the sun was going down. Fortunately, darkness was no impediment to either vampire or angel eyes, especially not on a world with 3 moons. Neveah let the 2 lovers be, until Zora eventually sniffled and raised her head to look at her.
Did you get the blood?
Her voice was nasal with tears and snot. 2 bottles, ready and waiting, Neveah told her. Do you want yours now?
No need for that,
Ransley said.
They'll both drink from me. I'll swill your disgusting stale blood clots afterward to replenish myself.
And that was a bit awkward, given the drops of angel blood she'd just added to one of the bottles. This would be a lot simpler if you didn't insist on upending my expectations of you, Neveah said a bit peevishly. Ransley frowned.
I beg your pardon.
She weighed the pros and cons for a beat, then shook her head in frustration. The bottle on the left is, shall we say, adulterated? Call it a special formula,
One intended specifically for Sherilyn, not for you." 2 sets of glowing vampire eyes fastened on her.
"Adulterated how, exactly?"
Zora asked, alarm ringing in her tone. Neveah sighed. "Look, I donated a bit of angel blood to the cause, okay? It was supposed to be a secret, though I suppose the only people likely to raise a fuss will never hear about it anyway."
"22. Angel blood,"
Ransley echoed blankly.
"That's—"
He paused.
"Why would you do that?"
The look Neveah gave him probably betrayed how stupid she considered that question to be. Because Sherilyn is really nice, and I'd like to minimize the chances of her and her friends dying horribly if it's within my power to do so." Zora's brows drew together.
"You mean if Sherilyn has angel blood in her body and she turns other tidelings, and they turn even more tidelings,
then you'll have a whole community of vampires with a trace of angelic magic running in their veins," Neveah finished. "That was rather the plan, yes?" Ransley's expression was unflatteringly gobsmacked. After a moment, he snapped his open mouth shut with a click.
"What would that mean in practical terms? How will it affect her?"
he asked in a cautious tone. Neveah huffed. "How in heaven's name should I know? This may come as a shock to you, but angels haven't historically gone around giving their blood to vampires on a lark. Maybe it will give her extra powers. Maybe it will make her harder to kill. Maybe it will do nothing except give her indigestion."
"Fey blood makes vampires sick,"
Zora said, sounding worried.
"No. Fey blood makes you sick, because you're 1/4 succubus,"
Ransley corrected.
"For most of us, it just tastes like shite."
"And the tidelings are already imbued with Dine's magic," Neveah pointed out, "which, I might add, is originally descended from angelic interbreeding. For that reason, I can't imagine it would cause any significant negative reaction." Ransley stared at her, long and hard. Eventually he gave a single sharp nod of his head.
"All right. She should still drink from me as well, though."
"Agreed," Zora said. "His blood's further past its sell-by date than mine."
It made sense. Ransley Thorpe was the oldest and most powerful vampire in existence, by a margin of several 100 years. His blood packed more of a punch than Zora's, though it was possible that Zora's demon heritage might also imbue Sherilyn with additional strength. "Well," Neveah joked, "never let it be said that we didn't give the girl the best of all possible worlds. Or, possibly, the worst, in my case."
"Too bad we couldn't give her a world where none of this would have been necessary in the first place,"
Ransley muttered.
"Yeah, I could really use a world like that right about now."
Zora's tone grew wistful. Neveah tried not to think of heaven, the shining oasis of peace and tranquility that was forever closed to her. "Couldn't we all?" she agreed. Sherilyn chose that moment to stir, a low growl rumbling in her throat.
"No more time,"
Ransley said.
"I'll let her drink from me first. Glass bottles aren't really the best blood delivery mechanism for new vampires mired in mindless bloodlust. She'll be less likely to shatter it if I let her take the edge off with my neck beforehand."
The growl tailed off into an animalistic whimper of distress. Ransley cupped Zora's jaw, his thumb swiping at her tear-stained cheek.
"Time to learn the ins and outs of controlling your offspring, love. It's all in the aura." I have absolutely no idea what that's supposed to mean,
Zora complained, her eyes darting to Sherilyn's restless form.
I know you don't,
he said, just as Sherilyn scrambled into a crouch and sprang straight for Neveah's throat. Ransley was in front of her before Neveah could call up her own aura to block the crazed vampire's attack. Sherilyn clamped fangs around his throat, uncaring of the source as long as there was blood for her to drink. "Shit!" Zora yelped, rushing to his side. Ransley had taken a single staggering step backward beneath the assault, but now he stood braced, his arms around Sherilyn in a parody of a lover's embrace. One hand steadied her by the nape of the neck, and Neveah knew he would be able to pluck her away from his throat with no more effort than a human removing an angry kitten's death grip on a sweater, should Zora be unable to control her. Neveah's irritation with Ransley Thorpe faded in the face of his unflinching willingness to help, once he'd accepted that it was too late to stop Sherilyn from being turned. She wondered how many new vampires he'd sired in his 700 years. How many offspring had he lost to the phase vampire killer? Had he ever talked about them, or acknowledged their loss and mourned them openly? Sherilyn snarled and spat and tore at his flesh with the same frenzied fury as when she'd fed from Zora after rising from the dead. Ransley showed no more reaction to the bloody rips and gashes in his throat than if they'd been paper cuts. But his undead pallor deepened as Sherilyn drew from him, draining his reserves to feed her own. Eventually, he swayed in place. A beckoning crook of one pale finger drew Zora closer, since his vocal cords were probably a mangled mess by now. Neveah saw her square her shoulders and felt her nascent aura swell.
"Enough, Cher,"
Zora said, trying for authority. When Sherilyn ignored her, snarling and tearing another chunk of flesh from Ransley's shoulder, Zora's aura ballooned outward with more of the strength Neveah had known she must possess. Sherilyn shrieked and cringed away. Blood smeared her face and chest like grisly war paint. She fell to the floor beneath the weight of her maker's dominance, covered her face with her equally bloody hands, and started screaming in great eardrum-piercing wails of frustrated rage. Zora's hands twitched as though she wanted to reach out and offer comfort, but there was no comfort to be had for the newly undead, except blood. Neveah quietly moved to pick up the left-hand bottle, glancing at the X shape scratched in the cork to confirm it was the correct one. She handed it to Ransley, who uncorked it and handed it to Zora. Zora took a steadying breath, despite having no need for oxygen, and crouched at her offspring's side.
"Here, there's more blood.
Drink this," she said, pulling Sherilyn's hands away from her face so she could cup the new vampire's jaw and guide the neck of the bottle to her lips. Zora made a noise of dismay when Sherilyn immediately snapped her teeth around the glass, breaking the neck into a jagged, razor-sharp edge. She licked and sucked and guzzled at the blood inside, heedless as the broken glass sliced at her lips and tongue. She was a vampire now. She would heal. But the knowledge didn't make the sight any less horrific. Neveah winced, but shortly after Sherilyn finished lapping at the inside of the bottle as far as her tongue would reach, her eyes rolled up and she sagged to the side. Ransley caught her and scooped her up, returning her to the bedroll where she lolled, once more unconscious. Zora still clutched the broken bottle with hands that were visibly shaking. "Is that normal? For her to pass out like that, I mean?" she asked, with a matching quaver in her voice.
"Consciousness is a capricious thing in new vampires,"
Ransley said.
This is far preferable to having her awake and screaming for the next several hours. Believe me."
Sora gave a brief, full-body shudder. "No argument here." Neveah picked up the other bottle and handed it to Ransley. "Drink that. You look like a corpse of the fully dead variety, and you still need to feed Zora." He took it, glancing down at it with a flicker of one dark eyebrow.
"And this bottle definitely isn't enhanced?"
100% free-range tithling. Promise," Neveah told him. He nodded and knocked it back like an alcoholic swilling a bottle of red wine, his pale throat working as he swallowed. When it was empty, he swiped the back of his hand across his mouth.
"Right. Give that a minute to work its way through, love. Then we'll top you off and talk about what comes next."
Zora didn't look any more enthusiastic regarding the talking about what comes next part than Ransley did. She nodded and sat down by Sherilyn's still form, looking at her friend with a pensive expression. After a moment, Ransley lowered himself to sit cross-legged next to her, at the unconscious vampire's side.
"Where will the tithelings go once they're evacuated from hell?"
Zora asked.
"There are more than 1,000 people in the village."
Ransley rubbed at the drying blood on his neck. The flesh beneath it was already completely healed.
"At a guess,"
he said.
"The demons' first move will be to take direct control of Vallecito and some of the surrounding towns. There's no significant Fae presence that close to Hell's Gate. They can set up the area as a base of operations on Earthside and keep the tithelings there, to begin with."
Zora nodded.
"Makes sense.
But living on Earth is still going to be a huge learning curve for the villagers, and that's not even taking into account the part about becoming vampires." Neveah let out a wry snort. "You called them eco-hippies before, and from what I've seen since I arrived, you're not far off the mark. Maybe California is the best place for them." Zora shook her head ruefully. "It's weird," she mused. "Every one of them who wasn't born in hell has family on Earth somewhere, even if it's several generations removed in the case of the older tithelings. Yet those human families don't even realize that they had Fae cuckoos in the nest instead of their own biological children." She frowned. "And how does that even work, by the way?"
"Changelings are glamoured to resemble the appearance of the infants they replace,"
Ransley replied.
"They have to be glamoured, regardless, to hide the pointed ears, so changing their skin and hair colour at the same time is simple enough."
"I guess that makes sense," Zora said. "It's still pretty messed up, though." "The tithling village is its own family now," Neveah said. "Maybe someday they'll have the resources to try and find their human families on Earth, but realistically, it's not going to happen during a supernatural war."
"No, I suppose not,"
Zora agreed. She sounded exhausted. Ransley must have noticed as well.
"Come here. You need blood,"
he said simply.
"And we also need to find you some lust to feed your inner succubus before things really start to heat up."
"The villagers will help, once it's safe for Sherilyn to go back there." Zora's tone was listless.
"They've helped feed me before." "Ah, yes. Scandalous sapphic displays and scantily clad yoga routines in the public square,"
Ransley said. The faintest hint of a fond smile tugged at one corner of his lips.
"I remember."
Zora let him pull her against his broad chest. She gripped his shoulders, her fangs sliding smoothly into his neck as he cupped the back of her head. It was a sensual display, at odds with Sherilyn's frantic violence of moments ago. Rensley's eyes slid shut, his lips parting on a silent sigh. Neveah might have looked away, but there was no sense of shame surrounding the pair. Zora was part succubus, reveling in others' attraction for her. Neveah couldn't give her the lust she needed to feed that part of herself, but she felt no qualms about appreciating the pair's obvious devotion to each other. If only everyone in the 3 realms could find another soul whose sharp edges meshed with their own so seamlessly. Sherilyn twisted in the blankets, restless. A whine of distress escaped her lips. Perhaps the smell of fresh blood nearby had roused her, though she was still covered in gore after feeding from Rensley. Whatever the case, Zora immediately pulled her fangs out and whirled to look down at her, tensing.
"Shit, we don't have any more blood,"
she said. But Rensley was frowning.
"It's too soon. She only went down a few minutes ago."
Neveah went to retrieve the unbroken bottle. "You said yourself that new vampires can be capricious. I'll go back to the village and get more."
"Wait," Zora said. She was still staring at her friend, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sherilyn lifted a hand to her head as though it pained her. What happened?" she murmured, blinking up at the ceiling of the cave. "Where am I?" Silence fell as they all stared at her.
"Impossible,"
Rensley breathed, looking at Sherilyn as though she'd just sprouted a second head. Sherilyn rolled onto an elbow, staring at the drying blood on her hand. She looked up, her wide-eyed gaze glowing golden, lit from within. "Zora? What's going on? Why am I covered in blood?"
"23. This is impossible,"
Rensley repeated, as though stating it a second time might somehow make Sherilyn's apparent return to rationality fit into his worldview. Zora opened and closed her mouth a couple of times before she managed. "Cher, you asked me to turn you into a vampire, so I, did that. And now you're okay again? Apparently?" Sherilyn's gold-tinged gaze moved back and forth between Zora and the blood staining her hand.
"The problem is, in no possible world should you be rational yet. It's only been, what, a couple of hours since Zora turned you?"
Rensley's eyes cut to her, and she nodded. "Oh." Sherilyn looked blank. "I'm not sure what to tell you. I don't suppose there's a way for me to clean up a bit while you're trying to figure out what happened?" Neveah smiled a tiny smile.
"Angel blood,"
Zora whispered. Rensley blinked. Sherilyn frowned. "Excuse me?" "I gave you a few drops of my blood, along with what the villagers donated," Neveah explained. "I thought it might help with the process, and it looks like it has. You're welcome, by the way."
"Good God,"
Rensley murmured. Neveah shrugged. "Not exactly." Thank you," Sherilyn said. "I think." Zora broke free of her paralysis to retrieve the rag and the remains of the jug of water she'd brought along.
"Here, let me get this cloth wet for you. How do you feel?"
Sherilyn was still staring at her red-stained hand in apparent fascination. She brought it to her nose for a sniff and then gave it a tiny lick. "Kind of weird," she said. "There's something off inside me, but I'm not sure what it is exactly." She scratched absently at the center of her chest. "Lack of a heartbeat?"
Neveah suggested. That's kind of a biggie, especially when you've been used to feeling it for the last 30 years. Sherilyn pressed her palm flat over her heart, surprise flitting over her features. Yes, she said. I see. How strange. Zora handed her the wet rag. Anything else? Are you feeling okay otherwise? Sherilyn started swiping at the mess, though Neveah privately thought a single damp wash rag wasn't going to be up to the task. I'm hungry, she said absently, only to pause. No, that's wrong. Not hungry, exactly. More like empty? Does that make sense? It makes perfect sense, Ransley said, still looking at her with something like wonder. Finish cleaning up your face. I want to try something. What are you planning? Zora asked, with a worried frown. Sherilyn dabbed at her face, mostly succeeding in smearing the blood around rather than actually removing it. Okay, now you're both making me nervous. I think he wants to know whether you can feed from him without losing control, Neveah offered. I'm rather curious about that as well. Sherilyn gave the red-stained rag a frustrated look and set it aside. All right, I'm game, especially if it will help fill this bottomless hole in my stomach. Is it always like this for vampires? No, not at all, Ransley replied, his earlier shock replaced by fascination. That part is just your body trying to power up for the first time. The extraordinary thing is that you're able to control it. He rolled up one sleeve of his torn and blood-stained Henley. Zora has fed from your wrist a few times, so you're aware of the basics, he continued. Now, you're going to feed from mine, preferably without leaving a bitten-off stump that I'll have to grow back afterward. Sherilyn made a choked noise. Grow back? Are you serious? The demons must have told you how hard it is to kill vampires, Zora said. Let's just say they weren't exaggerating. Are you strong enough to feed her again, so soon after feeding Zora? Neveah asked, eyeing Ransley's pale complexion. Not to worry, Ransley said dryly. There's an entire village full of humans only a short flight away. I'll nip off and refill the tank when we're done here. Neveah had a feeling that Finn and some of the elders might be at the top of the vampire's feeding list, but she let it lie. Zora grabbed Ransley's wrist, holding it in front of Sherilyn and showing her where and how deep to bite. On a human, you need to be really careful of the tendons and ligaments. You can still heal them afterward with a few drops of your blood if you mess up, but it's better to avoid inflicting unnecessary damage when you can. There was no question that Sherilyn's eyesight had already sharpened. The cavern was dark, lit only by silvery moonlight filtering in from the cave entrance, but Sherilyn nodded her understanding as she examined the muscular forearm Zora had thrust under her nose. Okay, she said. But tell me if I'm not doing it right. And seriously, don't let me bite your hand off, in case you guys are wrong about this. Rance raised an eyebrow and let her take his arm. I'm reasonably confident that won't be an issue. Unusual as this entire situation has become. Sherilyn took a moment to get the right angle before biting down carefully. A moment later, her eyes rolled back in pleasure, and an almost sexual groan rumbled up from her chest. Neveah watched with something like proprietary satisfaction as she drank without turning feral. It was another instance of selfish pride on her part, she supposed. One of those so-called deadly sins. It was just as well Nigellus wasn't here to needle her about it. Stop, Ransley said, his voice calm. Sherilyn hesitated. It was evident that she had to fight with herself to pull away from the juicy vein, but she managed it. Her eyes flared gold, only to settle back into dark, earthy brown a moment later. "Did I do something wrong?" she asked.
"Not at all,"
Ransley said.
"In fact, that was excellent."
"He was testing to see if you could stop," Zora put in. "Now, with a human, at this point you'd want to either score your thumb with a fang, or your tongue, if you want to get fancy about it. A couple of drops of your blood will close the puncture wounds left over from the bite."
"And unless it's someone you know who's voluntarily agreed to give you blood, you would also need to mesmerize them into forgetting what happened,"
Ransley added.
"Unfortunately, there's no way to practice that skill with you now, since none of us are susceptible."
Sherilyn looked pensive. "Is there a possibility the angel blood will make my mesmerism stronger?" Her eyes flew to Neveah's. "Fatima said that even though you're weakened, you can make people adore you." Neveah smiled, rueful. "From what I've seen, dear, you had that power well before you became a vampire. But, to answer your question, I've no idea."
"Maybe we should try it,"
Zora said.
"I already love you to death, so I'm not a good candidate. You can try it on Rans, though. It probably won't work on an old vamp like him, but you never know."
Sherilyn gave a nervous laugh. "I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing." She squared up to the centuries-old vampire, and her eyes flared. "Look into my eyes, and stop being angry that I talked Zora into this." They watched intently. After a moment, Ransley shook his head.
"Probably the wrong tack to take with me, pet. My anger isn't directed at you, any more than it's directed at Zora. You and your people are only trying to survive. It's the demons who are due a reckoning. And, of course, the Fae."
He paused.
"But I still felt the attempt. So, well done. You're going to be powerful, no question about that. I hope you'll use that power wisely."
She nodded. "Like you said, I only want to protect my friends and family. I'll do just about anything to that end, but I've got no desire to hurt the innocent."
"Then you don't need to mesmerize me into being on your side, Sherilyn,"
Ransley told her. "Glad to hear it," she said. "So, does all this mean I can go back to the village now? Because I'm guessing Finn's about to climb the walls with worry." She was right, of course. Probably not helped by the fact that Finn had been staring down an angry vampire barely an hour ago. Even so, "I'd counsel against it," Neveah told her. "This is an unprecedented experiment, and I can't guarantee that just because you're in control now, you'll stay in control."
"Agreed,"
Ransley said.
"I believe we ought to stick to the plan, since these two apparently have one in place. If you're still in control of yourself after 2 days, it ought to be quite safe for you to go back."
"And then I can start turning the others?" Sherilyn asked. Ransley's expression darkened, but he held his tongue. "My grandfather successfully turned me after being a vampire for a little less than a week," Zora said. "You might be able to do it quicker, thanks to Neveah's blood. But please be careful. We simply don't know how angel blood will affect you as time goes on." "First things first," Neveah said. "Why don't Ransley and I head back to the village for more blood? We'll let the others know what's happening and be back as soon as we can."
"Fair enough,"
Ransley agreed.
If nothing else, I suppose I need to have another conversation with the elders, albeit on a considerably different topic than last time. "24. After some debate, Nigellus brought Edward along with him when he returned to Earth. As much as he would have liked to leave his servant to monitor events with the vampires in Hell, the danger that Edward might end up trapped in the demon realm during Mab's attack if Nigellus were, for some reason, unable to return and retrieve him, stayed his hand. And so, he and Edward returned to the winery house, where his 2 guests were waiting for them. The council has agreed to provide a small strike team to aid in retrieving the twins from Dyne, Nigellus told them. The others are being briefed on the mission and will arrive here shortly. Albigard of the Unseelie regarded him shrewdly.
And has the Daemon Council also agreed not to execute the twins the moment they emerge from the gate?
His human companion stood next to him like an unlikely bodyguard, arms crossed, all aggressive tattoos and glinting metal piercings. One wondered what he thought he'd be able to do about it if Nigellus informed them that no, Typhon had prevailed, and the assistance they'd sought would in fact end up being nothing more than an assassination squad. It was fortunate for everyone that the other members of the council had shown sense. They have agreed to the twins' safe passage to this property. It is as tightly warded as any other on Earth, and also near the gate to Hell, Nigellus replied. One council member argued for immediate assassination. The other 5 overruled him. Albigard raised a pointed eyebrow. I was one of the 5 voting against it, Nigellus added, dry as the desert, in case you were concerned. The Fae gave a single sharp nod, and the set of his human companion's shoulders relaxed.
I won't pretend ignorance of the fact that the twins will be the Council's prisoners, should we succeed in extracting them from Dyne alive, Albigard said. We're placing a large amount of trust in you, based solely on your extensive history with Thorpe, and also with the Catchy, who, I might add, will be accompanying the twins here to ensure they are well treated, and who would not take kindly to being made your prisoner along with the others.
I wouldn't dare do any such thing, Nigellus replied, and the statement was largely a truthful one. In fact, he dared a great deal when all of the other alternatives were unacceptable, as the angel currently residing in Hell could doubtless attest. But the Catchy would always be a more useful ally, free than trapped. He had a smattering of human double agents with close ties to Dyne, such as Killian Gallagher. But as far as Fae, who could be called upon to act in direct opposition to Dyne's ruling court, there were precisely 2 individuals available to him. And one of them was currently standing in front of him, glaring at him with hard green eyes. Edward had remained silent during the exchange, but now his attention landed on the human necromancer.
I'd feel remiss if I didn't suggest you stay behind, sir. You are welcome to remain here to await the others' return.
Grayson appeared surprised. Couple of things. First, I have literally never been a sir to anyone, ever. My name's Len.
And second, not a chance. But, thanks for offering, I guess.
Albigard shot Edward a long-suffering glance. Don't think I hadn't already tried. Repeatedly. Perhaps we should turn our focus to the details of the mission, Nigellus said, bringing the conversation back to more practical matters. We will, by necessity, be relying on you for transportation across the Atlantic, since attempting to cross such a wide expanse of salt water would drain us to an unacceptable degree before the battle even started.
Obviously,
Albigard said. And to answer your next question. Yes, there is a suitable staging area available nearby. I'm certain if you apply yourself for a moment, it will come to you. Nigellus ran through his mental map of the UK and Ireland. Ah, Idrigal. On the Isle of Skye, I assume. A reasonable choice. When a splinter group of Unseelie, led by a traitor inside the court, had attempted to expand Fey control of Earth by openly installing a ruling class of magic-imbued human children as puppet overseers, Nigellus had acted behind the scenes to help thwart the plan. The children had eventually been freed, with, as it happened, considerable help from both Albigard and the vampires. Afterward, they'd been reunited with their families, for the most part. It had been Edward, himself a natural magician of some talent, who'd found the children and their parents a safe place on the Isle of Skye. There it was hoped the youngsters might learn to control and develop their powers, while staying largely out of the public eye. Idrigal was perhaps 400 miles from County Meath, Ireland, where Dine's Gate was located inside an ancient Neolithic tumulus known to the humans as the Mound of the Hostages. It would still require teleportation across the North Channel between Scotland and Ireland, but that was a saltwater strait of only a few miles' width. While unpleasant, any demon of moderate power would be able to manage such a journey without major debilitating effects.
We've been in contact with Guthrie Leonidas and Vonnie Morgan, said Grayson. They're working on doing some sort of defensive magical protections around Fairy Glen, which, by the way, is a deeply ironic name under the circumstances.
Between the children and their teachers, it seems likely they can erect an effective enough shield to block any attempt by my people to scan the area, Albigard added. It seemed the most feasible choice for a forward base of attack. Edward looked up, catching Nigellus's eye at the same moment Nigellus felt the house wards vibrate. It appears the rest of our party has arrived, Nigellus announced. If you will excuse me for a moment, I will go and greet them. He teleported directly to the front receiving room, where a gap was open in the protections to allow entry to demons. Melek and 4 other warriors in human form stood waiting for his orders, their faces impassive. "Greetings," he said. "Typhon has already briefed you on the situation, I assume."
"Yes, sir," Melek said. "He's briefed us on its general parameters, at any rate. I gather the details were still under discussion at the time."
Another of the warriors, a lower demon named Phoenix, who'd gained some notoriety during the last war as an assassin, lifted his chin.
"Is it true we're expected to defer to an Unseelie traitor during this mission?"
"You are expected to defer to me,"
Nigellus said, letting some of his power leak out. You are also expected to utilize the expertise of our Fey ally, who made this mission possible in the first place. The other warriors threw each other sidelong glances, and Nigellus silently cursed the long-held prejudices that underpinned Fey and demon animosity. Irrationally, he found himself wishing for the presence of the angel Shamasiel beside him, as she had been in the days before Heaven's Gate had been locked. What could they have accomplished together at the height of her power, had they been fighting on the same side? He dismissed the ludicrous thought. Time's ocean was wide and deep, but it seemed unlikely that he and his angel would be on the same side of anything, ever again. We will be traveling via ley line to Idrigal, on the Isle of Skye, he said. The area should be magically protected against Fey surveillance. It will act as the staging area for our strike on Dain's Gate, which will take place just before midnight, local time. In addition to our unseelie ally, there will be a human traveling with us, a necromancer familiar with the Fey realm. The slight rustle of clothing at the interior door announced the arrival of the Fey and the two humans.
"And if any of you raise a hand to him," Albigard said, "I will see you dismembered and salted, if I have to hound you through the 3 realms for the next 1,000 years."
Grayson gave him a quelling sidelong glance before turning his attention to the assembled demons.
Or, as we say on Earth, "Hi guys, thanks so much for coming out to help."
Melek let out a soft snort of amusement, barely audible. "Indeed," Nigellus said. "Edward will also be accompanying us as far as the staging area, where he will stay behind to help with the protective warding. I propose we leave immediately and make our final preparations from there."
"Agreed," Albigard said. "We should ready ourselves for the assault as quickly as possible. It's vital that the Fey forces on Earth's side of the gate are overcome and subdued before the twins come through from Dain's side."
"Our Fey ally on the inside will be facing the greater strategic challenge," Nigellus added. "Mab already knows the twins have been taken. She will expect an attempt to be made to smuggle them out. However, it's unlikely she will expect a simultaneous attack on the gate from demon forces in direct violation of the treaty." "Understood," Melek said.
"Do our people in Idrigal know to expect us?"
Edward asked.
"This will be more difficult if they already have wards around the area."
"I texted Vani a few minutes ago," Grayson said. "They're ready for us." "Then let us not keep them waiting," Nigellus replied.
"There's a ley line nearby,"
said Albigard. He shot Nigellus a narrow look.
"I trust you've removed the barriers you erected against Fey travel portals inside the house."
Nigellus returned a tight smile. "Obviously." The Fey stared him down for a long moment before lifting one hand in an elegant circular gesture. A flaming oval burned itself into the air a few feet away, its interior murky with impenetrable mist.
"After you,"
he said, with mock courtesy layered over steel. Nigellus raised an eyebrow and stepped through the hole in reality. With Edward at his side and his demon strike force following close behind, he readied for the first skirmish in a war that he desperately didn't want to happen. "25.
When Sherilyn's first full day as a vampire passed without incident, Neveah was confident that her presence would no longer be required. With both Zora and Ransley looking after Sherilyn, and plenty of willing blood donors in the village to support them, she bade the three of them farewell and headed back to rejoin the Tithelings. Li Wei met her in the meeting hall.
I hear that Sherilyn continues to progress more quickly than expected in her new skills as a vampire,"
he said by way of greeting.
"We have you to thank for that."
Neveah smiled at him, being careful to keep her aura reined in. After being on the receiving end of the Tithelings' unfeigned adoration for what she'd done to enhance Sherilyn's powers, she was sitting on more raw energy than she'd had access to in some time. Perhaps for some of it. If so, I'm pleased to have been able to help. I wish only for all of you to be as safe as possible during the coming conflict. Already, Sherilyn was gaining mastery over her ability to turn into mist and fly. Neveah gathered that the process was instinctual to some degree, but the ability to control it with precision came only with practice. As with everything else, Sherilyn appeared to be a prodigy. Neveah had left her practicing with Zora, and she had already progressed to being able to transport other physical items with her in her vaporous state.
"I appreciate the sentiment,"
Li Wei said.
"We all hope for the same thing. Can we expect the vampires Sherilyn turns to share her exceptional abilities, do you think?"
I can't guarantee that, unfortunately, Neveah replied. However, I'd like to think that my small contribution will propagate through Sherilyn's vampire offspring to at least some degree.
"Then we'll be happy with whatever advantage your generosity has offered us,"
said the elder. A pity the demons and the Fae won't offer you the generous advantage of living in a peaceful world, Neveah observed, sobering. And on that subject, I believe it's time for me to stop impinging on your hospitality and return to Earth. Li Wei's dark brows drew together.
"Return to Earth. Forgive me, but are you saying you intend to bond with a demon?"
Her expression twisted into sour lines. No, I most certainly do not intend to bond with a bloody demon. I was hoping you could spare someone to direct me to the gate, since I never did get around to finding out where it's actually located. Now, Li Wei was looking at her as though concerned that she'd taken a blow to the head or something.
"Neveah, you do understand that while anyone may enter through Hell's Gate, only demons and those bound to them may leave, yes?"
So I've repeatedly been told, she replied. Now, about finding someone to direct me there? For a moment, he appeared lost for words. Fortunately, one of the defining characteristics of the Tithling village was that people weren't argumentative. They pretty much let everyone do as they pleased, as long as it didn't harm others. Li Wei consciously smoothed his expression.
"Of course. Might I suggest you ask Finn for assistance? I believe he would be appreciative of anything that will keep him distracted while he's waiting to be reunited with Sherilyn. And I suspect he would also like a chance to thank you, privately."
Good idea, Neveah said. It's been very interesting meeting all of you, Li Wei. I have no doubt that we will see each other again at some point. Until then, please try to keep an objective outlook. I know the Tithelings naturally fall on the demon's side in a conflict against the Fae, but the demons aren't without fault either. They regarded each other across a gulf of age and experience. The human, who'd been kept alive with diluted vampire blood for some 160 years, and the disgraced angel, whose origins could not be meaningfully extricated from the beginning of time.
No sentient being is completely without fault,
Li Wei said with care.
We are cognizant that the demons aren't gods, or even paragons. However, they have earned our loyalty over the course of 2 centuries. It's unrealistic to ask us not to support them when they request our help.
Neveah gave a slow nod. I figured you'd say something like that. Very well, Li Wei. I wish you and yours well, until whenever we meet next. Thank you again for your kindness and hospitality toward a stranger from a different and unknown race.
And thank you for your generosity toward people engaging in a conflict with which you disagree,
the elder replied.
May you find whatever it is that you seek at Hell's Gate. And if you don't, we'll still be here should you have need of us.
She gave him a wan smile and a shallow bow of the head in farewell, and then went to find Finn. It wasn't difficult. In fact, he was in the dwelling he shared with Sherilyn, poring over a pile of papers at the rough-hewn desk in the corner of the main room. The front door was open in an attempt to let in some airflow during Hell's stifling afternoon heat. She gave a perfunctory knock on the frame, and he looked up when she poked her head in.
Oh, hello,
he said, straightening.
Is everything all right?
Sherilyn's doing beautifully, she told him. In fact, she's doing so well that it's time for me to leave, so I can attend to some other matters. Li Wei said you might be available to direct me to the gate to Earth? He frowned, the expression changing the shape of the port wine birthmark that covered one side of his forehead.
Well, yes. But someone must have told you that
only demons and those bound to them can get out, she finished. Yes, yes. Humor me, please. He gave the pile of parchment a rueful look and nodded.
Sure thing.
She followed him as he rose and led her outside, closing the front door but not locking it.
Do you think Sherilyn will be able to come home tomorrow?
He asked, clearly more focused on seeing his beloved again than on a crazy angel's desire to visit Hell's Gate. I'm certain of it, she told him. She wanted to come today, but the other vampires are operating out of an abundance of caution. No one wants to take any chances. That's the only reason they're waiting so long. He nodded, continuing along a rocky trail that led east into the higher elevations of the mountainous land.
I won't lie. When she decided to do this, I was terrified out of my mind that something would go wrong. Thank you for helping her through it.
It was an honor, Neveah told him. She's an extraordinary person. His smile was as bright as the sun coming out.
She really is.
They continued up the steep path, chatting amiably until they came to a flatter area surrounded by caves. 2 massive guards flanked one of the larger entrances. Finn raised a hand in greeting to hail them.
Hi there,
he said.
This is Neveah. She wanted to see the gate. Is that all right?
Neveah could already feel the swirls and eddies in the veil between realms. The entire area was also layered in new protective wards, extending outward on both sides of the boundary. The 2 guards exchanged glances. One of them shrugged, the movement shifting his massive leathery wings up and down.
Nigellus said she was to be treated as a guest. That means she's free to do whatever she wants.
The other guard nodded.
Fair enough.
His flame-red eyes settled on Neveah.
Come with me, please.
We're on war footing, so the gate is heavily guarded. Are you demon-bound now? Because if you need to go through to Earth, your demon will have to be here with you."
"Yes, thank you. That's been made clear to me on a number of occasions," she said, through gritted teeth. Now the guards were giving her the same "Are you okay?" look that Li Wei had given her earlier. They exchanged another glance.
"Well, I suppose there's no harm in letting her look,"
said her escort.
"She can see for herself."
"Indeed," she replied, a bit snippily. Softening her tone, she turned to Finn and added, "Take care of yourself and of the people close to you. Perhaps we'll meet again before long." Finn opened his mouth, probably to point out that she wouldn't be able to leave, but after a brief pause he closed it again and nodded. She walked into the torch-lit cave with the guard escorting her, ignoring the curious stares of the other demons stationed inside. Her senses led her unerringly to the gate, reading the gap in the energy fields, even though that particular stretch of wall appeared every bit as solid as the rock around it. When she lifted a hand toward the misleading vision of stone, her escort grabbed her forearm, careful not to exert enough force to injure her.
"Ma'am, you can't go through it,"
he said, as though speaking to a child. Her irritation at demons in general, and one very specific demon in particular, bubbled up, transforming into the sort of angelic wrath that she hadn't felt properly in centuries. The celestial flames that she'd absorbed from the sword, combined with the adoration she'd absorbed from the tithlings, surged outward from her heart, flowing through her veins like lava. The demon holding her arm yelped, snatching his hand away. She turned a burning gaze on him. Wide-eyed, he took a step backward, giving ground. "I am the angel Shemasiel, demon," she told him, her voice gaining depth and resonance. "And despite what your resident spymaster seems to think, when it comes to the three realms, I go wherever I please. Now stand aside, before I remember why I used to eat lower demons like you and your friends for breakfast in the before times." She knew she was burning through her power reserves with abandon, and she couldn't bring herself to care. A dozen armed demons of fate cringed back, staring at her in open-mouthed shock. After raking a final glare over the assemblage of gawping guards, she returned her full attention to the gate, reaching out to touch the invisible veil. It twisted and writhed around her fingers, parting as she pushed against it, effortlessly shredding a hole through the layers of warding the demons had added. She stepped through the opening and into the near-total darkness of the moaning caverns on Earth. The glow still emanating from her skin illuminated a tumble of boulders leading down to the tunnel floor. She hopped down lightly, aware of several demon guards rushing through the gate after her. Another pair, who'd been stationed on Earth's side, reached for weapons, unsure of what was happening.
"Wait,"
one of the guards from Hell's side called.
"Did Nigellus say you could leave?"
Her wings weren't completely healed. She hadn't wanted to squander her energy on aesthetics. But the worst of the structural damage was fixed, and they would do in a pinch. She whipped them out, wincing at the ache of disused muscles. "You'd have to ask him," she said. "And when you do, you can also tell him I said to kiss my lily-white angel ass." With that, she focused the last of her energy on a single massive flap that sliced through dimensions, carrying her far away from Hell's Gate and the disgruntled demon guards. Right now, she had other places to be.
Neveah and Nigellus' story continues in The Sixth Demon, Book 3. Want more? The Sixth Demon is set in the last vampire world, which contains 3 other completed series. The Last Vampire, Ransley Thorpe and Zora Bright. Vampire Bound, Guthrie Leonidas and Vonnie Morgan. Forsaken Fae, Albagard and Len Grayson. Want even more? Get a free prequel to the series delivered directly to your inbox. www.rastephan.com/last. This has been The Sixth Demon, Book 2. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Gwendolyn Drewyor. Copyright 2022 by Other Love Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2022 by Other Love Publishing, LLC.